To Zone 7 for round 5 of the South African National Motocross Championship. Currently held here at Zone 7 International Motocross Raceway. And proudly presented by TRP Distributors and Associate Sponsors. It's a lovely summer's day in London, as they say, and nice and moist out there. Everyone is sighted the track. We're going to kick off for the high school class, MX 1 to 5, and if you are not ready to go racing, then you shouldn't be here. To all those that have come here, welcome. We hope you're going to have a fantastic day. We've got vendors to supply your food and drink needs. The clubhouse is open up here on the balcony. Everyone is welcome on the balcony. A lot of vantage points. You can go park up on the hill with your bakkie if you want to. And, well, if you don't enjoy yourself today, it's only your own fault. Mike's side will be Francois Butler and Derek Peak. And we'll be streaming live on YouTube. So if you want to watch on YouTube, it might be slightly delayed, but we will be out on YouTube. And you can even watch it again tomorrow because, as you know, it stays on the socials. So, we are just waiting for everyone to get all their P's and Q's checked, and then we're going to go racing.
The boys are probably standing like out Where's your bag, Sam? Oh, okay. Are you leaving it there? I don't know if you should. I think you should probably bring it back again. Yeah. The races haven't even started yet, my agent. Okay, well, you're not going to be able to just leave the extra bag. Why don't you ask the boys to get you, they've all got to drink a couple of minutes, then why don't you ask them to get you some more? You need to have some for that. The camera guy is going to come back and he's going to want his spot back, so...
With the 5th round of the TRP South African National Motocross Championships, brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, Prepsol, Bike-Wise, Bar Cargo, Bar Aviation, Missing Second, and Bandit Graphics. Right, the associate sponsors, Risk Group, RS Plant, Vescarp, Western Cape, Handmade Projects, Mechanical Concepts, Jan Ryan, MX Training, Etienne Electrical, Total Control, Casty Racing, and E-Electrical, Industrial and Commercial Electricians. Big thanks to all the sponsors. Big race here today. We're going to be kicking off with the 50cc class. Well, judging from what the pre-national was, a little bit under-attended, I've got to be honest. I think could have done a few more, but then again, on the other side of the coin, let's be honest, this is not one of the cheapest sports on the planet. Just chatting to some of the guys in the pits earlier, the amount of money that's spent getting to a national, if the bike breaks, you know, that sort of thing. So the guys are really, I wouldn't like to say at the end of their financial limits, but the amount of riders we've got here today is a testament to the dedication everybody has to the sport. It really is awesome to see all the riders that have come from afar to join us here in Cape Town for round 5 of the TRP South African National Motocross Championship. Yeah, a little bit difficult for some of the smaller riders. Some of the younger riders in smaller classes. It's the track has been pretty rutted out now, and I think the little guys are going to have a bit of a concern. Some precipitation has come down since the start of practice, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult, but I'm sure we'll get through it, as we always do. Once again, well done to Johan Spies and his team for prepping the track the way it is and maintaining it while they were practicing. So we might have to do a little bit of a modification here and there, but I don't think anything serious. So we look forward to today's racing. First up, the 50cc's. Going to be an interesting one. Had some of the guys around last weekend doing the pre-national. The track, similar conditions, not as wet as it is here today. We didn't have rain on the Saturday, thank goodness. Here we've got a little bit here and there, just keeping the track moist. Well, it is wet in some places, I mean, let's be honest. But, like I said, it's the same for everyone. So we look forward to the 50cc's. They'll be off very, very shortly now. The guys have just gone round, had a look at the track to make sure that everything is safe for the riders to ride. It all looks good. We will be off and racing shortly.
Fly.
On the spray day. Two brothers actually. That's a radio very good story. They can be bad boys seen like I don't remember maybe quotes like you do. I don't remember and I know that movie over and over again. Like once I watched the movie, I watched the movie. Yes, I love why you created exactly.
Boardies up. We're about to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Wait for the 15 seconds. 5-second board. Hang on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Gates down and away we go.
Oh, massive tumble right on the start, and that is not going to bode well. We'll try and pick up the number that they come through, but I think it's going to be Trey Cox who's going to be the man to beat out there. So too the triple four of Tristan Duro. Tristan Duro coming through right from the get-go. Let's have a look and see. Next one up. Oh, have a look at that. It's Cruz Martin. Cruz Martin going through right there for second. Tristan Duro really flying out there. But I don't think Trey Cox having the start that he wanted. He wanted to get out of the gates right from the get-go and start cruising away with this one. But it looks like Tristan Duro has pulled it off at the Right, I see we're back on air again. Tristan Dura, of course, taking the win in the 125 high school class. Cruz Martin under a lot of pressure with Trey Cox right in behind him. Thor Johnson just a little bit further back. Aiden Henley was pushing him. Renier van der Merwe right in behind that. Riley Roscher, then Ronald Graven, Caden Visser, and Jado Ois. That rounds out the top 10. Well done to Jado Ois. Top 10 in the national. Andrew Venter, the next one through. Then we had Greef van Wyk. Blake Frost, bad start. Going down right from the get-go, fighting his way back up through the pack. Matthew Estonia, Cameron Stuckey, Andre Schmidt, Ryder Anthony, and Julia Schwager. Schwager not having the ride of his life, to be fair. Should have been a lot further up the picking order. But it is what it is. Racing often happens, and things often go a little bit pear-shaped. But once again, apologies for the break-in commentary, a break-in signal and a break-in transmission. Power outages here at Zone causing a little bit of concern. We are on Jenny right now, so I believe. We hope it's going to keep on going.
A little bit unfortunate about that. They are investigating the power outage. We're not sure where the break in the power is. There are no stipulated power outages in the area, so possibly just a circuit breaker or something that's gone, but we will have it attended to as soon as possible. Fortunately for us, there are generators around just keeping us alive at the moment. To the folks that have arrived here, welcome to Zone 7 for round 5 of the TRP National Distributors National Motocross here at Zone 7 International Raceway. Nice to have you here. Lots of vendors downstairs. Help yourselves to something to eat and drink. The clubhouse is also opening. And come view up here on the balconies. You're welcome. If you got any problems, you want to know anything, pop up here to the commentary side. Here we are on the balcony. Derek and myself, Francois, we're here. And we'll try and help you out where we can. If we are nattering about the racing, please don't bother us. But we will chat to you as soon as we can. Right, so the 50s are lining up on the grid proper down by the gates. And we'll soon have that race underway. And I'm sure it's going to be a real humdinger. A little bit of water around, but that's not going to deter them. They are going to get in there and give absolutely 10/10 of the race.
Right, to be fair, Francois, I'm going to be honest. I think the guys that put the track together, they have cut out certain sections of the track. And it is a little bit unfortunate that we cannot use the Wall of Death, or Mount Panorama as we called it last weekend.
Yeah, Mount Panorama.
It is a bit of a pity. But yeah, the rains had us working, well, not us, but the team at Zone 7 working their rear ends off to try and get the track in a rideable condition. And as it is at the moment, I think everybody can see that it's holding up nicely, and the prep has gone down to a T. So well done to Johan Spies and his team of track preppers. It just goes. It's a testament to the dedication that the guys have got. Not only the team, but I think to all the riders and the guys that came down to have a look, to ride, to see and give feedback to the guys that prep the track, and just to get things underway and make today possible. Look, we were actually looking at riding tomorrow, but I think due to logistics, I don't think it would have worked. People that have had to go back to far and wide, to Gauteng area, to KwaZulu-Natal.
I think the biggest one, Derek, especially is if you booked a flight, to go and change is going to cost you a little arm and a leg. It's going to be a bit difficult. So having it today, I think, was the perfect choice. It is a little bit moist and difficult out there, but nonetheless, I think still the riding line is absolutely pitch perfect. The soil is looking absolutely great at the moment.
Yep, for now, and I'm pretty sure it's going to hang in there. So let's keep our eyes peeled on what is going to happen with the next race. 50 cc's on the line. Oh, here we go. Is Style going to be able to pull it off? Was quickest in practice this morning. Ethan Style, very, very quick in practice this morning. Then it was Travis Hart and Ogio, 100%. Twin Air, Fly, FMF. All the usual sponsors on board, as big or as small as you are. Every single one of you count to help make today a huge success. We've got local sponsors on board for the trophies. A big, big thanks to you guys. We'll run through all the sponsors during the course of the day. We'll let you know who's made today possible. Right, all under the auspices of the FIM Africa banner. See that Mr. Cully Stein, our clerk of the course, getting the riders under starters orders. The 15-second board is up. We're going to wait for the 5. And is it going to be Ethan Style? Is it going to be Travis Hart? That we'll have to wait and see. Tian Scheppel. Let's wait and see as they go down. The gates drop, and great start by Travis Hart by the looks of things. Is he going to be able to keep it there? Oh, drops down into second place. But getting stuck a little bit in the very, very soft conditions. Round to the right they come. Tian Scheppel. Oh, there comes Vian Skeepers. Vian Skeepers, great start from him, but oh, just getting a little bit bogged down. Heading up towards us now. Pushing as hard as he possibly can. Looks like it could be the number 88. It is indeed of Reeston Bartlett. Reeston Bartlett, what a great start from Bartlett. A little bit further back, oh, Mason Meyer not having the start that he wanted, and also Milan Roux. Milan Roux right back, not where he wants to be. He's going to have to get a little bit closer to the front. And so too the number 145 of Alex Webb. Oh, Alex Webb battling outside there in some of the adverse conditions. But the rest of the guys, after picking themselves up, we've got one rider stuck on the finish line. Oh, sorry, on the start line. But Gary Hamer coming across the line now. The 181 of Casper de Musclier. Also, just having a little bit of a torrid time out there. But looks like the young man who got stuck on the start line, he is back up and riding again. So in this race, and going to be trying to get a little bit closer to the back of the pack. It's not going to be easy for him, that's for sure. Dalton Willifeer battling it out there, but what a great start from Reeston Bartlett. Here comes Reeston Bartlett up towards us now, right in behind Bartlett. It looks like it could still be Travis Hart, or is it? Up and over they come. No, it's not. It's Vian Skeepers. Great start from Skeepers, right in behind him, Tian Scheppel. Behind Scheppel. Oh, we've got the number 3 0 of Aka. Well, what has happened to the number 14? He's way back down the pack now. After being quickest in practice this morning, Ethan Style has got a massive amount of work to be done to get close to the top 3. He's quite a ways back in behind Reeston Bartlett. Bartlett, well, he is pushing as hard as he possibly can to try and get away from the rest of the pack. He really is riding well. Tian Scheppel, also a brilliant ride from Tian Scheppel. Let's have a look and see if he's going to get closer to the front end of this one.
Well, I must admit that Reeston Bartlett doing a fantastic job. Vian Skeepers in the second. And Tian Scheppel. Well, Tian Scheppel last week had it all his own way. He did very well last week.
Yeah.
But now the conditions are different underfoot, so he's going to have to get himself together and see what he can do as Casper de Musclier comes past the spectators. But here comes Reeston Bartlett. Look at him. He's got his ears pinned back. He's on the go. And close to him there, Vian Skeepers getting a bit unstuck. But Skeepers gets going again. Here comes Tian Scheppel. Scheppel giving it horns now. And up behind him, the number 16 that goes through.
Oh, Travis Hart starting to push hard. But I'm going to be honest with you, Braden Tucker also starting to get that little bit closer. But I think the man on a charge now is definitely Travis Hart. But having a little bit further back, Ethan Style is going to have to pick up the pace. Ethan Style through. He's about 1.6 seconds a lap quicker than the leader or the man ahead of him at the moment. But it just looks like things are not going to go all his own way here today. Had a very, very bad start, got bogged down, couldn't get the machine started. When he did, the rest of the pack just absolutely disappeared ahead of him. So not going to be overly joyed about that. Gary Hamer, the next one through. But if he's not careful, he's going to be falling into the clutches of the leaders very, very shortly, because up and over comes Reeston Bartlett. Bartlett on a charge, and nothing and no one to stop him right now.
Vian Skippers, but they're up behind them now with Skippel, and that there are a lot of riders coming in. Skippel comes through there, Braden Tucker, Travis Hart, Mason Meyer, and won't be too long we'll have Ethan Stahl coming into the picture at the moment. So the youngsters are pinning the ears back. They're really giving it out 10 tenths. Coming up over the lines, the number 6 there, and that's Milan Roux. He's a little bit down on the pack there, but the rest of the riders pinning the ears back. Yellow flags waving on the far side, possibly a rider. There's a rider down, but they managed to get him going again. So all's good there. Skibble trying to up the ante a little bit. He wants to get back. Oh, the rider goes down. One of the lead riders go down on the far side there, just in front of the Zone 7 jump. They've got to get him up and going again. And the pickup staff helping him out to get going. And then, unfortunately, Derek, the hard thing is when the bike falls over, it tends to flood a bit, and you've got to try and restart it.
Yeah, I know. And of course, these guys battling to get it started. It looked like it could be the number 44 of Tian Scheppel. Scheppel trying everything to get to good through. Oh, with the number 88 of Reeston Bartlett. Reeston Bartlett putting up quite a fight, getting ahead and away from the rest of the pack. Vian Skippers, the next one through. Oh, and a little bit of a moment there for number 44, Tian Scheppel, as he goes down the place to Travis Hart. Travis Hart has managed to push his way up into third place ahead of Tian Scheppel. Tian Scheppel not going to be happy about that. Still, a little bit further back it is the number 18, really coming through nicely. Gary Hamer, he's picked up the pace, picked up quite a few positions. Braden Tucker going down a couple of places. He's not going to be overly joyed about that. Mason Meyer just ahead of him, Tian Scheppel. Then it's Travis Hart. Travis Hart is really riding well. Vian Skippers still holding in there for second place, but it is Reeston Rambo Bartlett who's got P1 at the moment. Well, I said earlier on today that the track conditions are going to be very, very difficult for the little guys. And there it is. Proof in the pudding. These guys are battling. The track is rutted out pretty badly, and it is still soft and muddy. I see that the sun has started to come out now, so yeah, maybe it'll dry out ever so slightly, but I don't think it's going to get dry enough to make it any easier for these little guys.
Oh, and just here in front of us, Milan Roux goes down. He's in a little bit of pain there. He's not feeling well. Oh, he hit the handlebars, so that's going to go straight into the gut. He's not going to be happy. Maybe a little bit of medical attention up here on the rise. And Milan Roux not feeling very comfortable at the moment.
Right, a little bit of a problem for the number 6, Milan Roux, say Bernard Millis. Well, he's unfortunately not going to be able to keep going. I think he might be a little bit Einar. Not too sure, but I see one of the guys are there. They're just trying to make sure that he's okay. Well, is he going to get back up? Is he going to ride further? Oh, I think he's in quite a bit of pain.
Give him a round of applause, folks.
Right, but he's up. Well done, well done. Right, here we go. Leader coming across the line now, reeling off another lap. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to get too much closer. But up into second place already, it is the number 16. Well done, Travis Hart. He's pushing through, managed to get through on Vian Skippers. In behind them, it's still the number 44 of Tian Scheppel. Scheppel trying to get that third place, but not quite able to make it. But it looks like the number 14 of Ethan Style, I think due to the fact that a lot of the guys have had some problems, they've gone down, they've dropped it, they've just slowed down, and well done to the number 14 of Ethan Style, who's managed to get himself back up into 4th place.
Yeah, he's doing fantastically well at the moment, so all pushing along merrily. But it's difficult out there for the little ones. Derek, like you rightly said, you know, a little bit loose underfoot at the moment. They're all trying them out. Reese Rambo Bartlett doing extremely well. Then Travis Hart sitting there in second. Unfortunately, Milan Roux going down. And he got the handlebar in his lower groin area, and I can assure you that it's not going to be very comfortable. He was a little bit tearful. I tell you what, I'd be tearful too if that happened to me, I can assure you.
Well, would it?
Bartlett still leads out.
Things are getting...
And have a look at Hart. Hart is right behind him.
Yeah.
Travis Hart is honing in on him. He's got a target on his back. So, keep your eyes out on Travis Hart, who's probably out a second and a half behind Rambo Bartlett at the moment. So, let's see how that one pans out.
Right, let's keep our eyes open through now. Tian Sheppel. Sheppel, I think, might be able to manage that P4, but he's going to be in trouble very, very shortly now. We're waiting to see where Ethan Style is. Ethan Style coming through in P6 right now after having a disastrous start. In behind him it is Mason Meyer. So Mason Meyer dropping down a place to 7th. Ethan Style picking up the pace. But I do believe that Travis Hart is on a charge now, and he's going to start making his presence felt.
Derek, just have a look at there. Milan Roux back on the bike. He's going to continue. Wow, rock solid, man out of metal. He's back on the circuit, and he's going to finish his race. Be it a lap or two down.
Oh, brilliant performance there. Well done, well done. He came short on top of the jump here. Things not going all his own way, but well done to get back on the bike and keep on pushing. Right, still out in front it is Reeston Bartlett. Reeston Bartlett really pushing hard, but now waiting to see Travis Hart. Coming up towards us now, Travis Hart. No, it's not. So Travis Hart is missing now because back up in second place, it's Skeppers. Right in behind Skeppers now, it is Tian Sheppel. Tian Sheppel is trying to stay within striking distance of the leaders. Wow. This is interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Braden Tucker. Next up in behind Braden Tucker, it is the number 14 of Ethan Style. Oh, stuck on the far side. That looks like it is the number 16 of Travis Hart. What a pity. Travis Hart was flying around here. He was actually within a second of our leader, Reeston Bartlett. But let's have a look and see what's going to go on in race 2. Your favorite time. So up and over comes the number 6, that in the hands of Milan Roux. Millis is back on track. Well, I'm sure when they do come round to last lap time, it's going to be Reeston Bartlett who's going to take the last lap board. Reeston Bartlett coming round now. It is last lap for Bartlett. So it doesn't look like much is going to change at the top end of the field. Oh, there we've got Travis Hart through, but I think he's just managed to get himself started. But have a look at this. Tian Sheppel starting to get that a little bit closer. Sheppel starting to get on it now. Well, I don't know whether Sheppel's going to be able to do this, but he's going to push as hard as he possibly can. I think the man who dipped out biggest here is Ethan Style. Was quickest in practice, took a win last weekend at the pre-national, but unfortunately here today, not able to keep the momentum going. Something went wrong right at the get-go, and he's way down the pack.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. He did well last week. Ethan was on form there together with Skeppel. Skeppel, however, is not being able to reel in Tian Skeppers at the moment. Tian Skeppers has got his ears pinned back. Tian's trying very hard. He's about a second and a half gap between the two of them. Now they're on the flag lap at the moment. We're waiting for Risa and Rambo Bartlett, your leader, to come up towards us. Here he comes up over the rise. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Risa Bartlett. Great ride from the young lad. Checkered flag, Risa Bartlett. Yes, Skeppers and yes, Skeppel. Oh, it's so close, but Skeppers doesn't have a Skeppel. Great ride there, 2 and 3. Great stuff coming out of them there. So brilliant stuff coming out of the leaders, the young lads. Tell you what, Derek, it's not easy out there.
Well, not for these youngsters. We've got another downer just before the washboard section. While they're taking these whoops. Oh, and look at them side by side coming towards the finish line. Oh, one little mistake here and there, and it looks like Mason Meyer. Well, he's managed to get through on Braden Tucker. Right, no, that's the number 18 coming through now. That's Gary Hamer. But some nice riding. Alex Webb finishing his ride, also getting very, very bogged down on top of the jump here. Well, as you said, Francois, the track conditions a little bit pear-shaped for these youngsters.
I think the little wheels just not getting the traction. You know, a bigger wheel, you'll have more traction, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We'll probably see it on the 65s and 85s later. They'll be probably a lot easier because of the big wheels. But, yeah, they're all out there and they're all going to be giving it all. So I think next up should be the 65s. And they're picking up a good bunch there.
Right up next, it's going to be 65s. We'll have to wait and see how these guys go. Well, there's some really hot riders in that class, and I'm not going to put my money on anybody. I think the top 7 riders, each and every one of them, quite capable of taking a win. So keep your eyes peeled on this one. I honestly believe it's going to be very, very quick out front. Yep, albeit that the track is a little bit muddy. These guys were setting up some massive times in practice this morning, even under the adverse conditions of the track at the moment. But, wow, they are all there, and they're all willing and raring to go.
Oh, we see the track filling up nicely. A lot of spectators coming to view. The weather has cleared up slightly, which is actually very nice. Still a little bit wet underfoot. I see Cully's taking his jacket off, so that gives you a sign that it's getting a little bit warmer down there. And all the riders now getting ready up behind the gate. We are ready to go racing. So, let's have a look, see what the little 65s are going to do. 65s and the sport class together with them. And they'll be out 2/3 of the gate full. Cully will soon be talking to them and saying, riders, are you ready? And then the time board will come up and then we will go racing.
Woo! Wow, Raiden Wolves, Ross McKenzie, Reese Wenzel, Troy Wenzel, Riley Geldenhuis, Aiden Fisher, Richard Smith, Kobe Kretzman. Kobe Kretzman, I think the first one this morning to clear the Go MX jump at the back of the track. That was quite interesting to watch. Let's have a look and see if he's going to be able to pick up the pace, get closer to the front. Callan Gibson, Cameron Fraser, Nathan Small, Andrew Duplessis, Rowan Vessels, Llewellyn Edwards, Henko Hanekom, Josh Zanodia. Well, he's going to want to be a little bit further up. David Bashkia, Quade Walker, Carl Pretorius, and Sean Woodendall, all out on track at the moment, waiting to get going. So, an interesting start to this one. Raiden Wolves was really, really quick this morning. But I think Ross McKenzie, if he gets a good start, he's going to be a difficult man to beat. Reese Wenzel, really quick in practice this morning. So he's going to be right out there, vying for top slot. Troy Wenzel, well, the two Wenzels, like, right there. So, let's watch and see who gets this one. Cully Stein gives them the go-ahead, gives them the right-of-way. The 15-second board is there. 5-second board, and we are off and racing. Oh, massive start there. I think it could have been the 104. What a great start there. But he's not going to be able to keep it there. Richard Smith not where he wants to be, but a whole gaggle of them go. Oh, we've got a couple of downers. A whole bunch of them going down in the whole shot turn. Well, luckily, I say luckily, no. Unfortunately, they're going to have to extricate themselves from each other. and keep on going again. But it is Raiden Wolves out in front. Raiden Wolves, then we've got Reese Wenzel. Right in behind them, it's Ross McKenzie. In behind Ross McKenzie, great start from Andrew du Plessis. Andrew du Plessis on the 201, chasing down. But I just had a vague idea that Raiden Wolves was going to tie this one up here today. Raiden Wolves really pushing hard. Reese Wenzel, the next one through. Ross McKenzie in third. Let's have a look and see if Reese Wenzel is going to be able to pull something special out of the bag, because it certainly looks like things are hotting up. Right, so Wolves, Wenzel, McKenzie, du Plessis, Kobe Kretschmann. What a start from Kobe Kretschmann. Now we're going to wait as they go up the hill. Raiden Wolves, whoa, he's got a massive lead already. Well, I don't think there's very much going to be able to get close to Raiden Wolves out there right now. Reese Wenzel going to be pushing as hard as he can. Got a very, very good time in practice this morning. Ross McKenzie also as quick as they get. A little bit further back, we've got the number 49, unfortunately, going down. Karel Pretorius. He's going to want to get back up and riding again. But one of the riders still down on the whole shot. He's not going to be overly joyed about that. But on the back straight away. Way out in front now. I hope it's not going to end up this way. I mean, look at P1 and 2. Look at the gap between second and third. It's massive.
Well, they managed to break away early, Derek. We saw when they came over the rise, they already had that advantage gain. There was a lot of close proximity racing sort of here from about 5 downwards, but already it's getting spread out. I think once they get to the dry bits, they start getting more traction and pulling away.
What dry bits, Francois?
The drier bits.
Oh, there's drier bits?
They are. Don't worry.
It's still not dry though.
No, I know that, but they're getting better. They're getting better traction. They got more line.
Right, here we go. Raiden Wolves hanging in there on the number 3, 4, 5. Leading this pack at the moment. Is that Ross McKenzie now in second? Has he managed to pick it up? I think he has. Boom, up and over. Ross McKenzie has come through for second. So, Reese Wenzel, what up with that? He's gone down and way back down the pack now, and he's not going to be happy about that. Lying in third at the moment. Reese Wenzel coming across the line, up and over. Oh, he's going to really have to push hard now because he's got some really quick riders right in behind him. And the next one up, it is Kobe Kretschmann. In behind Kobe Kretschmann, it's Riley Geldenhuis. In behind Riley Geldenhuis, it's Aiden Fisher. Behind Fisher, Cameron Fraser. In behind Fraser, well, that's the 104 of Richard Smith. Richard Smith starting to come through this pack nicely now. And then it is a little bit further back, David Bashkir, but Bashkir not going to be happy. Josh Steinroder on the number 34, pushing through, and a little bit further back, that's Llewellyn Edwards. In behind Llewellyn Edwards, it is the number 151, also trying hard, Cullen Gibson. But let's go back to the sharp end of the pack where Raiden Wolves is just cruising away with this one. Raiden Wolves, such a massive lead over Ross McKenzie. Ross not having the start that he wanted. He got out of the gates, and I think he got hooked up. He took the wrong line going into the whole shot. And I think that's where he lost that amount, quite a bit of time. So now he's got to play catch up as quick as he possibly can onto the back end of Raiden Wolves. But I think Raiden just setting up that time a little bit quicker than the rest of the pack now, and man, is he flying. Let's have a look and see if Ross McKenzie's going to be able to close him down, and is Reese Wenzel going to pull it together?
Well, just having a look at the far side there, just after the Zone 7 jump, they're going through an absolute water swimming pool through the mud bath, and Raiden will still leading out. Raiden just pinning down the laps, just hammering away, chipping down at the old block. 49er Karel Pretorius was involved in a little drop down a bit earlier, is at the back of the pack. The leaders are coming towards us pretty shortly. There's your Raiden Wolves, your leader, 345 machine going through, so he leads out. We're waiting for Ross McKenzie. He's a little bit further back. Ross McKenzie pinning his ears back, but I think he might have Reese Wenzel in close proximity. Watch now as they come through. I think Reese Wenzel has got through. Here comes Reese Wenzel. He'll move up into second place. So Reese Wenzel is really going now. Ross McKenzie pushing on. Reese Wenzel's absolutely on a flyer at the moment. So we'll have to watch and see what he does. They work their way through now towards the northern side of the circuit. The 33 of Riley Geldenhuys comes through. Riley Geldenhuys up behind him, Kobe Kretzmann. Up behind Kobe Kretzmann, it's Aiden Fisher. Up behind Aiden Fisher, it's the 104. That's Richard Smith. That's worked his way up. 63 of Troy Wenzel. Then there's 700 that comes through. That's Cameron Fraser. So the leaders now working their way up there through the far side. They've come out of the total control corner. Well, they work their way now up towards the top end of the horseshoe. Up towards the horseshoe they go. The leaders spinning the ears back, hitting the rise and whipping into that little low berm. They're coming down. They'll drop down the mine shaft. Yeah, they come down. At the moment still it's Raiden Wolves. Wolves leading out. He's got an astronomical lead at the moment. The leaders now coming down, and all eyes now on Reese Wenzel, because he is really flying at the moment. Can he catch the leader? Can he catch Raiden Wolves? Raiden Wolves in a league of his own at the moment. Raiden Wolves really pushing hard. He's on the 345 machine. So keep an eye out for Raiden Wolves. Coming towards us. 90, that's Ryan Vessels. Leaders down the far side. Here's your leader, Raiden Wolves. Wolves going up over the commentator's jump now. Works his way up under the Vikings Accessories bridge. And now we wait for the likes of Reese Wenzel and Ross McKenzie. And McKenzie was quite close as he got past, or as Reese extended his lead. I think Reese is now extending his lead, although Ross is still staying in touch.
Yeah, I know. Reese Wenzel made a little bit of a mistake after lap 1. Put Ross McKenzie up into P2, and all of a sudden Reese came back all guns blazing, and it looks like, if I'm going to go and have a look at it, it looks like Reese Wenzel has already set up the fastest lap of the race. So he was quickest in practice this morning, and I was waiting to see if Raiden Wolves was going to react to that. Well, at the start of this race, I can tell you now that Raiden Wolves did. But is he going to be able to stay out front long enough to prevent Reese Wenzel from getting through on him? Reese Wenzel having a look to see what the lap is. It's about a second a lap quicker, and he's still got quite a few laps to go. So I don't know whether Raiden Wolves is going to be able to keep that lead. If Reese keeps on going the way he is right now, it's going to be a mighty close finish. Ross McKenzie, roughly, I think the second quickest on the track, but albeit by 0.3 of a second. Ross McKenzie is going to try and get that a little bit closer. He's going to try and follow. He's going to try and follow the number 404 of Reese Wenzel to try and get up onto the back end of Raiden Wolves. Raiden has got, I don't want to call it an unassailable lead right now, but very, very close. Second and third. I don't know if Ross McKenzie is going to be able to hang tight with the number 404 of Reese Wenzel, but let's have a look and see where it lands.
Well, Ross McKenzie looking up on the inside of Reese. They're almost side by side. They're in the far berm on the far side. They're having an absolute time. Oh, and there's a shutout. Oh, they're side by side. Oh, it's a lovely dice up over the zone 7 jump. I tell you what, it's all happening out there at the moment. Going through the mud bath, you get a bit bogged down there as they work their way through. 201 of 100 comes through in the 151 of Callan Gibson. There's your leader, Raiden Wolves. He leads out. Raiden Wolves leading out. We wait now for Reese Wenzel. Oh, there's your 85. Ross McKenzie's through. And Reese Wenzel's gone down to third. So Ross McKenzie's on a fly. It's all happening down at the zone today, folks. These youngsters are absolutely grinding the gears.
Well, if you've only just joined us, this is round 5 of the TRP South African National Championships, and we are live at Zone 7. And my word, are things setting themselves alight here now. Second place, it is Ross McKenzie. Reese Wenzel is trying so hard to get back up to the back end. They were locked in battle for a good 2/3 of the race. Here we go, through a little bit later, Kobe Kretzmann riding behind Riley Geldenhuys with Aiden Fisher coming through. Then it is Richard Smith. Oh, it's Troy Wenzel Troy Wenzel ahead there of Richard Smith. So Richard not going to be overly joyed about that. But we'll wait and see what goes down out in front. Still Raiden Wills. And I said earlier what would appear to be an unassailable lead, but anything can and, well, to be fair, usually does happen. Whether it's going to happen now, that is a different story.
Well, I tell you what, Ross McKenzie's on an absolute fly. He's sitting all the quickest laps at the moment, so he's obviously got his ears pinned back. Having a look-see, they've got another 3.5 minutes to go, Derek, so still a lot of racing out there at the moment.
Is that a 2:06, Francois? Oh, my word, that's 3 seconds quicker than Raiden Walls.
That's what I said.
Then Reese Wenzel, then Riley Geldenhuys. That just seems... I'm not exactly sure how he got that lap, but my word, has he set the quickest time by a country mile. Ross McKenzie is definitely charging.
He's setting the house on fire at the moment. We wait for Raiden Wolves. Raiden Wolves clears the jump now, so we're waiting for the likes of Ross McKenzie on the 85 machine. Ross McKenzie's on an absolute fly at the moment. A couple of slow riders coming through. And a few of the slow riders. Yes, Reese Wenzel. Yes, a couple of slow riders coming through at the moment. Some of the youngsters getting a bit bogged down in the thick stuff at the moment.
Yeah, we're just over 12 minutes into this race. My word, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it looks to me, let's be fair and say that Raiden Wolves has managed to pull this one off for now. Second place still Ross McKenzie, Reese Wenzel, Riley Geldenhuys, Kobe Kretschmann and Aiden Fisher. Not quite close enough to get onto the podium, but they're going to be trying.
There is a lovely scuffle going down between Riley Geldenhuys and Kobe Kretschmann. They're literally nose-to-tail stuff at the moment. So they're also fighting for all the marbles in the packet, because remember, like I always say, there is a second heat.
And that's obviously where they're going to know what the track has been doing, where it is right here, right now. So, boom, it's going to be a huge one. Onto the brakes. Heading up onto the far side. Oh, my word. Let me tell you that Ross McKenzie is still charging, trying to get up onto the back end of Raiden Wolves. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to land at the end of today with those two, because to be fair, Ross McKenzie has set the absolute quickest time around this track on a 65 here today. Whether he's going to be able to emulate that in the second heat, that's a different story. Things may change here and there, but it is going to be Raiden Wolves who comes round to start his last lap now. Raiden Wolves on a charge, Ross McKenzie on a charge, but unfortunately not close enough. 1 lap to go. It's just not going to happen for Ross McKenzie. But you said there is another heat. Let's have a look and see if Ross can turn the tables in that one. He's going to have Reese Wenzel with him. Is he going to have Riley Geldenhuys with him? That's the other thing. So, you looking back a little bit further back. Oh, who's that gone down? I don't quite think it's one of the front runners, but I'm interested to see what up between Riley Geldenhuys and Kobe Kretschmann.
Oh, they were extremely close together, so don't have someone's pulled the gap on the other. I think they're coming towards us at the moment now. The 33 of Riley Geldenhuys and the 5 of Kobe Kretschmann. They were having it. Yes, here they come towards us. And they're still pretty close, but half a second gap between the two of us. It's Riley Geldenhuys up behind him, Kobe Kretschmann. You can see how close it is. It's their last lap. It's up to Kobe now to pin his ears back and see if he can reel in the likes of Riley Geldenhuys. They go over the tunnel jump and work their way into that left-hand berm.
Right, big G berm looms. And still Riley Geldenhuys has the upper hand on Kobe Kretschmann. Kretschmann throws it in. Right, down the hill they come. Oh, we got a downer on the run-up to the top of the track. Not quite sure if that's one of the front runners. I don't think so. I don't think Raiden Wolves would have made that kind of a mistake. But we'll have to keep our eyes open as they come down little bit further back to number 86. That coming across the line is Aidan Fisher. So the gap from first all the way through down to 10th place, very, very big. A little bit of a pity that quite a few of the riders got bogged down and got taken out in the whole shot turn or just before the whole shot turn. That put pay to some really, really quick racing and some tight dicing down the pack. Right up and over. Raiden Wolves coming round. It is checkered flag time for Raiden Wolves. Takes the win. A massive gap over second place man Ross McKenzie. Ross McKenzie will be coming through shortly now to take his second place. Up and over comes Ross McKenzie. Third place still going to be Rhys Wenzel. Rhys Wenzel coming across the line very shortly now. Up and over is the number 31, that in the hands of Enko Anakom. But quite a ways back, Rhys Wenzel. Here he comes now. No, that's the number 201. Well, that in the hands of Hanru du Plessis. Then Rhys Wenzel. So Wenzel across the line. Riley Geldenhuys. I want to see what the dice is between Geldenhuys and riding behind him, Kobe Kretschmann. It's Geldenhuys and Kretschmann, and they are very, very close. It's still Geldenhuys with Kretschmann riding behind him. Bashki just ahead of them. Here comes Riley Geldenhuys. There goes Kobe Kretschmann. It's going to be Geldenhuys, then Kretschmann, but very, very close. Kretschmann pushed right down to the wire.
Well, over the chicken run, he was next to him, but the bike unsettled, and he just lost that millisecond on him, and that's what counted up towards the flag.
And it was a millisecond. You're absolutely right. But here we go. What a ride for the 65s. Raiden Wolves, Ross McKenzie, Rhys Wenzel, the top three.
Troy Wenzel and Richard Smith come across the line in 6 and 7 respectively. We'll wait for the 86 there of Aidan Fisher. He comes over the line. And the 105 coming through there as well. Right, folks, don't forget on the southern side of the clubhouse, there is a wash bay. Spoke to Aidan, he's out there. He says they've got a foam wash and everything going down for the bikes. There's a pull in there. He might come and chat to us a bit later. We'll give you the lowdown, but there is a foam wash for your bikes. We know they're getting pretty dirty. Let them cool down and then take them for a lovely foam wash. He is offering the foam washes there, so pull down there to Aidan and he'll be able to sort you out. Right, to the folks who come down to the zone that have just arrived, welcome to one and all to round 5 of the South African National Motocross, proudly presented by TLB Distributors and all their associate sponsors. Round 5 held here at Zone 7, and man, could we have picked a better day. It's wet. It's a little bit cloudy. The sun has come out occasionally. Don't need sunblock, that's for sure. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But a lovely day, and the track filling up nicely. Guys coming in now from work this morning and coming to join us. And I tell you something, there's still some red hot racing here today.
Yeah. MX2 on the line. Quickest this morning, Luke Grundy, Jordan van Wyk, Cameron Duro, Trey Cox, Jaden Proctor, Ryan Adler. Great run from Ryan Adler. Callum Marriott, Tristan Duro, Mark Carty, Kate van Deventer, Matt Correa. Look, there are some big names as Pretorius coming across the line to finish his ride, as well as Gibson finishing his ride. And they got a little bit bogged down, the little 65s. Yeah, oh man, these guys have been riding so hard, trying so hard to get around this track without tumbling. Not easy, but as I said, Grundy was quickest in practice this morning. I'm not sure whether that's going to be the way the race finishes, because when the race is on, it's a totally different kettle of fish. I'm sure that Cameron Duro is going to want to show what he's capable of. Jordan van Wyk, very quick indeed, and so too Luke Grundy. But this is going to be a humdinger, I can promise you that. Oh, I don't want to make a prediction on this one, Francois. I'm going Luke Grundy.
I was about to say, I think Luke is the odds-on favourite to take this one, but don't take anything away from the rest of the field there. I think possibly Tristan Duro's in there, Cam Duro's in there. There's anyone in everyone's race.
Right, so MX2 on the line. One of the hottest contended classes in SA National Motocross today. Right, let's wait and see who gets the drop on them. Oh, great start from Luke Grundy. Grundy up the inside, but he's getting swamped. Oh, Grundy's getting bombarded. That's Jordan van Wyk, but Grundy gets it. Luke Grundy gets the whole shot. Right in behind him, it is Cameron Duro. Here comes Grundy, here comes Duro. Oh, but look at the gap that Grundy's got. It's not Duro. It is Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk is there. Callum Marriott. Oh, then we've got Luke. No, that is Mark Harty. In behind Mark Harty, it's Cameron Duro. So Duro not quite with the start that he wanted. Grundy, Van Wyk, Marriott, Duro, Cox. Cox is in the hunt as well. Trey Cox on the Red Bull KTM. Going to be pushing as hard and as fast as he possibly can. Mark Harty in there. Tristan Duro just in behind them. Jaden Proctor, not the start that he wanted.
Well, Cameron Duro on the back there of Callum Marriott. Marriott's got his coming under threat there. Cameron Duro sitting on his behind at the moment as they go up the wall there, up towards the loop. And working their way up and working their way down. They tell you something that Luke Grundy has stamped his authority down on this one in the early start of the race. Is he going to be able to maintain the pace? Yes, he can. He showed us last week here at the pre-national that he's got what it takes. They work their way now up towards the Jojo tanks on the far side, working their way down. And Luke Grundy's already opening up a monumental lead there over second place man. Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk is under threat there as well. So Jordan van Wyk, Cameron Duro's on his backside there at the moment as he pushes pretty hard. They work their way now into that big left-hand berm. Duro's on a fly. Callum Marriott sits up there in P4. He's going to be pushing hard. So it's all happening at the moment. Luke Carty sits there with him. But have a look at that. Duro goes through. Duro moves up to second place. He's going to be chasing Grundy. Oh, I tell you what, this is going to be a monumental first heat coming out of the MX2s at the moment now. Here's Grundy. Grundy leads up over the jump. Looking pretty relaxed at the moment. Coming up behind him, Cameron Duro on the KTM. Being followed there by Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk and Callum Marriott. Up behind Callum Marriott, Mark Carty, Tristan Duro's in there as well. Jaden Proctor, Manny Correa, Trey Cox, Kate van Deventer. That's your top 10 at the moment.
Right, let's have a look and see where this one carries, because I can tell you now that Luke Grundy aboard the Red Bull KTM is pushing as hard as he possibly can. He wants to get this one, and he wants to make this one count. Right in behind him, still in the hands of the number one, and not really going to be phased with this Red Bull KTM mounted. So we've got first, second, and fourth position. Trey Cox coming through, also a Red Bull KTM mounted. Well, this looks like it's going to be a KTM benefit, but I don't want to say too much because breathing down their neck, it is the out of Africa SA Yamaha Monster Energy of Mark James Carty. Carty's in the hunt as well. Right, just ahead of Mark Carty, it is the 717 of Callum Marriott on the Cycleworks suspension. Motor Custom graphics machine, he is pushing as hard as he can, but lying down in fourth, he's just off the podium at the moment. But I'm going to be honest with you, I think Luke Grundy is, well, he's keeping the same gap over himself, or between himself and the number one of Cameron Duro. Can Cameron close that gap?
Well, Cameron Duro's up on a fly at the moment. Yeah, goes past us, goes leader Luke Grundy. Yes, Cameron Duro. Duro's on a fly. He's murdering that machine at the moment now, so they work their way through. Up over us now. Jordan van Wyk followed there by Callum Marriott. Marriott pushing hard on the backside there of Jordan. Jordan van Wyk gets a bit unsettled and Callum Marriott gets a bit closer. Marriott slips 6 horse fumes. And he's pushing hard up behind him, Mark Carty. And coming through there now is Jaden Proctor. Here comes Procky now. So it's all happening out there. Mark Carty moves up to 5. Trey Cox down in 6. Followed by Jaden Proctor. And it's all happening at the moment. They are chopping and changing at an alarming rate. Keep our eyes to the front. And still Luke Grundy leads out. And having a look there. Cameron Duro trying his utmost now to close down on him. So Cameron Duro has got it all to do at the moment now as Luke Grundy leads up. I have to say, Derek, Luke is looking very relaxed sitting up front at the moment.
Well, he is. I don't want to jinx anything for Luke Grundy, but he really is riding very, very well indeed. He's South African National MX 125 champion of 2023, and he's certainly come up through the ranks in MX2 as well, leading out at the moment ahead of reigning South African National champion Cameron Duro. Well, he's not going to be left in the dirt, but I'm going to be honest, I think Cameron Duro starting to close that gap. Cam Duro setting up the fastest lap of the race so far. Luke Grundy has got to get the message now that Duro is on a charge. Here comes Cameron Duro now, and he's not hanging about. Still third place is still Jordan van Wyk, but Jordan might be in a spot of bother now. Callum Marriott starting to close in on the back end of Jordan van Wyk. Marriott up into P4, and it looks like Jaden Proctor out of this one. In behind them, it's Mark Carty. Mark Carty really pushing hard. In behind Mark Carty, it's Trey Cox. Right in behind them, still the 444 of Tristan Duro. Tristan Duro on the SJ Logistics, Reef Tankers KTM. And he's not hanging about either, trying to get that little bit closer. And I'm going to be honest, the lap times that the guys are setting up, if you look at them, I think by about just over a second, it is Cameron Duro who's starting to home in on the back end of Luke Grundy. Grundy still pushing and trying, and I think he realizes that he's got to keep running, he's got to keep going. Any little bit of a mistake that he makes is going to cost him dearly. He's starting to scythe his way past one of the slightly slower riders onto the brakes, takes the berm high, so too does Cameron Duro. Cameron Duro now gets hooked up behind the slightly slower rider. Oh, Duro not able to clear that jump. He gets held up there. That's cost him a good half a second in his hunt on the back end of Luke Grundy.
It was a 3-second gap. It's still a 3-second gap of the way it is now. Luke Grundy is squirming a bit, but look at Cameron Duro come over that chicken run up over here. Cameron Duro is a man possessed at the moment. He is pushing hard now. You can see Luke, and he wants to reel him in. He can show that is the mark of a true champ. He knows how to ride. So he's pushing pretty hard now, trying to close that one down. Jordan van Wyk comes past in third place. Jordan van Wyk still giving it good horns at the moment. They've got about 3.5 minutes still to go. So we've probably got about 3 laps left in this one. They're working their way through. Coming past us now, it's Mark Carty. Trey Cox on the back there of Mark Carty is closing. So Trey Cox is pushing hard, the man from Cox KTM. And on the Motorex KTM, it's Tristan Duro, young brother there of Cam Duro. And Tristan is absolutely flying at the moment. And he's been performing very well of late, Derek.
Well, I think our lead is going to change, but agreeing exactly what you said with regards to Tristan Duro. He's getting quicker and quicker. 125 in a class of his own by the looks of things right now. But getting used to the MX2 machine, a bit heavier, a bit harder to control, but very, very quick indeed. Right, here comes Grundy. Here comes the number 1 machine of Cameron Duro, heading along the back straight away. Cameron Duro right up on the back end of Luke Grundy. Grundy takes the inside line. Cameron Duro goes wide. Grundy just rides it a little bit wide and gets through on another one of the slightly slower riders. But over the whoops, pretty quick. But Duro is on him. Oh, Duro is up the inside. Has Cameron Duro got him? He looks to the right. He now tries to cut back on the inside of Cameron Duro. But what a move from Cameron Duro. Now, Grundy's back at him. Luke Grundy back at Cameron Duro. So this could turn into a little bit of a war.
Yeah, the gloves are off now. They make their way up towards the total control berm there now. The right-hand berm. What line do you take? Duro looks up there, tries to shut down. Oh, he gets a bit unstuck. They both get unstuck at the moment. And Grundy and Duro in it together. They go up the rise now. Working up towards the horseshoe. It looks like Duro's got the upper hand. Grundy's a little bit unsettled. Chose the wrong gear. And Duro gets the pull on him. Luke Grundy is going to have to dig deep for his folks. They drop down the mine shaft. Duro on a fly now as he works his way down. And can Luke Grundy pick himself up and chase hard? We've probably got about 3 or so laps left in this one. Yellow flags waving. There's a rider down there in the midst. But now Cameron Duro pulling away. Duro's now absolutely on his peak at the moment. Can Luke Grundy really win? Grundy's just got to get his composure back and settle down and start pushing. But look at Cam, pull a gap on him. Got a couple of slow riders. Will he be able to work his way through the slow riders? Will they hold him up and play into the hands there of Luke Grundy? We'll have to wait and see. Cam Duro looks up on the inside, shuts out a slow rider. Luke Grundy takes an inside line. He gets a bit unstuck. It is a difficult track. And having a look at Cam Duro, he flies through the water. Up there into the horseshoe on the south side coming towards us. Luke Grundy looking away past the slow riders. But here comes Cam Duro up towards us. Cam's on a fly at the moment. He comes through now on the KTM. Works his way over. He's getting a healthy lead now on the Red Bull KTM. There's Luke Grundy. Grundy's pushing as hard as he can. He's got to use everything to his advantage because Duro's got to work his way past the slow riders.
Right through on Blake Osner goes Cam Duro. Blake Osner, well, not blocking him, but not making it easy for Duro to get through. Luke Grundy still pushing hard. Jordan van Wyk hanging in there, and Callum Marriott still in P4. Callum might be in the spot of bother very shortly now because it is the number 37. No, it's not. It's Mark Carty. Mark Carty's still there, running behind Carty. It's Trey Cox. Trey Cox still trying to hunt them down, wants to get up onto that podium, but the man he's got to beat if he wants to do that is Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk lying P3 at the moment, and unfortunately not in any sort of a contention for P2 because the two front runners just checked out of this one right from the get-go. So it's still Cameron Duro, Luke Grundy in P2, in P3, Jordan van Wyk P4. It is the number 717 of Callum Marriott. Callum Marriott's got a massive gap over Mark Carty. Carty in a spot of other than number 37 of Trey Cox, starting to home in on him. And I just don't think that Mark Carty is going to be able to keep the number 37 at bay. Let's see what Trey Cox is going to be up to. Going to be very, very difficult for Trey Cox to get through on him, but I think he is pushing right now.
Well, your leader, Cameron Duro, comes up towards the spectator jump, and he's pulled a bit of a gap now over Luke Grundy. I think he's actually broken the camel's back, so to speak, now. Cameron Duro showing his expertise as he leads through. Second place here now is Luke Grundy. Grundy's still looking a little bit tidy, but he's trying as hard as he can, but has lost touch now. There's about a 4.5 second gap between the two of them as they work their way through. And still waiting for the likes of Jordan van Wyk. There goes Jordan van Wyk. He sits there in P3. Callum Marriott up behind him. Callum Marriott not too far behind, but he's going to have to work if he wants to reel the likes of Jordan van Wyk in. Up behind them now will be Mark Carty. Carty leads out. Trey Cox closing on Mark Carty. There's definitely something in this one. That's something to watch, Derek.
Woo! Trey Cox is on a charge. Trey Cox right in behind Carty. I think Callum Marriott has managed to get himself enough of a gap to get through to maintain that P4. But the man ahead of him, Jordan van Wyk, also hasn't managed to get anywhere closer to the back end of Luke Grundy. Luke has dropped off the pace ever so slightly. His lap times have shown that he's dropped off about 3 seconds a lap. I don't think that's because he has given up on the chase on the back end of Cameron Duro. I think it's just, he must have thought to himself, I'll keep going, I'll keep punching in as many good lap times as I possibly can, just to maintain that gap over Jordan van Wyk. I don't think Jordan's going to get closer to the back end of Luke Grundy either. But that's the way that it is at the moment. Cameron Duro got out of the gates in P4, which is very unlike Cameron Duro. But I think he knew and he realized that with a little bit of hard work, he's going to get P1 away from the 450 of Luke Grundy.
Well, he has lapped everyone up to P8 at the moment. And he's got a 6.5 second gap now over the man in second, Luke Grundy. Further back, Jordan van Wyk coming up towards us. He's still being followed by Callum Marriott, who's not able to close him down. But Callum is trying. You can see his body language. He's trying to close down on the back of Jordan. Jordan still flying up over the ratchets here up towards us. Coming up over the spectator jump at the moment, it's Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk, here comes Callum Marriott. Marriott pressing as hard as he can. And he is trying to reel him in, but have a look at this. Up behind them, Mark Carty, Trey Cox are still at it, and Trey Cox is right up behind Carty. Oh, Cox is on the back of Carty, and Carty's got his hands full. Now they're going into the left-hand berm. Is Cox on the outside? Now he wants to squeeze on the inside, and unfortunately goes too deep. Does Mark Carty, and Trey Cox manages to get through.
Oh, but Carty's coming back at him. Trying round the outside. Is Mark Carty going to be able to get it right on the Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha? Well, he's going to be trying as hard as he can. They are stuck together like glue. It is Trey Cox at the moment ahead of Mark Carty. Carty hasn't got an answer for Coxie just yet. Coxie on the Red Bull KTM coming down the drop-off now. Still being chased hard there by the out of Africa Monster Yamaha SA machine there in the hands of Mark Carty. Down the drop-off they come round the left-hander. Now they go up the hill before they hit the bottom, or before they hit the right-hander. Going past the JoJo tanks. Pushing, but I think Trey Cox has managed to get through as the leader once again. Cameron Duro comes round to reel off another lap with a massive gap over second place man, Luke Grundy. Grundy up and over now, who in turn has got a massive gap over third place man, Jordan van Wyk. Jordan hasn't got an answer for them yet. I'm going to be honest, it looks to me as though the number 717 of Callum Marriott just rolling off ever so slightly. If he carries on like this, he might very well fall into the hands of Trey Cox. I don't think Trey Cox is close enough to mount a challenge just yet, but not long, and he's going to be there. Up and over. Here comes Trey Cox. Right on the back end of Callum Marriott. Callum Marriott round the right-hander now, tries to squirt up over the tunnel jump, and Trey Cox is breathing down his neck. Is Trey going to try the same move as what he did earlier? No, he's not. He's just going to ride round the outside of Callum Marriott. I think Callum blinked, and Trey was gone.
Trey's using the right line there now. Works his way up towards total control berm, the right-hand berm there now, and Marriott get caught napping there. Can Marriott come back? Marriott's got all the tools in the box, but just not applying himself today by the looks of it, as he works his way up towards the horseshoe at the top there. Trey Cox deciding now, you know what, I'm just lighting up the machine. I'm just going to get it going at the moment. Your leader at the moment, Cameron Duro, is absolutely miles ahead. As a matter of fact, he's not too far behind his brother Tristan Duro, just comes past us. Up there's 84 Mark Curti. He's a little bit lower down. And coming towards us now is your leader, Cameron Duro. No, he's still got a few laps to go. They've still got a couple of laps to go. I think that, well, they ride 18 minutes, so he's still got about 6 minutes to go in this one, Derek.
Well, absolutely, and anything can happen in 6 minutes, and, well, usually does. Right, up and over comes Luke Grundy on the back end of Lucas Venter. I was hoping that Lucas Venter would do a little bit better than what he is now, but yeah, had a bit of a layoff, back on the bike, and starting to get fitter and fitter. But let's have a look and see how Venter is going to make the play on this one. Still third place, Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk, some really good lap times. His last lap time probably, I think about half a second quicker than Luke Grundy's. Grundy just not on the ball as what he was earlier on. Luke Grundy's quickest time was a 1:39.1, where Cameron Duro's a 1:38.4. But both of them down in the 1:45s, 1:47s now. So yeah, it is the way they start this one. They bang away with 2 or 3 really, really hot laps, find themselves in a comfortable position. Cameron Duro was not as fortunate. He had to fight his way up from 4th place coming out of the gates. And he managed it within, I think, 3 or 4 laps, and bam, that was that.
I'm watching Mark Carty there on the back there of Callum Marriott, but there's something blowing out the bottom of Mark Carty's bike. I just sincerely hope it's not going to be something terminal. You can see it's blowing out. I don't think exhaust has come uncoupled or something. Have a look there. The steam is just pouring off that bike, but Mark Carty still relishing the opportunity to overtake the likes there of Callum Marriott.
Well, a little bit of a problem there then for Carty, but if he keeps on going, and it is just a bit of a leak, if there is something seeping out into the combustion chamber, if there is, oh yeah, I don't think Carty's bike is going to last too much longer. That is definitely steam or water coming out or landing on the exhaust pipe or coming through the exhaust pipe, which means there's already a little bit of damage on that machine. Grundy up and over. Trey Cox is going to be Very, very close in behind Callum Marriott. He's gone through on Callum Marriott, as a matter of fact. Boom! Up and over comes Trey Cox. There's Jordan van Wyk. Trey Cox a little bit further back, but managed to get through on Marriott. There comes Coxie. Here comes Marriott, and the rest of the bunch really pushing hard. Marriott is there. Oh, it is. It's the pipe that comes from the radiator, the overflow from the radiator.
Yeah, so there could be a radiator blockage at the moment because it is overflowing. It shouldn't be overflowing. But I can tell you something for nothing, that Mark Carty is not giving up. He's right up behind Callum Marriott. And it's nice to see that they're still racing up towards the closing stages now. They're on their flag lap at the moment. Your leader, Cameron Duro, is a country mile ahead there of Luke Grundy. Up behind him, Jordan van Wyk. Trey Cox worked his way up into P4. But where the action is at the moment is between 5 and 6. It's Callum Marriott and Mark Carty. They're having an absolute squabble at the moment.
I'm just a bit worried about Mark Carty's machine. The Monster Energy out of Africa, SA Yamaha rider, battling there, riding behind the 717 on the Cycleworks machine, really trying hard. But let's have a look and see. I think it is checkered flag time now for the number 1, Cameron Duro. Oh, what a ride from P4 out of the gates to win by a considerable margin over second place man Luke Grundy.
Well, he took the wind right out of his sails. He came from behind. He was down in P4 and he worked his way up to first.
Oh, still a magic ride from Luke Grundy though, out of the gates like a scalded cat. And I was almost convinced that he wasn't going to let it go. But yeah, you've got to be honest that Cameron Duro, he's just a bulldog. He keeps on going and doesn't stop. Right, Jordan van Wyk through in P3. P4, it's Trey Cox. P5, it's still Callum Marriott. P5, Callum Marriott. P6, Mark Carty. And it looks like, well, no more steam coming out the bottom of that bike. But we just hope there's still some coolant in there.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be okay. They're both rock solid. Well, I must admit, some good riders out there, the likes of Ryan Adler down in P8, Tristan Duro in P7. Speaking of Tristan Duro, he's still on circuit. Wow. Just goes to show how Cam Duro built up a fantastic lead. Well, for those folks that have joined us from abroad, locally, around the country, on the YouTube, welcome to Zone 7 for round 5 of the TLB National Distributors National Motocross event here at Zone 7 down in Cape Town on the West Coast. Absolutely, it's turned out to be quite a nice day. There's no more rain about. It's cloudy. The track is nice and moist underfoot, but it's becoming a little bit more pliable, if I can use the word.
Well, it is indeed, and the guys are starting to get that little bit quicker and a little bit quicker. Right, let's keep our eyes open on the next bunch. This is MX3. All right, some really, really quick riders out there. David Goosen, one of them. Royce Griffin, very, very quick on the 141 machine. David Goosen on the number 21. Jan Ryan on the 515. We've got with them a young man who's been around for many, many years in motocross. He's now pitted his skills against the rest of the guys, and he's only just recently come back. Brandon Wheeler, he's going to be trying his level best to get as close to the front as possible. But to be fair, David Goosen, ooh, that man is so quick, and so too is Royce Griffin. So it's going to be a toss-up between the three of them. If Jan Ryan gets a good start, he was about a second slower than the two front runners in practice this morning. But as said before, when it comes down to the wire and when the racing is on, it's a totally different kettle of fish.
Well, Goose, also a local man, and but Jan Ryan currently has made a serious comeback, Derek. He's really on form at the moment, and I can tell you what, all the youngsters are going to be backing Jan Ryan.
Yeah, that's for sure. All the little guys are going to be standing up here. Wim Jan oom moet ry. And oom Jan does.
And not to forget, it's Jan Ryan's birthday today.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if the birthday boy is going to be able to keep the red plate before the end of this one. Right, 15-second board is there, the 5-second board is there. Oh, here we go, waiting now for the rest of the guys to get going. MX3 on the road now. Let's have a look and see who gets the whole shot. The gates are going to go down for the rest of them, but it is Royce Griffin, I think.
Oh, Jan goes down in a big way.
Oh, massive fall there. Royce Griffin is out in front. David Goosen, the next one through. Then it is Levi Doherty. Then it is Wheeler coming through, and right in behind Wheeler, it's Gildenace. But what on earth up with Jan Ryan? Well, he made a bit of a mistake. But he's getting back on the bike again. Oh, why did we make a big thing about Jan Ryan? That's your fault. You started.
No, I never said anything. I just said it's his birthday. But he came in, he caught a rut there and the front folded on him. He's taken a bit of a knock. Let's just see if he can come back on this one. The bike trying to get it started.
Right, a big pity for Jan Ryan. He's got a lot of work to do now to catch up onto the pack. But, oh, I think it's all too little, too late. Jan Ryan putting it back. There might be something wrong with the machine or with Jan, to be honest. Is he going to be able to get that machine going? Yes, he is. He looks to his right. He sees how far the guys are. Let's see where he can end up. Because now I can tell you, Jan is not going to stop until he gets third.
No, I can tell you something. He's going to push hard. At the moment, Royce Griffin, a man who knows what he's doing there. David Goosen, not too far behind him. The Goose is going to be chasing. The man from Bikewise, Pirelli, is going to be chasing hard. And he's got the tires under him, that's for sure. David Goosen now hits that loop now as Royce comes up towards us. Royce Griffin leading out there in the number 141 as he comes up towards us. Griffin leading out. There's Royce Griffin, big lad. Goosen up on a 250, two-stroke up behind him. Goosen pushing hard. So it's four-stroke versus two-stroke. That is where the action's at the moment.
Right, Royce Philip Griffin, originally the RPG Race Fuels man, out in front at the moment. David Goosen on the Motor Pirelli machine. He is pushing as hard as he can. Levi Doherty there. Brandon Wheeler leads out the MX3 Vets class. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Jan Ryan is going to get there. Greg Gildenace lies in P2 in the MX Vets class. Then we've got Lario de Toy. He's lying in P3 in the MX Vets class. So it's Griffin, Goosen, Doherty leading out MX3. Wheeler, Gildenace, de Toy in the MX Vets. Kyle Jamer leads out the support with Everett Vermeulen and Ashland Nicholas in P2 and 3 in the support class. But I'm very curious to see how far Jan Ryan is going to be able to climb up the pecking order, because he is on it. He's already clawed his way up the back of the support class and starting to push. My goodness, is Jan Ryan on a flyer?
Absolutely brilliant to watch. I tell you something, if you want to see a man that's got the bit between his teeth, it's Jan Ryan. Jan Ryan's absolutely motoring, folks. Look at him go, just shutting riders out left, right and center as he goes up over the tunnel jump. And Jan Ryan is not going to sit back for any moment whatsoever. Up on the inside now, looks to shut out a rider. It's going to select the right gear there now. Oh, and he puts it down again. Oh no, you cannot believe it. Is he not having the worst luck ever?
Well, it is very unfortunate, so he's definitely going to go down. I think what's going to happen here, David Goosen's fitness might be able to bring him that little bit closer to the back end of Royce Griffin. Royce Griffin is, for the first 3 or 4 laps, he is so fast and very difficult to beat, putting up times exactly the same as MX2. I mean, seriously?
Well, that just goes to show the quality of the man. We know Royce's been riding for years. He's a champion in his own right. So
what is MX3 all about then? I mean, we've got some really fast riders. Ex-regional champions, ex-South African national champions in Brandon Wheeler, David Goosen, main circuit racing, Greg Gildenace. We've got it all. We've got the whole mixture here. And we've got ex-regional champion, club champion, Jan Ryan, fighting his way through the pack. Really got a lot of hard work to do, but let's have a look. I think we've lost MX3 Vets Peru. Wagenaar is lying third in MX3 Vets at the moment. So Jan Ryan has got to push. Lario de Toy has gone missing. Lario de Toy a little bit too far back now to matter by the looks of things. So he's now going to have to push very, very hard to try and get back up to where he was. Lario, no slouch. He is quick enough to matter, but at the moment, I think he might just go down to Jan Ryan. Lario de Toy is still lying in P4 in the MX. No, P3 in the MX Vets. So de Toy is still there. Jan Ryan might just be able to get P3 away from him, but I think that's about as far as he's going to get.
Having a look at David Goosen, he's getting a lot closer to Royce Griffin. Griffin now picking up some slow traffic, and Goosen is taking this into advantage. David Goosen using all the outside lines now as he works his way up towards the right-hand berm, going towards the total control corner. There goes Royce up over the rise. There is Goosen right on his backside. I tell you what, this is all happening at the moment. Royce Griffin and Goosen has got missile lock on Griffin. Goosen is on the back of Griffin. The two-stroke is with it, and Goosen is relishing in that two-stroke at the moment, chasing Royce Griffin. He is closing up now on the loop. They're going to hit the mine shaft, and can Goosen come down alongside him? Has Goosen put it down or not? No, Goosen's still chasing one of the slower riders. So it's Griffin, and Goosen had to slow down there for that rider that put it down.
Right, let's watch and see if Royce Griffin is going to be able to pull this one off. Well, he's done so well up until now. But is he going to be able to keep it there? Oh, I somehow doubt. There goes Goosen. Goosen, he did slow down. He did lose a little bit of gap over first place man Griffin. But I don't think it's going to be long before he catches up onto the back end of the RPG Racefields rider. Here comes Royce Griffin, David Goosen, Levi Doherty, quite a ways behind, but still up in third place. Brandon Wheeler leads out the MX3 Vets class with Greg Geldenhuis quite a ways behind him at the moment, but still in second. In third place in the MX Vets, it's still Lario de Toy, but for how long? Because, is that, well, I think that is one of the slightly slower riders who've gone down. Up and over comes the 3-3-1 of Ashlyn Nicholas. David Goosen is through, but still heads up the 141. Royce Griffin really going to try everything in his power to stay in front. Jan Ryan now getting that little bit closer. Is he close enough to the back end of the 114 of Lario? He's right on Lario de Toy. He's right on the case of Lario de Toy, and I don't think he's going to be there for very much longer. De Toy is going to go down to fourth. Jan Ryan's going to pick himself up into third place, in behind Greg Geldenhuis and Brandon Wheeler in the MX3 Vets class. So, well, he's still going to get some valuable points. Yeah, it's just a pity that there aren't enough MX3 Vets riders out there to make it that little bit more difficult for Jan Ryan. He is quick, he is fit, and he is a damn good trainer for the youngsters, and I'm sure they love him for it. So they're all cheering for the birthday boy, Jan Ryan. But at the moment, David Goosen still heads up the pack. Royce Griffin, well, a little bit of a problem for Royce Griffin. He got out of the gates. He set up the fastest lap of the race, to be fair, at a 1:40. But he's gone down to a 2:04. So rolling right off the case now. But David Goosen still managing to pump in some very, very good lap times.
Yeah, and having a look at Goosen ahead there of Royce Griffin. So Goosen just showing his steel at the moment. And just putting in the laps there. I don't know if he's taking the wind out of the sails of Royce at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. But definitely getting in there. There's Goosen coming over. He leads out. And he's really pulled the gap now over Royce Griffin. So Goosen showing his mettle. He's got a lot of experience. He has raced overseas. And he's kind of got...
True that. Ashlyn Nicholas heading up to the line now. And having a nice ride is Ashlyn Nicholas. But waiting for the 141 of Royce Griffin to come through to start his next lap. Up and over goes Royce Griffin. You can see he's had a bit of a tumble. Right. There goes Jan Ryan. What? Okay, yes, he's got a lap down for sure, but he is now still in P3 in the MX Vets class. Jan Ryan has picked it up something silly, and I'm almost convinced he's going to be able to catch up onto the back end of Greg Hildenhuis and maybe take P2 away from Greg Hildenhuis. Greg's going to take one look at this and think, how in the name of all that is holy did that happen?
I'll tell you something, Jan Ryan is absolutely panel beating that bike at the moment. He's on a fly, he's on the ragged edge, so to speak, but still controlling it, and he's up into P9 already, and in the top 10 from absolute stone lost.
Well, that is an amazing feat for anybody, let alone Jan Ryan, who had a massive tumble right on, well, even before the race really actually got underway, not even completing a quarter of a lap, putting it down, and that was big trouble for him. But he is in the saddle again. I'm just waiting to see how far he is behind the number 34 of Greg Hildenhuis. Here comes our leader. So Hildenhuis has gone down a lap to our leaders. And, well, there goes Greg Hildenhuis. Now, have a look and see how far Jan Ryan is behind Greg Hildenhuis, because that is going to give us some sort of an idea whether he'll be able to pick up second or not. Royce Griffin still there in second place. Overall, Jan Ryan over the Zone 7 jump, so I don't think he's going to do it. I think Greg Hildenhuis on his maiden national on a motocross track here at Zone, a second? Wow.
That's my man.
All right, Ashley Nicholas up and over once again. Here comes Jan Ryan. But like I said, I don't think he's going to be able to get close enough to the back end of Greg Hildenhuis for that second place. So third is going to have to do, if he comes out all guns blazing. I mean, at the moment it is Brandon Wheeler who's got the lead in the MX3 Vets class. It's David Goosen who's got the lead in the MX3 class. Royce Griffin second in MX3. Levi Doherty third in MX3. Brandon Wheeler heads out Vets. Greg Hildenhuis second in the Vets class. Jan Ryan a third in the Vets class, and slowly and surely working his way closer and closer to the back end of Hildenhuis. But like I said, I just don't think he's going to get close enough unless something goes horribly wrong with Greg Hildenhuis. There goes Wheeler. Wheeler's still hanging in there on the back end of Levi Doherty. That just a little bit of a gap between MX3 and MX3 Vets. Brandon Wheeler has just decided, I'm not going to hang in, I'm not going to wait, and I'm not going to take second best. He's out in front, and I've got to say, welcome back, Brandon Wheeler. Second place in the MX3 Vets class. It's still Greg Hildenhuis, but Hildenhuis has got a huge mountain to climb if he's to get anywhere closer.
He's approximately 39 seconds in it at the moment.
So just interested to see how close Jan Ryan will get. So he's still going to be able to, if he takes a third now, takes a win in Heat 2, he's still going to have the red plate in the MX3 Vets class. And that'll be heading into the next national. So he's pretty much, I don't want to say wrapped it up, but he's got quite a huge gap as Royce Griffin comes across the line in P2, still hanging in there, rolling off the throttle, just taking it easy, realizing the fitness level of David Goosen is still just way up there. Nicholas, Jan Ryan. So Jan Ryan is going to be all over Ashland Nicholas now. His next victim is going to be Kyle Joubert, and then just ahead of Kyle Joubert, it is Greg Hildenhuis.
Yeah, but the gap is huge. I don't take anything away from Jan Ryan. He's absolutely electrifying at the moment, but the fact to catch Greg, it's a mountain to climb. The fact that he's moving up now, if he gets Ashland Nicholas, he moves into P7 from last.
No, stone lost.
And he's doing a fantastic job. Jan Ryan not hanging back. And I can tell you something for nothing. He's riding in a bit of pain because he took an absolute horrible tumble.
Yeah,
he got up in installments there. The fact to get back on the bike, get new shades, and get going again. He's doing a sterling job at the moment. Well, the last lap board's going to come out soon for the Goose. They're waiting for David Goosen.
Right, there he goes. Last lap time. So, I think what you said rings true, that I don't think much is going to change insofar as P1, 2, and 3, because in third place in the MX3 class it is Sean Strunkeider. Strunkeider is there. In fourth in MX3 it is Jason Hill. So I'm sure that Sean Strunkeider is going to be really, really happy with that. P4, National at Zone 7, well done. But the MX3 Vets class still in the hands of Brandon Wheeler, Greg Hildenace, and Jan Ryan. That's the top three, albeit that Jan Ryan not going to get close enough to the back end to take second away from Greg Hildenace. Albeit that he's going to try, I can promise you that. He's not going to give up until the checkered flag falls. Royce Griffin up and over. Greg Hildenace, the next one through. Yeah, last lap, it's not going to happen, Jan. Try though he may. I just don't think it's going to happen. But that effectively is, if Brandon Wheeler takes a second in the next race in behind Jan Ryan, that effectively is going to give Brandon Wheeler the win for the day. Second overall to Jan Ryan. Third is going to be Greg Hildenace, which that in itself is a brilliant achievement.
Well, he's doing a fantastic job and holding out so long. He's got one more lap to do. He will go back to pit lane and recover after all those knocks, possibly get a massage or a little bit of ice lane. Of course there's a pit lane. Where were you?
Park for May, maybe? Or
pit lane. Pit lane. Although we're in the dirt, it's still a lane. It's almost like a road, quite frankly, but nevertheless. So the riders now bringing it home. We're going to be looking out for our leader, David Goosen. He's going to be coming towards the checkered flag. A couple of the slow riders coming through now. Have a look, see where we are at the moment. And Goosen gets the checkered flag. David Goosen takes the checkered flag. Everybody else coming through. Wait for the likes of Royce Griffin. Royce on the 141 machine. And up behind him, Brandon Wheeler, Levi Doherty, and Greg Hildenace. I've got to say something for nothing. A big fan of Greg Hildenace. I have been when he was on main circuit racing superbikes. The fact that he's come to Motocross just to support his nephew and putting out these kind of performances just shows you the quality of the rider.
Yeah, true that. You don't just come and bomb in a second there. What's that all about?
No.
And I mean, I think he rode his first actual proper race at the pre-national.
Yeah.
He's been around the track a few times, but his actual first race was at the pre-national last weekend.
When we saw him in P, he said, I'm going to try and ride a bit, you know.
Yeah, I remember that. Second place to Royce Griffin in the MX3 class. Third place, it's going to go to Greg Hildenace. No, second place on to Greg Hildenace in the MX3 Vets class, and not that far behind him, it is going to be Jan Ryan. 161 coming across the line now. That in the hands of Kyle Joubert. Jan Ryan should be a little bit further back, in a little bit of Einar, I'm sure. Here he comes towards us now. But you can see the disappointment on his face, not being able to get up into P3. But there's always another race to go, and you're always looking forward to the second heat because things do change up in the second heat. That we'll have to wait and see. I think the ladies are on the line now. Let's watch that with interest. Right on the line, the ladies are waiting to go. Quite a number of them, quite impressive that the ladies class has grown to this size, where last year I think there was maybe only about 8 or 9 of them. They've grown very, very nicely. Right on the line, it is, there's Mackenzie Bam, Atete Benzinge, Kelly Jane Duplessis, Genevieve Edwards, Kellyanne Gulliver's there, Peyton Love, Chloe Woodendale on the 47, Caitlin Parks, very, very quick indeed. Watch this young lady on the 118. Caitlin Pretorius, 170. Chloe Ree on the number 68. Tasman Schonkider on the number 127. And then 111 is Faye Walker. So who's going to get the whole shot here? Going to be a difficult run. Wait for the gates to go down. There's the 5-second board. And they're all raring to go. Oh, it looks like it could be. Is that Chloe Woodendale? Genevieve is there. Well done to Genevieve Edwards. She's got a great start. I'm telling you now that Caitlin Pretorius is going to have a fat go. So is Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Parks on the 118. Very, very quick earlier on today. Oh, getting it a little bit pear-shaped already. Here they come now. Genevieve Edwards. Heads up the pack, up and over comes Edwards. Oh, and here comes the 118 of Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Parks is going to go after Genevieve Edwards as fast as she possibly can. Well, a whole host of ladies. Oh, and not a good start by the number 21. She's not had a good start at all. She's going to have to try and come back all guns blazing, but not really good at the moment. For the number 21 of Jessica Osner. She was very quick in practice this morning, but now she's got a lot of work to do. So Genevieve Edwards, but not for long. Caitlin Parks right there. Mackenzie Bam still lying in third place. Zoe Buerta, Atete Benzinge really trying hard. But Peyton Love goes through on Benzinge. Chloe Ree just that little bit further back.
Well, Chloe Ree will want to get up a little bit higher there. She is sort of mid-pack there with her leaders, so she's going to have to work her way through. Caitlin Parks, right on the back end there now. She got past Genevieve, so I think Caitlin has taken the lead. Caitlin Parks got past Genevieve Edwards now as they're going to work their way up towards the JoJo tanks.
Right, watching them as they come down the hill. Round to the left, then up the next one. Down past the JoJo tanks. Up and over the JoJo tank table. Boom, here we go. And as close as ever. Oh, we've got it down. I think third place is that Mackenzie Bam that's gone down. I think Mackenzie Bam might have been the one that put it down on the far side of the track. What a pity. Oh, no, she was lying in P3 at the time. Very, very close just there with Zoe Buerta. Zoe applying a little bit of pressure. I see that she is back up and riding again. But here we go. Very, very close up in front there. And I must be honest with you, Caitlin Parks really pushing as hard as she possibly can. She wants to get away as far and as quickly as possible. Whether she's going to be able to do it, Genevieve Edwards going to be there in close attendance. Here we come now, heading up towards us. Ooh, still hanging in there in P1. It is the number 118. No, it's not. Yes, it is the 118 of Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Parks in the hunt there, second position. Here comes the number 128 now of Zoe Buerta. In behind Zoe Buerta, it's Atete Benzinge. What a ride from the number 11. A little bit further back. It's the 210 and 21. Oh, have a look at this. Jessica Osner picking up the pace. Jessica Osner coming through on Peyton Love. Peyton Love hasn't got an answer. And there we've got the 107 of Kellyanne Gulliver on the smallest machine out there. And Chloe Ree, not where she wants to be. She wants to get up a little bit closer to the front of the pack. And the 111 of Faye Walker pushing very, very hard. Almost getting it a bit wrong, coming over the finish table. Right, a little bit further back now. It is, I think that's Chloe Woodendale. Then we're going to have Kaylee Jane Duplessis. But 118, Caitlin Parks heading very, very, very far away from the rest of the pack. Mackenzie Bam having a nice ride there in P2 on the 349. Zoe Buerta picking up the pace nicely. I just don't think Zoe Buerta's got going to get close enough to the back end of Parks for it to matter.
Well, I don't know. Someone who's riding fantastically well at the moment is young Tete Benzinga, sitting in P4 on a little 1-5, and she's really scrapping out there at the moment. Ahead of Jessica Osler, Peyton Lover. Genevieve Edwards has dropped down to P7. She's the rider that went down up on the tracks. Yeah,
100%. So a little bit of a pity there for Edwards after a brilliant start. Whole shot of the rest of the pack.
Someone puts their bike down at the top of the hill there.
Trying to go pick it up. I think it is the 111 of Faye Walker. No, it can't be Faye Walker. Could it be the 210 of Peyton Love? I'm not sure. We'll wait and see as they come round. But a massive, massive gap in the hands at the moment of Caitlin Parks. Mackenzie Bam is hanging in there. And Mackenzie Bam is on a small bike, eh?
She is motoring. Absolutely motoring behind Caitlin. Look at this. She's having a lot of fun out there. So Mackenzie Bam pushing. But have a look at this. Zoe Buerta and Atete Benzinga. Atete is doing fantastically well at the moment.
Well done, well done. Right, a little bit further back. It should be Jessica Osner on the number 21. Yes, it is indeed Jessica Osner starting to pick up the pace now. Having a look to see he's setting up the fastest lap time, you will not believe that Mackenzie Bam has set up the fastest lap of the race so far. So she's in a hunt right in behind Caitlin Parks. Can Caitlin keep it? Or is little Mackenzie Bam going to be able to get through on her? That's going to be the question. But Chloe Aree now starting to pick up the pace as well. She's right on the case there. She's got through on Kellyanne Gulliver on the case of Caitlin Pretorius now. So Caitlin Pretorius not going to be happy hearing the buzz in her helmet of the number 68 of Chloe Aree closing her down. And there goes the number 12 of Genevieve Edwards after a massive start. Putting it down as they were heading for the Jojo Tanks table, and unfortunately has now dropped down to, well, I think P10. She's still in the top 10 and she's going to try and get up a few more places.
We've got a change in the lead, Derek, because
where's Caitlin?
Caitlin put it down. She's only now got back on the bike. She's down in about P3.
Well, that's pressure.
And Mackenzie Bam has rocketed away. There's young Mackenzie now behind the zone 7 jumps coming up into the left-hand berm. And look at the lead that she's eked out for herself at the moment. And I think Zoe Buerta went through.
Well, we'll wait and see. I think so. Yep, looks like you're right there. Zoe Buerta on the 128 up into second place. Now, I don't think that Caitlin Parks is going to hang back, and she's not going to take this lying down, that's for sure. But how do you ride that small bike and take it away from the 250s and everybody, and they've just decided that's it. Here we come now. Mackenzie Bam on the 349. Up and over she goes. Heads up in P1. Oh, dicing it out for P2. Is that Atete Benzinga in P2?
Ooh.
What up with this? Atete comes through in second place and pushing very, very hard now with Caitlin Parks breathing down her neck. That's going to be a turn up for the books. Great, great rider, Jessica Osner up into P4. Now there's somebody we've got to watch for race 2. Riding behind them still Zoe Buerta. But I can't believe that Benzinga has now come through and pushed up into second place ahead of Caitlin Parks. Yes, Caitlin made a mistake, but what a ride from Atete.
Brilliant ride from the young lady. And that on the borrowed bike, Derek.
Yep.
Yeah. So they must...
Right.
That's what's happening out there. Chloe Reed trying to make up a... she has on Caitlin Pretorius. She's now chasing Peyton Love. So Chloe Reed trying to work her way up the field as well.
Getting a little bit of a head bash there. That was Kellyanne Gulliver as Caitlin Pretorius went through on Kellyanne Gulliver. The two of them having a nice little scrap earlier on, but I think Kelly on the 85 run out of a little bit of steam now, and I don't think she's going to be able to catch up onto the back end of the 250 of Caitlin Pretorius. Pretorius pushing very hard indeed, but P1 still in the hands of Mackenzie Bam, and massive, massive gap. Very little that's going to get close enough to her to mount any sort of a challenge. But look at the top, the Go MX table or the step up at the back of the track. Things are hotting up. It's getting very, very close indeed. That's Parks and Benzinga. This is going to be a war. As across the line now, Faye Walker, a little bit further back. But our leader still there in the hands, or the lead still in the hands of 349, Mackenzie Bam. And she really is pushing hard.
It just goes to show the size of the bike doesn't matter. It's the size of the rider and the heart that she has at the moment. Really leading out and pushing hard now. I think that possibly Caitlin Pox has got past Atete. Only just Atete not holding back. Atete is riding the ride of her life at the moment. She's now sitting up behind Caitlin in P3. Now Atete is just keeping it all together on that 125 at the moment. Doing fantastically well. Jessica Osner now in close proximity.
Yeah, Jessica Osner getting closer and closer. Is Atete Benzinga going to be able to pull off a third here? Well, there's still quite a couple of laps to go. And Jessica Osner is on a charge. Oh, Benzinga tries and has a look up the inside there of Caitlin Parks. Now, if she's going to charge for Caitlin Parks, that might just give her enough of a gap ahead of Jessica Osner. But to be fair, Jessica had a bad start, and she's already worked her way up into P4.
I'm looking at Atete Benzinga. She's riding a very educated race. She's trying to cut the corners off. She's brought Osner right up behind her. Jessica Osner now starting to close up on the back of Atete Benzinga. Atete was close to Caitlin Parks. Atete gets his tear off now. She can't see so nicely. Kellyanne Gulliver coming past us, a little bit unstuck. Can Atete hold out there now on Jessica Osner? Oh, I tell you what, it's side by side stuff. It looks like Osner's got through. Jessica Osner gets through on Atete Benzinga. So it's all happening out there at the moment. The ladies are providing some spectacular entertainment. They're riding out of the top draw. So let's have a look, see what happens.
Wow, we've seen some really good overtaking maneuvers. We've seen some really good riding from these young ladies. Zoe Boyda still a little bit further back in behind Benzinga. Jessica Osner just ahead of Atete. And then we've got Caitlin Parks. I just don't think she's going to be able to home in on the back end. She has, if I'm looking at this, Jessica Osner has now set up the fastest lap of the race in her last lap. So really going to be trying to get onto the back end now of Caitlin Parks. So it looks to me as though Jessica Osner is the one on the move now.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Jessica's moved up to P3 and I think she's sitting behind Caitlin Parks at the moment.
Right, Osner coming down now. And it looks like she's going to start getting that a little bit closer to the back end of Caitlin Parks. Here they are. Up and over Benzinga, still there. Right with Benzinga and Jessica Osner and Atete Benzinga still haven't given each other up. There goes Osner now, just makes it through on Atete Benzinga. But Atete's just not going to leave it alone. Is she going to try up the inside again? Oh, yes, she is. Boom, tries to get through, back on Jessica Osner. Now I want to see the difference in lap times. Oh, not that much. 1.3 seconds, and Benzinga goes back again. Bangs right up onto the back end of Jessica Osner. Osner must be thinking, what am I going to do now to get away from this young lady? She's got to push hard now because she has got ahead of her still Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Parks must also be thinking, how am I going to get up onto the back end of Mackenzie Bam? Well, not going to be easy, that's for sure. Right, having a look a little bit further down the pack, looks like Caitlin Pretoria is starting to close in on the back end of Peyton Love. Peyton Love just ahead there of Caitlin Pretorius, and Pretorius is having a look up the inside. Boom, here we go, starting to pick up the pace as well now. But back to the front, up and over the Zone 7 table. Mackenzie Bam just cruising away. Oh, getting very, almost stuck in the mud as she comes round off of the Zone 7 table. But here we go, things are changing. Jessica Osner right there with, oh, have a look at this, Caitlin Parks and Jessica Osner. There goes Parks, there goes Osner, there comes Benzinga. Oh, all the while this is happening, it's last lap time for Mackenzie Bam. Mackenzie Bam comes through to start her last lap now. Next one through, it's still Caitlin Parks. Or is it? Yes, it is. It is the 118. Caitlin Parks comes up and over. I think she got a little bit of a fright when Jessica Osner got that close. But Benzinger still not letting Jessica Osner go. Jessica Osner hanging there for P3, P4. It is Tete Benzinger. Well. A little bit further back. It should be the number 68 of Chloe Ree. Having a better start, I'm sure she would have been a little bit closer to that, Dyson. Maybe even made it a bit more interesting. But then again, to be fair, how much more interesting do you want this race to get?
I tell you what, Mackenzie Bam's made this race her own. She's absolutely miles ahead of the rest of the pack now. She works it down, way down to the left-hand berm. She'll make her way up towards the Jojo tanks. And she's absolutely on a screamer. She's on a flag lap at the moment, working her way around. But I'm very interested in that second, third, and fourth place because Caitlin Parks, and not too far behind us, Jessica Osner and Ateta Benzinga as they work their way down the mine shaft.
Right, watching them as they come down the back straight away. Oh, we've got a yellow flag on the zone jump. Somebody might have come adrift just ahead of that, but it's still Mackenzie Bam who's got it in the bag at the moment. It just doesn't look like she's going to put a wheel wrong. She has ridden the wheels off that machine all race long. Nothing and no one has come close enough to the back end of Mackenzie Bam to challenge her after lap 2 when Caitlin Parks put it down. Her and Caitlin were having such a nice little ride. But Mackenzie Bam still in the hunt to take race 1, win 1. But here we go, Benzinge still hard on the chase, but so too Parks and Osner. Coming up and over now for checkered flag. It's going to be Mackenzie Bam. Takes the win. What a ride. But here we go, side by side. This for second place. What is going to happen here? It's still Caitlin Parks. Right with Caitlin Parks. Here comes Jessica Osner. It's Parks. It's Osner. The two of them. It looks like it's going to be Caitlin Parks, though. Jessica Osner comes through for third position, fourth place. A brilliant performance. Atete Benzinge comes through. What a ride for Atete. What a performance. Then a little bit further back, it's going to be Chloe Ree on the number 68. She's heading up towards the horseshoe at the bottom end of the track. Great ride on the number 68. Then in behind her, it's going to be Zoe Buerta, Caitlin Pretorius, Peyton Love still having a little bit of a dice between the two of them. Well, I see the heavens have opened up slightly, a little bit of moisture coming down from above. Oh, I hope that's not going to upset the apple cart here now as Chloe Ree finishes her ride. But the battle rages on here between Peyton Love and Caitlin Pretorius. Oh, Pretorius gets it. Then up next, it is Peyton Love in behind. Zoe Buerta, sorry, then Peyton Love. Caitlin Pretorius just that little bit further back. But then again, to be fair, it is different when the racing is on. The pressure is on. Oh, here comes Kretzy already. Kretzman is not hanging about. So he's trying to get that little bit closer. Bam! Up and over goes Kretzman. Kretzman on the back end of Evan Frost. Now trying to get around the outside. I don't think that's the line to take around that turn. But it might change. As the leader still in the hand. Lead still in the hands of Brodie Bircher. Still hanging in there. Kretzman right on the case of Evan Frost. Going through the, well, the dam you can call it.
Yeah, Evan Frost trying to keep Kretzy out there now. Brodie Bircher looking very strong as they come up towards the spectator jump.
Ooh, Frosty!
Lighting up the circuit up behind Kretzman. So it's all happening out there now. Bircher leads out. Frost, Kretzman, they're all in there. And I tell you what, the front three, it's going to be a real tussle.
Well, we just hope it stays that way, Francois, because usually things go a little bit pear-shaped, but I don't think that Bircher, Frost, or Kretzman is going to throw anything away. Brandon van Wyk, the next one through. Then it's Aiden Retief, Rupen Kaywood. Cassie van Sail. Oh, he needs to be a little bit further up the pack. He is such a good rider. I just don't understand why he hasn't got it together. The previous national round 4 in Quebec, well, I tell you, he struggled a little bit. Now, whether it's, I think, the soft sandy sections that he doesn't like, I think that might very well be it. But he's got to push a little bit harder, as Cassie van Sail. But Keegan Miles, unfortunately, having a little bit of a moment. I think he put it down a bit earlier on, so he's way, way, way down the pack. But let's have a look and see. Still, Bircher, Frost, Kretzman. Oh, so close. Three of them very close. They're going down the back straight away now, heading for the Go MX jump. It is still the number 30 out in front, the number 28 in second, and the number 1 in P3. Kretsman hasn't found a way past the two ahead of him, but he made a very, very good move coming round the top of the track, heading towards the Jojo tank table. Again, he's right up the exhaust pipe there of Evan Frost, and I don't think Frost is going to make it easy. Oh, exactly that. Frost just dumps it across the nose there of Trenton Kretsman, and Kretsman must fight that little bit harder.
Brody Bircher really coming out of the top draw today. He is leading out the race here now. Evan Frost sitting on his back here. Trenton Kretsman is trying everything. He is riding hard. You can see he's aggressive on the machine now. He's hit the right-hand boom now. Up over the tunnel jump they go. But Brody Bircher is electrifying at the moment. Bircher was here last week. He really brought that top draw racing, and he's held on to that form now as they work their way up over the jump, the rise there now. Kretzy losing a bit of touch here now. Evan Frost looks like a man on the move at the moment. Frost is doing very well.
Can tell you now that Aiden Retief, Ruben Kaywood, and Brandon van Wyk all locked together in battle as well. Not that far behind them is Maxwell Fourie. Cassie van Sail, well, he's on the just on the tail of that bunch, but trying to get that little bit closer to Ruben Kaywood. Aiden Retief still having a nice little ride on the number 42. Just ahead of them it is 690 of Ruben Kaywood and the 777 of Brandon van Wyk. Oh, they are so close. But then again, so too is Christie. Right on the case there of Evan Frost. Oh my goodness me. There it changes. Woo! And almost landing on top of each other here. Keegan Crawford getting through on Marcus de Kok by the looks of things. But here we go. Kretsman again, battling to get that little bit closer, or close enough to the back end of Evan Frost for it to mean anything for him. But Frosty looks like he's starting to get that little bit closer to the back end of Brody Bircher. Well, Brody Bircher's got to push very, very hard. Had a magic ride last weekend. So he's got a little bit of insight as to what the track is doing. But here we go. Round to the right comes Brody Bircher. Here is Evan Frost. Frost is trying. He's getting that little bit closer. They're actually leaving a bit of a gap before it comes to Trenton Kretsman. Kretsman hasn't got an answer for them just yet. Brody Bircher still in the hunt there with Evan Frost, and Kretsman trying to get that little bit closer. But I'm interested to see what is happening a little bit further back still. It looks like it could be the 777. Yeah, it is indeed. Coming through with Ruben Kaywood and Aiden Retief there as well. Right, up and over comes the number 23 of Liam Canny and the number 24 of Callan Love. But it is, look at this, nice little dice coming through. Brandon van Wyk, Ruben Kaywood, Aiden Retief. We've lost Cassie van Sail, unfortunately, so it is picked up a place now. Maxwell Fourie just not close enough, but the three of them going very, very nicely indeed. Brandon van Wyk still there. But look how close they are. Aiden Retief is right there on the number 42 with Ruben Kaywood bringing up that dice. So we've got a dice for first, second, third, a dice for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Where is it going to end? The top three heading down the back straight away. Trenton Kretsman has not got an answer for Evan Frost yet. And Evan, well, he hasn't got an answer for Brody Bircher.
Oh, Brody Bircher's absolutely on a fly at the moment, and he gapped it a little bit over Evan there on going down the back straight over the GMX jump, and Bircher is absolutely electrifying at the moment. Frost trying to reel him in. Kretzy as well, I don't know, the man with the number 1 plate pushing as hard as he can, but coming up towards us now, Brody Bircher, Evan Frost, they are giving it absolute horns at the moment as they come up towards us. Look at Frosty up over the chicken run, giving it 10-10s at the moment. Brody Bircher up over the spectator jump. Off he goes. Brilliant stuff. And look at Evan. Evan fell lying there after him. Kretzy trying his utmost to reel him in. But they are absolutely electrifying at the moment now. Into the left-hand boom. What is he? Inside goes Bircher. Inside goes Frosty. And inside goes Kretsman. So they are absolutely beating each other up at the moment now. As Bircher takes it up towards the right-hand berm, up over the rise, gets in tight into the berm. Frosty follows suit. Kretsman's a little way behind. He's got a lot of work to do. He wants to catch the leaders. They now up the rise they go, up towards the horseshoe. And keeping an eye on them. Bircher doing exactly what's expected of him. Evan Frost. Now, coming down these little bits here now, this is where Evan comes down the mine shaft. Very quick down the mine shaft now. Tries to reel in the back of Brody Bircher. Brody Bircher comes out of the left-hand berm up towards the taxi goes. And that's where Frosty uses the outside line. Absolutely, that's his quickest spot now. Can he close down? Bircher, Frosty. They've pulled away from Kretzmann. Kretzmann's got a lot of work to do, but look at Bircher over the MX jump. And he's absolutely flying, and he's got some slow traffic to contend with.
Oh, got some slightly slower riders ahead of him. Is this going to change the face of the race? Trenton Kretzmann has not got an answer for the two of them yet. Trenton was fastest in practice this morning. Now, I've got to ask the question, was Brody Bircher sandbagging in practice? Was he just taking it a little bit easy?
Oh, Bircher out the saddle. He hit a wet patch and he rose out the saddle and brought Frosty right into the picture.
Oh, so Evan Frost now gets past one of the slower riders, still setting chase on the back end of the number 3-0. Well, there's still a couple of laps to go, people, and there's still a lot of racing. Up and over comes Bircher. Got a little bit unsettled there. Brought Frost that a little bit closer. Trenton Kretzmann, well, yeah, he just dumps it across the nose of one of the slightly slower riders and gets through, but still hasn't managed to get any closer on the back end of Evan Frost, and Frost is not losing sight of Brody Bircher just ahead of him. Right, the next little dice coming through now. Looks like Aiden Retief still heads up that pack. Brandon Van Wyk has dropped down 2 places. Aiden Retief there, Ruben Kaywood. Here comes Aiden Retief now. Ruben Kaywood a little bit further back. But if they carry on going like this, it could be that Maxwell Fourie might just be able to capitalize on that. Because, Brandon Van Wyk ahead of Ruben Kaywood. And here comes the 555 of Maxwell Fourie. He is roughly the same gap behind them. Maxwell Fourie still trying to hang in there. He can see them ahead of him. He can see how close they are, but there's just very little that he can do right now to get himself closer to that dice.
Bircher over the MX jump with Frosty there up behind him. They're going to hit the right-hand berm. Do they take the inside line? Yes, they both take the inside line. Coming up now towards that left-hand big berm there now. Will they go inside? They do. Frosty goes high and wide, looking for the slingshot effect out there towards the zone 7 jump. It doesn't play in his favor. Now, going through the water they go, and Bircher this time gets it right, doesn't get hit out the saddle. Up towards the right-hand berm on the far side, coming up towards us, Brody Bircher, Evan Frost, they pulled away from Kretzmann. Kretzmann's got too much to do to catch these two. These two in front are absolutely electrifying at the moment. Yes, Brody Bircher. Bircher comes up towards us, up over the rise he goes. Bircher on 10 tenths, Frost and 11 tenths. And he's pushing as hard as he can. Kretzmann, well, he's tried everything. It doesn't help showboating. You've got to catch the two in front of you at this moment in time.
Well, Trenton Kretzmann looked at the back of his bike. He might have a little bit of a problem. Not too sure, but it is unlike Trenton Kretzmann not to be able to hang on to the back end of Evan Frost. And, well, specifically Brody Bircher. Bircher is riding the wheels off that machine. And there again, it goes to show, you put in a little bit more practice, you're going to be hard to beat on this track. Last weekend, Brody Bircher took a win, and he's doing pretty much the same out here today. I'm a little bit disappointed in Cassie van Zijl. I do feel sorry for him because he is super, super quick. And he has been for quite some time, but losing out a little bit of time here today. Not a happy puppy. Up and over comes Brandon Van Wyk. And a little bit of a problem there for Ruben Kaywood. And that, again, brings Maxwell Fourie just that little bit closer. Maxwell Fourie there. Here we go, the top two getting very, very close now. Brody Bircher takes the inside line. Round the outside goes Evan Frost. Frost is trying different lines, which is bringing him that little bit closer to Brody Bircher. Brody is kind of set in his ways, taking the inside line, but up and over a little bit further over the zone 7 table. Evan Frost, oh, goodness me, they've got a puddle there as they head up towards the bottom horseshoe. Still the gap. Well, it is a little bit closer this time. Evan Frost has managed to get that little bit closer to Brody Bircher. Up and over comes Bircher, up and over comes Frost. There's just over a second in it. Bircher still hanging in there. Takes a little bit of a tighter line. Frost rails the berm. And Trenton Kretschmann has a look to see if there's anything he can do to get himself closer to the back. Oh, Frosty makes a mistake, and that puts Brodie Bircher a good half a second gap further ahead of him.
Well, I have to admit, Brodie Bircher is absolutely electrifying. Compared to last weekend, he's riding the wheels of that bike at the moment.
I think he's at least 2 seconds quicker.
Least,
you can't, to be fair, you can't really compare it because they're not using Mount Panorama anymore.
Well, they've got most of the track they've got to use, and it's playing in everyone's favour. Everyone's going to use the same track at the moment, Derek. But having a look at Bircher, he's focused. He hasn't lost that focus. He's pushing as hard as he can. Frosty not being able to close down that gap. And Kretschmann, well, sitting in third, no answer.
Yeah, true that. Evan Frost has, however, to date, set the fastest lap of the race, sitting in at a 1:47.670. So he might still have a little bit in the tank. But here we go, the battle rages on between Van Wyk and Kaywood. Van Wyk and Kaywood just hanging in there. I think Kaywood just realizing he made a mistake. He's got to try and get as close as he can to the back end of Brandon Van Wyk to make that just one more position, albeit 1 point. 1 point can be the difference at the end of the year when this championship is done and dusted. But still, oh yeah, you see, there is the gap. Brodie Bircher has got a bit more of a gap over Evan Frost. Frost not able to capitalize on some of the slower traffic they had ahead of him. But here we go. Bircher, whoopa, Frosty. And a little bit further back, Trenton Kretschmann. Yeah, last lap time for Bircher, Frost, Kretschmann. Kretschmann across the line now. And I think Aiden Retief has really started to push, but not enough. I'm guessing that if Aiden Retief might, if he had a better start, his lap times would have been that little bit better because he would have been in and amongst some of the top riders in this class, and he might have made a little bit of a difference. Aiden Retief is so quick. Never ever discount this young man, and unfortunately got left a little bit in the lurch. But I mean, he's only, 0.6 of a second slower than Trenton Kretschmann's quickest time. So I think it could have been a little bit more interesting had he had a better start. But that's how racing goes. Aiden Retief up and over. In behind Aiden Retief, it's still going to be Brandon Van Wyk and Ruben Kaywood. I think Kaywood might just, no, Ruben Kaywood's still there in behind Brandon Van Wyk. Brandon Van Wyk over the roof section now. Over the launch pad, down the drop-off now, heads towards the finish, starts his last lap, but he knows that Ruben Kaywood is breathing down his neck. He's got to work on. Ruben Kaywood takes a wide line, tries to get around the outside of Brandon Van Wyk, but Van Wyk is not going to let that happen. Not now. And for him, not ever.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, prepare to put your hands together for this young man. Absolutely flying at the moment, Brodie Bircher. He's put it all together. Put your hands together for young Brodie Bircher. Followed there by Evan Frost. And in third place will be the reigning champion, Trenton Kretschmann.
Right, a great performance. And he tried so hard, Trenton Kretschmann. Kretzy really pushing hard. Keegan Miles, unfortunately, having a little bit of a problem earlier on in the race. Putting it down, and that kind of just got him right out of contention. But next one through should be Aiden Retief on the number 42. He is quite a ways behind. The gap between third and fourth place. Well, it was a nice little dice between Retief, Van Wyk, and Ruben Kaywood. But unfortunately, that wasn't to be. Now, let's have a look and see if the dice between Kaywood and Van Wyk is still on. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Right, Aiden Retief comes across the line in P4, but the battle rages on for P5. Where is it going to end? Ruben Kaywood or Brandon Van Wyk? Brandon Van Wyk has got it at the moment. They've got a slightly slower rider ahead of them. I don't think he's going to come into play. But here they are, very, very close indeed. Kaywood is pushing. Kaywood knows it's last lap. He's got to try everything, but I don't think he's going to make it. Through comes Brandon van Wyk, right in behind him, Ruben Kaywood. And very close behind them, Maxwell Fourie with Julian van Jaarsveld just that little bit further behind. So that'll be P8. P9 is going to be Keegan Crawford on the number 78. Thomas Miller. He'll round out the top 10. In P11, Keegan Miles, Marcus de Kock, Liam Kenny, Callan Love, Cassie van Zyl. What a pity. Cassie van Zyl. Oh, man, I just wish him all the best and hope that he's going to get that little bit quicker. Owen Graven, unfortunately, not doing anything out there. I don't think he was on the start, but here we go. Let's now wait and see what happens here. I think it's MX1 time.
Right, so time now for the big guns, MX1, with the likes of Cam Duro, Seth van den Abile, Ethan Hoffman, Vogelsang's in there, they're all in there. And I'll tell you something, this is going to be an absolute scrap. I reckon it's going to go down to whole shot. And, well, we'll take it from there, see how they go. They're all up on the line, gated alongside. It's a small MX1 class, but I can tell you something. The quality of the riders is absolutely top draw stuff here. It can be anyone's race. Odds on favorite is Cam Duro. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to take this one now as they bring it towards the gates.
Right, here we go. MX1 time. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a huge one. Is it going to be the number one? Is he going to get off the line? Oh, hell no, he's not. Well, trying to get around the outside. I don't think Cameron Duro is going to be able to pull it off, but here we go. Now we've got to get the hammer down. These riders have got to try and get away as hard and as fast as possible. Seth van den Abile in P3, P4, but it is in P1. Oh, what a great start from Ethan. Gets the whole shot, gets out in front, but oh gosh, have a look who's right in behind him. He's got a lot of hard work to do. Ethan Hoffman has got the hammer down. He's got to make it count now.
Well, Ethan Hoffman showed us last week he was on absolutely electric form. He knows the track. It is his home ground. He's going to have to go. Cameron Duro sits in P3 and is looming large at the moment. Seth van den Abile is in there as well. Local lads and the crowds are vying. Oh, Ethan nearly lost the front end. Man, he absolutely rocketed up there now. He's got a lot of issues now. So he's going to have to just compose himself and see what he can do.
All right, let's have a look and see who's right up behind him. Oh, this is going to be so close. Slade Smith on the hunt. Slade wants that position away from Ethan Hoffman, but Slade's not going to get it. In behind them, it is Cameron Duro. But Ethan, gosh, where the pace that he carries down the back straightaway. As coming through up the inside, Slade Smith trying to hold back on the number one of Cameron Duro. All the while this is happening, Ethan Hoffman getting a little bit of a gap. He's just got to keep it going as hard and as fast as he possibly can. But let's be honest, the rest of the pack, well, there is so much talent in the MX1 class. Right, here comes Ethan Hoffman, heads up the pack. Doesn't look like anybody's going to get close to him just yet. Still Slade Smith there in second place. Slade Smith, Cameron Duro. Cameron's not going to give up. Seth van den Abile. Then we've got number 81 pushing as hard as he can. Well, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be able to get up onto the back end of Seth van den Abile. Oh, tries up the inside. Not quite going to make it stick. But Jaden Proctor still pushing as hard as he can to try and get through on Van den Abile. Proctor in P5 at the moment. Oh, there is, I think that's Simon. Then Forkelsang. Forkelsang not going to be happy where he is right now. They're still all trying to get up onto the back end of none other than Ethan Hoffman. Can Hoffy keep it going? Can he keep it alive? Can he
Slade
make it? Slade Smith trying to get round the inside. Hoffman drops off past the Jojo Tanks table. Slade Smith still there. Cameron Duro hasn't got an answer for Slade Smith yet. Slade Smith hasn't got an answer for Ethan Hoffman. Breathing down their neck just that little bit further back. It looks like it could be Jaden Proctor. Or is it? Or is it Seth van den Abila? Then Jaden Proctor. We'll wait as they come through on us, but it looks like this is going to be a massive dice right for the lead because Slade Smith now breathing down the back end of Ethan Hoffman. Hoffman takes a tight line, cuts it, and Slade Smith goes wide. Oh, he bangs through on Ethan Hoffman up the inside. That's Slade Smith. Hoffy has now got Cameron Duro with him. Cameron Duro now lining up. It is Jaden Proctor next up. Then up in behind Jaden Proctor is Arnu Simon. Arnu Simon pulling through in behind Arnu Simon. Mark Carty. Well, what up with Seth van den Abila? Jakkels Vogelsang is the next one through. Then in behind Jakkels Vogelsang, it is Seth van den Abila. But, oh, what a pity for Ethan Hoffman. Slade Smith just bombed him. Well, I suppose when your dad's nickname is the Benoni Bomber, well, that's the way you ride. But they've both got through now. It looks like Cameron Duro has run up the exhaust pipe there of Slade Smith. Oh, not for long, because Cameron Duro is firing on all, well, one cylinder. But here he comes, heading up the hill. Duro still hasn't managed to get through on Slade Smith. Slade's not going to make it easy for him. Wow, some great drive down the back straight away. Slade Smith gets onto the brakes, takes the inside line. Cameron Duro goes wide. I don't know whether this is going to last very much longer because Cameron Duro is going to try everything he knows to get through on Slade Smith. The two of them locked together in battle, and I think it's going to keep on going.
Oh, Slade Smith just glides over the water, so does Cam Duro. Ethan Hoffman pushing hard. He's trying his utmost, but look at Slade come up here towards us, and he's got great speed over the ratchets as he comes here, up over the spectator jump. Slade Smith, followed by Cameron Duro. Then it's going to be Ethan Hoffman. Goes through, and then it's, oh, I tell you what, Jaden Proctor's in there as well. Up behind Jaden Proctor, it's Arnu Simon, he's pushing hard. Arnu Simon, and then up behind him the 24 of James Carty.
Right, still checking right out in front on the Cycleworks Race Gas Cleaver Stunts Fuchs Dunlop machine. It is still Slade Smith hanging tight over the number one machine, the Red Bull KTM of Cameron Duro. In P3, still trying to get very, very close to them, or trying to stay with them. It's the Monster DHR Racing Yamaha of Ethan Hoffman. But let's go back up to the front again. Still on the triple, or the 337 on the Honda. Slade Smith pushing very, very hard. He's got the 60s Scott VP Racing Fuel Cycle Works machine heading up the Red Bull KTM at the moment. Is this going to last? Is this going to be? We'll wait and see. Oh, Cameron Duro tries to get through on him. Tried up the inside line. But Cameron is a gentleman, I'm going to be honest. He had the opportunity to ride Slade Smith out wide, block past him, get the lead, but he chose to stick to the inside. Nice riding from Cameron Duro.
Slade Smith now trying to cap it here on Cameron Duro. Slade Smith on the Honda pushing on here. Cameron Duro on the Red Bull KTM trying to close down, but Slade is absolutely electrified. Have a look at this scrap here. Ethan Hoffman has got company. Ethan has got company. And it comes in Jaden Proctor, and Proctor is through. Proctor goes to third. Jaden Proctor on Ethan Hoffman. Jaden Proctor goes to there now. And then it's Arnu Simon. Simon down in P5, pushing as hard as he can. Arnu Simon gets through there. Then it's the 24 of Mark Carty that works his way through now. Seth van der Bielen trying to make up a place here now as he chases the back of Jan Volkelson.
All right, Jaden Proctor picking up another place on the Thor Shui Motul Yamaha. Well, nothing stopping Jaden Proctor from getting that little bit closer. In behind him, it's still the Yamaha, the Tully Marine GRTX AX1 Bikewise ZA Yamaha of the number 783 of Ethan Hoffman. Ethan Hoffman still hanging in there, but let's go back to the sharp end of the pack, and it's still in the number 1 slot, Slade Smith, but Cameron Duro right there. Slade Smith hanging in there in the number 1 slot on the Cycleworks Honda, but the Red Bull KTM of Cameron Duro is ready to pounce, Francois. I just don't know when it's going to happen.
Well, he's extremely close. He's extremely close. We've still got a good couple of minutes left in this one. And Slade Smith on the Honda now leads out on the Red Bull KTM of Cam Duro. Cam Duro is pushing. He is pushing. Slade's still riding well. Cam Duro gets a lot of air time now. The speed of that bike is absolutely ecstatic. But Slade Smith still pushing hard. And yeah, in third place now. It's the 780.
Oh,
we've lost him.
What up with Jaden Proctor? Well, I don't think Proctor's going to be overly joyed about that. The Thor Motul Bridgestone rider not going to be happy. Proctor's going to have to come back all guns blazing, but I can tell you what, Ethan Hoffman again is not going to make it easy for him. Right, I'm going to try and pick up the 2 leaders. Still Slade Smith pushing all the time. Nothing looks like it's going to hold him back. Slade Smith on the Cycleworks Scott Goggles, VP Race Fuels Honda, still out in P1. Wait a second, there's yellow flag up on the top of the hill. What? Hang on a second here. Let's have a look and see if that has changed now. Seth van den Abila comes through now on the Husky. Well, he had a great start, just got bumped around a little bit right from the get-go. But still out in front. Hang on a minute. It is Duro, so can you believe it? Slade Smith was the one who went down on the top of the hill. So Cameron Duro on the Red Bull KTM has got the lead away from Slade Smith. Slade, oh, what a pity. He's now pretty much falling foul to the likes of Ethan Hoffman, but Cameron Duro, bam, up and over, Red Bull KTM mounted, Duro in P1, P2 it's still Slade Smith, P3 it's still Ethan Hoffman, but have a look at Jaden Proctor not hanging about. Ethan looks behind him and he sees again it's the number 81 of Proctor. I don't think Proctor's going to hang about now. Jaden Proctor going to be pushing hard on the 100% Shui Motul machine. He's not going to stop. Keep on going. He's hunting down the back end of Ethan Hoffman. Whoa, what is happening? They are so close now. Well, the whole bunch of them going in. Has Slade Smith got a bit of a problem with that machine? Well, he has, because he's gone down 2 places. Uh-oh. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but it looks like we've got Yami's 2nd and 3rd now in behind the Red Bull KTM of Cameron Duro.
Oh, Cameron's absolutely lit up the circuit now. He's pulled away from them in an alarming rate. Cameron Duro's got about an 8-second gap now. It looks like it could be Jaden Proctor in 2nd, or is it Ethan Hoffman down there by the tanks? Is it Ethan that's gone up to 2nd place, and Ethan is not going to relinquish that opportunity. We've still got a good couple of laps left in this one. Cameron Duro absolutely buzzing at the moment. I think the pressure paid there on the back end of Smith. So Smith,
I'm not sure. Sorry to interrupt you there, but I'm convinced that there might be a problem on Slade Smith's machine, because there's just no ways that you lose that amount of time if your name is Slade Smith, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know.
So he might be having a problem. Cameron Duro has pretty much checked out of this one, but the dice remains for 2nd. That in the hands at the moment of Ethan Hoffman. Hoffy still in 2nd place, still in 3rd place. It is the number 81 of Jaden Proctor. Jaden's not going to leave it. But here we go. Slade Smith. Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything wrong now, but that's up. Of Slade Smith.
Arno looking pretty hot at the moment now as he chases on the back of Slade. Slade might just have a slightest of problems. Arno Simon looking up, he's closing down. Slade trying to push a bit hard. Could there be an issue there? Through comes the number 24 of Mark Carty. Mark Carty's been pretty solid most of the race now, sits down in about P5, P6, and has been doing pretty well. Up past us now, the 5 of Johan Vogelsang. And someone that's dropped off the pace quite considerably is Seth van den Abele. Why? I don't know. I cannot answer that question at the moment, but Cameron Duro is absolutely disappearing.
Right, Cameron Duro then on the Red Bull KTM. Getting further and further away from the rest of the pack. He is absolutely, I just, you know, he's, massive gap. But the battle for second still rages on. It's still in the hands of Ethan Hoffman, but Jaden Proctor not going to make it easy for him. Hoffman takes the inside line, gets a little bit of drive out of the turn, again goes, well, to the medium side. He doesn't go all the way high, but it gives him a little bit of drive out of the turn ahead of Proctor. Proctor hasn't got an answer for him yet, but coming down the back straightaway, heading into the horseshoe now. Out of the 100% horseshoe, it is still Ethan Hoffman, Jaden Proctor. Now, Ethan is fit, Jaden is fit. The two of them locked together in battle, and Jaden Proctor's not going to give up. Proctor cuts to the inside. Has he got enough drive out of the turn? Oh, yes, he has. Jaden Proctor, no, he hasn't. Because comes back at him, and now Jaden Proctor cuts to the inside. But Ethan Hoffman, they're banging past, they're bumping each other. But Procky's got him. Proctor manages to get through up in a second. That was a bit of a move there from Jaden Proctor. They did get physical, they did touch. Procky came out on top.
Jaden Proctor showing his mettle there over Ethan Hoffman. Hoffy now just trying to come to grips with that. But Jaden Proctor now lighting up the circuit as he goes up onto the horseshoe. The top end there will drop down the mine shaft up on the inside. And it's ahead of Ethan Hoffman. Look now, they're only coming into the berm there and going into the right-hand berm up behind the zone 7 jump is Cam Duro. So Cam is absolutely flying at the moment.
Well, it's just a testament to how good he actually is. I mean, the guys are riding 10-10s in behind him. And albeit they're riding flat out, it looks like Cameron Duro has slowed right the way down. Cameron Duro's last lap, a 144, where his best time a 138, so 6 seconds down on his fastest lap. But he's constantly putting in some good laps, 144s, 144, staying constant. And still, I think they've got 5 minutes, just short of 5 minutes to go in this one. So Cameron Duro capitalizing on a little bit of a concern that the 337 Slade Smith has on his machine. But here we go. Jaden Proctor managing a second, pushing hard and keeping that second place alive with, a very, very good third place. And I don't think anything is going to change there with Ethan Hoffman. Ethan Hoffman's still going to try and get second away from Jaden Proctor, but it's not going to happen. Slade Smith falling into the clutches now of Arnu Simon. Arnu Simon round sets chase after Slade Smith. Slade Smith goes wide. Arnu Simon tucks to the inside. Not going to make it stick. Smith just a little bit wiser. Slade Smith really trying hard, but we'll wait and see who's next up. It should be Mark Carty on the number 24. It is indeed. Then Jakkals Vogelsang. Seth van den Abele in behind them. You know, all being said and done, I mean, these guys have all won national events. Each and every one of them. I don't think Garrick Henley has, but Seth has won races. Jakkals Vogelsang has. James Carty has. Arnu Simon has. Slade Smith most definitely. Ethan Hoffman has done on numerous occasions. Jaden Proctor took a bit of a sabbatical 3 years ago, came back, and he's doing so well. Cameron Duro, just pick of the bunch at the moment. And he's showing them all the way around and how it's done. His last lap, a 143, so, you know, it just looks to me as though he is the consummate professional, is Cameron Duro. Getting a little bit of an overjump on the finish table. But still, putting through a very, very decent time. 1:43.7 was his last lap time where versus Jaden Proctor. We'll see what his lap time is now. He's still pushing very hard indeed. Sitting down at a 1:44. So yeah, still piling on the pressure. And Ethan Hoffman slightly slower. I mean, he's just, I don't know whether he's given, I don't think he's given up, because I don't think Ethan Hoffman will ever give up. He's just unfortunately had to watch the back end of the number 81 get smaller and smaller in front of him. Right, Slade Smith still hanging in there. He's managing to keep Arnu Simon at bay. And Arnu must be looking at this thinking, is he playing with me? What's happening? I'm trying, I've got that close, I've got close enough to mount a challenge, and the next thing, boom, there goes Slade again.
Slade Smith holding out on Arnu, trying his utmost to close that gap down. Slade, I think he had a problem early on, that's what made him drop back. Trying his utmost now as Mark Carty comes past. Mark Carty being pretty solid in his position at the moment down in P6 as he holds up behind him as Johan Vogelsang, Jakkals goes through the right-hand turn up over the tunnel jump. But at the moment, I tell you what, Cameron Duro is absolutely miles ahead of the rest of the field. And really showing his mettle at the moment.
No, it's crazy to see the gap between Cameron Duro P1 and Jaden Proctor P2. I mean, had this race have carried on, they were so close together. I think at the end of the day, Cameron Duro just pulled the pin and decided, well, it's time to check out of this one. Duro up and over, last lap time for the Red Bull rider, Cameron Duro. And to be very honest, precious little, even close enough to matter. Second place, however, it is the number 81 of Jaden Proctor. Proctor putting through some nice times now, and yeah, still 4 seconds a lap quicker than Cameron Duro. Cameron has rolled off the throttle, controlling this race from the front and consolidating his lead, let's be honest. Nothing and no one to catch Cameron Duro out there at the moment. But let's have a look and see what race 2 brings, because it's just going to be that little bit more interesting. Right, here we go. Is there a change in position between Slade Smith and Arnu Simon? Arnu Simon dives up the inside. Oh, no, he doesn't. Slade Smith just hangs onto that throttle that little bit longer. Arnu Simon again up the inside. Oh, he's not. Oh, you gentleman, Arnu. Oh, he's just like Duro.
I don't think he wants Slade Smith taking the front wheel of his bike, quite frankly. But Slade came rocketing around that boom on that left-hand side. But Arnu's sitting with him. He's not going to let him get away. And Mark Carty's still coming past us there. And behind him, Jakkals Vogelsang. Last lap. Cam Duro, my man, absolutely miles ahead of the rest. He's up over the zone 7 jump already. He works his way through the water into the right-hand berm. He'll be making his way towards us now pretty shortly. Up around the horseshoe he comes now. He'll go up over the chicken run here, work his way up towards us. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves to put your hands together for the winner of Heat 1 of MX1, Cameron Duro!
Right, Duro taking the win there. Second place, it's going to be the number 81, Jaden Proctor. Well, he did ride hard, he did try, and you know, that's one thing about Jaden Proctor, and I'll say this for nothing. He will never ever give up. He will keep riding and keep riding no matter where he is, and he seems to get just that little bit fitter as the race goes along. Third place, well done, Ethan Hoffman. MX1 P3. P4, it looks like it's going to be the number 337 of Slade Smith, unless Arnu Simon could do something about it, which I don't think is going to happen. Slade Smith up towards us now. Comes round, takes P4. Arnu Simon P5. P6 still in the hands of Mark Carty, Jakkals Vogelsang, Seth van den Abela, and Garrick Henley. Right, so once again, a brilliant ride from Cameron Duro. I think the only mistake that he did make was not getting the start that he wanted. He bobbled the start, but it wasn't long after that Cameron Duro came through to take the win.
Oh, brilliant stuff, folks. We're going to be breaking for a short lunch and interval, and we'll see you slightly after lunch. And for heat number 2, which is, if anything, for heat number 1 is anything to go by, it's going to be absolutely electrifying to deal with. Right, so we'll chat to you a little bit later. Big shout out to my Phillips boys for being here, and we'll see you a little bit later. Squeezed out.
Yeah. Let's have a look and see who's going to get the whole shot this time round. Oh, through the puddles into the dip. Coming out now. Right, Trey Cox going to be trying to get this one back again. Cox enduro, but it is Cruz Martin. Oh, then we've got, I think that's Caden Visa up into second place. Oh, it looks like somebody landed very, very wide there. Right into the spectators, but we'll see who that was. But I can tell you now, 4-free, a great start from Caden Visa. Up there, lying in second position, not for long. Thor Johnson, a great start from him. Tristan Duro. Much better start from Blake Frost this time round. Trey Cox. Let's have a look and see what is Trey Cox going to be up to. But Cruz Martin, the man who's going to make it all count here on the 418. Will he be able to pull this one off? Not going to be an easy one, that I can assure you. Well, there's a good couple of yellow flags waving all the way around the track. Very, very unfortunate. But they're all piling up very, very close together. I can see the Trey Cox lying in P3 at the moment. I don't know for how long, but he's going to try and come through all guns blazing. Up to P2. He has gone down the back straight away, but it is Cruz Martin still in P1. Onto the brakes, round to the left goes the 4-1. Oh, Martin makes a little bit of a mistake. Hasn't cost him much, to be fair. Trey Cox still hunting him down. Right, the interesting one to see Where he's at right now is the 444 of Tristan Duro. Duro not the start that he wanted. Yeah, quite a ways back down the pack. But here come the leaders now. Cruz Martin coming under attack from Trey Cox. Oh, Coxie up and over. Cruz Martin still has the inside line. Coxie going to try and go around the outside. Cruz Martin is not going to allow it. Not this time round. Right, definitely Blake Frost having a much better start this time round. And, wow, not a great start from Tristan Duro, but he's going to try and get through. Tristan Duro lying in P8 at the moment, in behind Riley Rocha and Caden Visa. Thor Johnson just ahead of him, then Blake Frost. And René van der Merwe, a great start from him, but gobbled up after the first lap by Trey Cox. Trey Cox now making a hunt for the P1. Well, has he made it? Oh, yes, he has. But it looks like Cruz Martin's gone down. Cruz Martin has put the machine down, and that has cost him massively. How does it get that way? I mean, Cruz riding very, very hard, but maybe the pressure got to him. Cruz Martin, unfortunately, now dropping further and further back down the pack. That means that Blake Frost up into third. René van der Merwe could be second in behind Trey Cox. But I don't think Trey Cox is going to give it up that easily. Right at the back, unfortunately, Aiden Henley. Not a good start for Aiden Henley. But Trey Cox in P1. It looks like the 151, René van der Merwe there in second place. The 29 of Blake Frost. Is that Blake Frost? No, that's Cruz Martin. Cruz Martin picked it up again, so obviously not a big mistake, but one enough to give Trey Cox the absolute lead, and I think now starting to scythe his way through the pack. It is the number 444 of Tristan Duro. Duro trying to get closer. He is now picking up positions very, very quickly. Up into P6 is Duro. P2, van der Merwe. P3, Martin. P4, Thor Johnson. Then it's Blake Frost. Then we've got Tristan Duro. And in behind Tristan Duro, it looks like it's Caden Visa, the 315. But up the hill they go. Then down the drop-off. Then they head towards the total control bend. Into the total control bend. And Trey Cox has got a commanding lead right now. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody to catch him. But a man on the move right now, Tristan Duro. He's going to be pushing hard. Up into P6 now, lining up P5, and I'm sure he's going to get there very, very quickly indeed.
Well, Tristan Duro doing an absolute sterling job at the moment, carving his way through the field. René van der Merwe leads out there with Cruz Martin in close contention. Then it's Thor Johnson, Blake Frost, then I think, well, there'll be Thor Johnson and Tristan Duro. So René van der Merwe trying to hold out there on Cruz Martin. Martin sits up behind him, trying to hone in on him. And Trey Cox out front, and Cox on the Cox KTM leads out. He is not going to be reeled in anytime soon. René van der Merwe's got a target on his back there, coming out of the camp of Cruz Martin. Martin put it down, but managed to correct his mistake, and he's trying to work it out there now. Having a look there, looking out for that 444 of Tristan Duro, and he's already worked his way through the field. I think Tristan's moved up into P4.
Right, we just got a quick announcement. Royce Griffin, the number 141 in the MX3 class. Royce Griffin to please go down to the documentation area. They're looking for you there relatively urgently. Royce Griffin, they're looking for you down at the documentation area. Right. Well, Coxie, absolutely untouchable right now. It doesn't seem as though anybody is going to be able to get close enough to mount a challenge on him. Up and over the finish line now, Cameron Stuckey. A little bit far behind the rest of the pack. He's just gone a lap down to the leader. But it looks like Grenadier van der Merwe hasn't given up on the back end of the 444 of Tristan Duro. He's still hanging in there. But the man who's dropped off quite considerably now is the 418 of Cruz Martin. If Cruz Martin doesn't pick it up now, Caden Visser is going to be the man who's going to get onto the back of him, take that place away from him. Here goes Caden Visser. Visser on a charge. Then right in behind Visser, Blake Frost. Round to the right, in behind Blake Frost, it's Ronald Graven. No, it's Riley Rocha. Ronald Graven that little bit further back. So let's have a look and see if Riley Rocha is going to be able to get up onto the back end of Frosty. Well, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Frost if he does relinquish that place. Still Schwager and Venter having a huge dice. Greef van Wyk, the next one through. Our leader still way ahead. Up and over the zone 7 jump now, over the zone table, and the rest of the pack pushing in behind him. It looks to me as though Renier van der Merwe has dropped off just ever so slightly on the back end of the number 444 of Tristan Duro. So Duro definitely picking up the pace now. But too little too late. I mean, look at the gap between Cox and Duro. It is massive, and I don't think in any way it is possible for Duro to catch up onto the back end of Trey Cox. So that's why he wears the number 1 plate, the current or the reigning South African national champion in this class. Here we go, second place man, Tristan Duro. Well, starting to become a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. Van der Merwe still in P3. P4, it is still Cruz Martin, is it? Yeah, there goes Cruz Martin. No, but it looks like it could be Caden Visser who's come through on him. It is indeed. Here comes Caden Visser. Visser through, and he's brought with him. No, he hasn't. That's a slightly slower rider. But Visser pushing hard. There goes Blake. Right in behind him, it's Cruz Martin. So Cruz might have had a little bit of a problem. Blake Frost through on him, but it looks like Cruz Martin wants to come back at Blake Frost, and indeed he does. Blake Frost zips up the inside, Cruz Martin zips up the inside of Blake Frost. Now, is he going to be able to pull a little bit of a gap and try and pick up some places? He's got Ronnie Rocher ahead of him. Rocher went through very nicely on him. Schwager going down to Andrew Venter. Venter picking up the pace a little bit behind Venter. Still Thor Johnson. But here we go. Not a bad little dice coming up now. In behind Thor Johnson. It is, well, the 51. No, it's not a dice. I think it's the last lap board for the number 1 rider, Trey Cox. And he's just blown them all into the weeds. The second place man only coming over the zone 7 jump, round to the right, way behind. So Trey can actually roll off the throttle, not lose concentration, to quite comfortably take the win. An emphatic victory it will be for Trey Cox. Second place then through, still the 444 of Tristan Duro, the 151 of Renier van der Merwe. And I think that pretty much wraps up the podium as it stands at the moment, because nobody's close enough to matter to the front right now.
On a good controlled ride coming out of Renier van der Merwe, currently in 30s. Doesn't have an answer for Tristan Duro at the moment. Nobody has an answer for Trey Cox either. And all the rest of the field coming through now. Karim Visser, then Ronnie Rocher, Blake Frost, Cruz Martin, Ronald Graven, Andrew Fenton, Greef van Wyk. All the riders that work their way up over the line. And they're all on their flag lap at the moment. So your leader already now down on the far side, taking the right-hand berm behind the zone 7 jump. It's Trey Cox working his way through the field. Trey Cox coming out of the left-hand berm up over the zone 7 jump. He works his way down towards the horseshoe on the far southern side. Up over the water he goes. Doesn't let the water impede upon him now. Looks all right now. Gets the bike working under him. Works his way up towards us now. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up towards us. Heat number 2. Put your hands together for the winner, Trey Cox.
Right, Coxie finishing his ride, second position. Looks like it's still going to go to the 444 of Tristan Duro. Tristan Duro, wonderful ride, got a very bad start, and I got a little bit messy right at the get-go for Tristan Duro, but he managed to pick it up and get through very nicely indeed. Tristan Duro then comes through in P2 on the 444. SJ Logistics, Reef Tankers machine, up and over and in third place. A brilliant ride from Renier van der Merwe. Got out of the gates in P2, was set to keep it there. Cruz Martin got him, Cruz Martin fell back. Trey Cox came and blew them all from P4 as Coxie came out of the gates. But here it is, 3-1-5. Caden Visser. What a great ride from Caden Visser. Brilliant performance with Riley Rocha breathing down his neck, right in behind Riley Rocha. Cruz Martin. Blake Frost, I don't think he's going to be the next one up. Yes, it is. Blake Frost. Great ride from Frosty. Ronald Graven on the number 24. Then we have Geref van Wyk and Andrew Venter. Well, that pretty much wraps up the top 10. I see the little guys on the line right now. Rearing to go. Well, the track has dried ever so slightly. It's a little bit drier than it was before. Not massive puddles lying around as it was earlier. So it's going to be a little bit better as Thor Johnson finishes his ride. Aidan Henley on the 51, just behind him. Bart Venter dropped down quite considerably. Bit of a pity there for Geref van Wyk as well. But here we go, 50 cc's on the line, getting ready for the off. Why is Cully up here? Cully, ons wonder, wat soek jy hierso? Okay. Right, going to keep the 50 cc's just a little bit away from the side of the track. So let's wait and see. This should be an interesting 50 cc race, I think, Francois, with it all turning on its head in the first one, and always something to look forward to in Heat 2.
Now the little guys, this time it's a little bit, not drier, but I think they know now what's laying in store for them, so hopefully they can take different lines, maybe have a different approach to certain sections, that they don't get bogged down or get stuck in the mud, as they say. Right, a big shout out to the sponsors, TRP distributors, together with all the associate sponsors, like Bar Cargo, etc. Nice to have them all on board. Lovely that you guys are here. And without you, the racing isn't possible. We're waiting for heat number 2 of the little 50s, and the youngsters are chomping at the bit as they line up behind the gates. Just waiting for the starters board to come up. And once that's sorted out, we'll take it from there.
Right, we've got race 2 of Heat 2 in round 5 of the TRP Distributors South African National Motocross Championship. Wow. Well, what a day it's been so far. We've had mixed fortunes, and some of the guys just, not quite where they wanted to be, and of course some of them it's exactly where they wanted to be. So now the 15-second board is there. Can this 50cc race change? That we'll have to wait and see. Going to be an interesting one. Are things going to change right from the get-go? Well, there's a little bit of a muddy patch just as they come off the line. So we'll wait and see if Travis Hart is going to be able to pull anything out of the bag. Is it going to be Gary Hamer? Travis Hart with a great start by the looks of things on the number 16. Tian Sheppel, number 44, mounted in second position. Up and over he goes. Oh, it is the number 16 of Travis Hart. Sheppel, the next one through, right in behind Sheppel. It is Braden Tucker. Braden Tucker with a great start now. Let's see if he can capitalize on this start. He's going to be pushing very, very hard to try and keep up to grips. He's lying in P3 at the moment, is Braden. Mason Mayer right in behind him. Then Ethan Style. So not a good start again from Ethan Style. But I'm sure he's going to come back and hunt these guys down. Well, his first one is going to be Gary Hamer. Then Vian Skeppers just ahead of that. Reeston Bartlett. Reeston Bartlett needs to push very, very hard. Not a good start for Bartlett. But here we go. Onto the brakes, round to the left. Goes the number 16 of Travis Hart. Travis is in a bit of trouble. Tian Scheppel is right there. Tian Scheppel has a little bit of a bobble as he goes round the left-hander. Now out into the countryside again. Scheppel picks up the pace. Mason Meyer still tucked in behind Braden Tucker. Here they come up towards us now. Still in the hands of Travis Hart. Ooh, Travis Hart having a little bit of a moment there. Scheppel still pushing hard. Scheppel is not going to let them go. Here comes Braden Tucker. Tucker pushing hard, right in behind Tucker, still the number 47 of Mason Meyer. Oh, Mason Meyer's got our previous race winner tucked in behind him. Reeston Bartlett pushing all the time still. Oh, what up with this? Is that the number 18? I think it is. Oh, gone down. Very, very big problem for Gary Hamer. Was well placed. And things got a little bit pear-shaped for him. But he is back in the hunt again. A little bit further back, it is Dalton Willifeed. Behind Dalton Willifeed, Alex Webb. Well, this is an eye-opener for Speedy Webb's grandson. He's first national out here at Zone and really loving it.
Lovely to be exposed to a national circuit. We're going to have a look up at the front. It's still Travis Hart, Tian Skeppel, looking a little bit unsettled, not being able to just go forward. He's coming a little bit unstuck. Tian will have to try and up the ante slightly now, just pointed in the right direction. But Travis Hart has got taking the front end with both hands. And if Tian Skeppel doesn't be careful, Tucker is not too far behind. Up behind Tucker, the 88 of Bartlett. And Bartlett has climbed 3 places in a question of 1 lap. So, Reese Bartlett now starting to move his way through the pack, and don't be surprised if Reese Bartlett is on the podium. Up behind him, it's Mason Meyer, Vian Skeppers, Ethan Style, Milan Roux, who had a fall early on, still out there defending his pride.
Yeah, after the big tumble that Millie's had when he came off the top of the jump, and, well, he hurt himself pretty badly. They pushed the bike to just before the finish line. He got back on and he carried on riding. So, a big up to Millies for getting back on the bike and riding. He's still on track now in race 2 and absolutely blowing the wheels off the bike. He's pushing as hard as he can. Hasn't quite got the lead, but trying to get there. In the lead, however, it is still Travis Hart. Tian Scheppel. He's still pushing hard. Tian Scheppel still there in second position. Oh, yeah, he is. But we've got a downer. One of the riders have put it down just in the whoop section. It's not Braden Tucker, but Braden Tucker is definitely in trouble now because Reeston Bartlett is breathing down his neck. Reeston Bartlett, the previous race winner, getting closer and closer to the back end of Braden Tucker. Oh, Braden Gareth Tucker, you better pull your socks up, my boy, because here comes Bartlett. Rambo is racing, and he's on a charge. Right, still trying to get that little bit closer to the back end of the 44 of Tian Scheppel. Scheppel is not going to allow it, though. I think if I'm looking correctly, Braden Tucker is right on the back end of Tian Scheppel now. Has Tucker pulled the pin, realizing that in behind him it is Reeston Bartlett? I'm not sure, but it certainly looks that way. We'll see as they come towards the line now. Still, Travis Hart has the number 1 slot.
Bartlett is sitting behind Scheppel.
Oh, is he? Is he?
Getting a little bit out of shape there, gives Scheppel a bit of space, but here comes Reeston Bartlett. Still, it's Travis Hart leading out. Here comes Tian Scheppel, and up behind him, no, not, it's the number 30 there of Tucker, but there's Bartlett right behind Tucker. Bartlett's in there. Up behind him, it's Vian Skeppers. Skeppers pulls up behind him there, and then the 47 of Mason Meyer working his way through. The rest of the field coming along here quite swiftly. The number 50 there was the 501, that's Dalton Willifeed, who's a little bit back there, and then the 181 of Casper de Muscrea.
Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. P2, 3 and 4 are bunching up and spreading out slightly, then bunching up again. So, Reeston Bartlett hasn't managed to find his way through on Braden Tucker just yet. Braden Tucker still trying to home in on the back end of the 44 of Tian Scheppel. Sorry, Scheppel. I keep on getting it wrong, eh? Yo. Tian Scheppel still there in P2. All the while this is happening, Travis Hart starting to pull quite a gap over the rest of the pack, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to get close enough to become a bit of a problem, but Scheppel has now got a problem, and so too does Braden Tucker. Oh my goodness, Braden Tucker almost going down a place. Oh, and he loses out. Through comes Bartlett. Bartlett through on Tucker. Right, Bartlett up and over. Tucker is coming back at him. They must be careful because Vian Schippers is ready to pounce right in behind them. Let's have a look and see if Braden Tucker's going to get through. Oh, he tried. He was almost around the outside. Wasn't quite going to make it, but these guys are now riding hard. I won't be surprised if they catch up onto the back end of the 44 of Tian Scheppel.
Scheppel holding out there. There's Bartlett and Tucker having a right roll scrap at the moment. Bartlett's through and he's chasing now. Bartlett chasing the back of Scheppel. He's got his missile lock on and he's focused. He wants to get through. At the moment, Travis Hart doing a good job staying out front, edging out a bit of a gap there over the rest of the field. And have a look there now. Scheppel gets out. Scheppel gets a bit of breathing space. He's got to hold into that breathing space. Travis Hart comes through. Scheppel comes through. He's just got to keep it straight and narrow, which he does now. He looks a bit more solid in the saddle. But there is a mighty scrap between Tucker and Bartlett at the moment as they come up towards us. Here comes Tian Scheppel at the moment. Tian Scheppel keeping it going. But yeah, it's, have a look at this. It's still Tucker ahead of Bartlett.
Well, Braden Tucker must have come back at him. Tucker going through, Bartlett down into P4 again, and Bartlett's really not going to be happy about this. So, can Braden Tucker now close in on the back end of Tian Scheppel? All the while this is happening, number 16 still holds sway in P1, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to get close enough to mount a challenge on P1 to get onto top spot on the podium. Well, the rain's coming down again after the heated up very nicely. Coming across now, Millies Roux comes across to reel off another lap. And a little bit further in behind Millies, it is Alex Webb. Alex Webb bringing up the rear of the pack, but out there riding pretty much better than I can in any event. Right, here we go. Up and over. Still Travis Hart in P1. P2 now coming under attack by the looks of things. No. One of the slower riders just there with Tian Scheppel. Tian Scheppel up and over. Then it is Braden Tucker. Braden Tucker getting away a little bit now from Reeston Bartlett. And Bartlett doing the same with Vian Schippers. Unfortunately, Vian Meyer a little bit further back. And also not close enough to get that P4 away from, or P5 away from Vian Schippers. Ethan Staal dropping off the pace ever so slightly. I don't know, maybe there is a bit of a problem with Staal's machine, because this is definitely not where I'm used to seeing Ethan Staal. Ethan Staal is much quicker than what he is now, or has been a lot quicker than what he is now, so a little bit unfortunate for him. Right in behind him still Millies Roux. And then our number one machine. Ooh, it looks like there's a little bit of a dice coming up. Is Bartlett getting closer again to the back end of P3? Oh, yes, he is.
Last lap coming out for Travis Hart.
Oh, goodness me, here comes Tucker. Bartlett's right there. P2 is still Tian Scheppel. Scheppel still pushing all the while. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Braden Tucker. Oh, and still Bartlett hasn't managed to consolidate or capitalize on that. Round to the right goes Braden Tucker. It is last lap time. So, as it stands at the moment, Travis Hart, Tian Scheppel, Braden Tucker, Reeston Bartlett.
Oh, brilliant stuff there coming out of Travis Hart on his flag lap as the rain starts coming down. So these youngsters are going to be pretty happy they can just finish it before they get the rain. It gets a little bit slippery underfoot. It gets a bit tricky. But Travis Hart still keeping it all together, keeping his ears pinned back. He makes sure that he can bring it home as the checkered flag beckons. Travis Hart will want to sort this one out, as I think he's coming up towards the line. He's doing fantastically well. It's been a great race coming out of him. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for young Travis Hart.
Right, taking the checkers. What a ride from Travis Hart. P1, P2, Tian Scheppel. What a great ride, and of course, the battle for third raged on all the while through, and it's Braden Tucker who comes through to take third, just ahead of Reese and Bartlett. Vian Skippers going to be the next one through, but I've got to be honest, a phenomenal ride from Tian Scheppel, Braden Tucker, Reeston Bartlett. Reeston, like I said, after winning race 1, must have come out of the gates thinking, I've got this. And the next thing, boom, they just, what? Where's everybody gone? I'm lying in 4th. That's not where I want to be.
He got a rude surprise there.
The big pity there for Reeston Bartlett. So, well, he goes a 1-4, which is not going to put him on top of the podium. Travis Hart, Tian Scheppel, I think, might be able to pull off a P1 overall. He's been doing so well here today. But we're going to keep our eyes open on that one. I'm not sure. My mathematics is not as good as, well, the lap scorers and Furby, and yeah, they can do the points. They work it out. Well, the computer does it quicker and better than me. Right, 65's on the line, and I think it's going to be a good one.
I think we're going to put a hold up. They're doing a bit of track prep there in the muddy conditions, so we'll have a bit of a hold up. So we'll just take a slight break before the tractor is ready. Well, folks, next up, the 65s lined up at the gates. Just a little bit of track prep there, just to dissipate a bit of the water. Yeah, Spies doing a sterling job there, just to get the water out of the way and just flatten the ground out for them on the whole shot. Right, the flag is up. Cully Stein says, let's get the show on the road. 15-second board is up. 15-second board up. Wait for the time to count down. You'll hear the rims pick up. 5-second board is up. Wait for the gates to drop. Gates down and away they go, down towards the whole shot. Having a look, see who gets out there. They work their way down towards the whole shot now. Roundabout they go up the hill now and work their way towards us, and we'll try and pick up who got the whole shot now as they come towards us. Here they come towards us now, and a couple of riders coming unstuck. Raiden Wolves has the lead. Up in second place is the 511. 511 there of Nathan Small. Nathan Small up into second place, and Nathan looking pretty good now as they work their way through.
Right, Raiden Wolves getting the whole shot now, and I can tell you now that Nathan Small had a great start. Troy Wenzel in there, Ross McKenzie a little bit further back, Reese Wenzel not where he wanted to be. David Bashke, much better start this time. Kobe Kretzman, not where he wants to be right now, but I'm sure he's going to pick up the pace, get that little bit closer to the front. But Raiden Wolves, what a great start from him. Ross McKenzie starting to come through the pack, came out of the gates in P5, got up into P4 before they reached the finish line. And now he's going to be hunting down the back end of Raiden Wolves. Nathan Small gone down a place already, unfortunately. But they're all setting a massive pace and setting chase after the 3-4-5 of Raiden Wolves. Now Raiden, well, he's got a good couple of races underneath his belt, and he's an experienced young rider. But his style now is just in a different level. He's really trying hard. He's got pace, he's got power, he's got the style and heel. Pushing hard on the 65. Why would they be doing this? Pushing hard. A little bit further back, Reese Wenzel trying to get closer and closer. I think he's picked up into P3 already, has Reese Wenzel. But in P2, it is Ross McKenzie. Then it's Reese Wenzel. Oh, Reese almost putting it down. Gee, what up for that? Right, down into the countryside they go. Up onto the horseshoe. Still Raiden Wolves has this one in the bag for now. Will he be able to keep it there? Is Ross McKenzie going to come back at him and take it away? That we'll have to wait and see. Reese Wenzel also trying very hard to get that little bit closer, but not managing it. It is still Raiden Wolves. Wolves is on it. Through, right in behind McKenzie. Reese, wow, Reese is on a charge now. came out of the gates. P7 has now picked himself up to P3. All right, so Reese Wenzel is there. In behind Reese Wenzel, it is the 63 of Troy Wenzel. So the two Wenzels having a nice little go at this one. Reese trying to catch up onto the back end of Ross McKenzie. Nathan Small a little bit further back. Here comes, oh, it's not Nathan Small, it's Henko Hanekom. Henko Hanekom through, so he's going well. Round to the right goes Hanekom. In behind Henko Hanekom, it's Aiden Fisher, then Riley Geldenhuis. Riley Geldenhuis, well, I'm sure he wants to get a little bit further up the pack. Not happy where he is right now. Riley Geldenhuis sitting in P8 at the moment. Kobe Kretschmann just in behind him. Then we've got Richard Smith. Richard Smith picked up the pace nicely in the previous race, but now, well, he's got a lot of work to do. Still, Wolves, McKenzie, Wenzel and Wenzel. It's Reese Wenzel and then Troy Wenzel with Henko Hanekom just a little bit further back. See if he can mount a challenge to get that little bit closer to the front end. Not going to be easy, that I can assure you. Well, Raiden Wolves is really powering away from the rest of the pack. Ross McKenzie trying very hard to stay with him, but it looks like Wolves has got it in the bag for now. I say that because it is for now. And usually when we do try and predict something, you know it goes pear-shaped.
Yeah, well, you know, we don't want to say anything. We don't want to talk in anyone's throttle, as they say. Randy Wolves doing a sterling job at the moment. He's got a lead, but not the most comfortable one at present, because Ross McKenzie has got missile lock on him, and Ross McKenzie is really upping the ante. Randy Wolves coming up towards us now, up over the spectator jump, keeping it just low and flat, making sure he's going. Ross McKenzie has pulled away. Ross McKenzie worked away from Reese Wenzel. Reese Wenzel now well ahead of fourth place man Troy Wenzel, who comes out of the 100% too.
Right, so Reese Wenzel still there in third. Is Troy Wenzel in P4? Well, it certainly looks like it. Similar coloured machine to Reese, but yeah, there's a massive gap between P4 and P5 at the moment. Henko Hanekom still hanging in there, but I think he's battling because Aiden Fisher and Riley Geldenhuis have come through on him already. Riley Geldenhuis, the number 33. Last year's 50cc champion. Let's see if he can pull anything special out of the bag here now. Up and over comes, oh, it's back up to Nathan Small. Nathan Small's the next one through. Riley Geldenhuis just ahead there of Kobe Kretschmann. Onto the brakes, Kobe Kretschmann still trying to get that a little bit closer onto the back end of Riley Geldenhuis. Aiden Fisher just ahead of them, then it's Handru du Plessis with Henko Hanekom. No, it's not Henko Hanekom. It is, well, I'm sure it was Handru du Plessis by the looks of things. Then Richard Smith, then Riley Geldenhuis. Henko Hanekom just that little bit further back. But we'll keep our eyes open on the sharp end of this one, because I can tell you now, Raiden Wolves is going to be coming under pressure very shortly now. He's getting a little bit bogged down in behind some of the slightly slower riders, which is bringing Ross McKenzie within striking distance. Ross McKenzie closing in on the back end of Raiden Wolves. Raiden Wolves onto the horseshoe. Here comes McKenzie. Down the drop off they come. McKenzie, well, in the middle of the track, doesn't quite tuck to the inside. McKenzie over the whoops now. Here he comes down the other side. Oh, here comes Wolves. Ross McKenzie trying to get up onto the back end of Raiden Wolves. Raiden Wolves is not making it easy at all. Still piling on the pressure, still pushing as hard as he possibly can. But yeah, I don't know. The top end of the track, it seems to me as though Ross McKenzie might be that little bit quicker than Raiden. But coming down the bottom end of the track, Raiden just seems to pull that gap and get further and further away from McKenzie until they go up topside again.
Well, keep an eye on Raiden Wolves. He's still ahead there of McKenzie. Can McKenzie close down on him? I don't know. It looks like Raiden could be pulling away. Raiden Wolves on a fly at the moment. He does not want Ross to give him any uphill whatsoever. So he's going to have to try and watch his P's and Q's. Possibly finding a bit of rhythm now at the moment.
And we got some nice dices. Mid-pack. One developing by the looks of things right at the front of the pack. Whether it's going to get to a climax before the end of this one, I am not sure. Well, I can tell you now that looks like Kobe Kretzmann just hanging in there, trying to get closer onto the back end of Riley Geldenhuys. Riley Geldenhuys has still got Richard Smith within striking distance, and Smith with Andrew Duplessis. So Troy Wenzel still in P4. P3, it's Reese Wenzel. We've got Ross McKenzie and Raiden Wolves, the two of them. Oh, still fighting it out tooth and nail. They've got the number 86 ahead of them. That's Aiden Fisher. And the number 34 of Josh Zion Ludia. Then Bashkir. So our leaders coming up towards us now. Once again, 3, 4, 5, Raiden Wolves, Ross McKenzie, number 85. Pushing all the time. Oh, it's not last lap time yet, so Ross McKenzie has still got a little bit of time to see if he can get up onto the back end of Raiden Wolves and make it count. Reese Wenzel, unfortunately, out of touch, but still in a very, very good P3. Oh, that was so close. He was out of the saddle, heading up towards the finish table. He almost put it down, but he kept it in a straight-ish line, if you want.
Yeah, that's important. At the moment, Raiden Wolves doing everything by the book to keep Ross McKenzie behind him. So that is important.
Right, waiting to see if the rest of the guys still battling it out. Still Kretzmann and Geldenhuys, the two of them very, very close together. Kretzmann is there, Geldenhuys is there. Oh, nice one, nice one. Up and over it is, the number 63 of Troy Wenzel. But here we go. Andrew Duplessis should be the next one through. I think he's putting a lap on one of the slightly slower riders. Here they come towards us now, but the battle still. Smith, Geldenhuys, Kretzmann. Up and over. Here they come now. The battle rages on. Here comes the number 201 of Andrew Duplessis. Woo, right there with him, it's the 104 of Smith. Geldenhuys drop down a place to Kobe Kretzmann. Kobe Kretzmann on the number 5, through on Geldenhuys. Geldenhuys has got to pick up the pace quite a bit. Nathan Small, the next one through, in behind them. So after a great start, I mean, Nathan Small out of the gates in second. My goodness, and then drop back, unfortunately. Very, very nice.
An idea of the pace that's been held up front by the front riders at the moment. So we just wait on Raiden Wolves. Yeah, he comes past us now. He's going to get the last lap more. Raiden Wolves going past for the last lap. And, well, he's pulled a hell of a gap over Ross McKenzie. Ross McKenzie, no retort whatsoever for that one now as he goes up over the spectator jump. And he's trying everything in his power. The front two have got a great gap over the rest of the field. They have pulled away.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I am a little bit disappointed that the top two didn't get close enough together to really, really battle it out. I know that when you're out in front, your main aim is to just get further and further away from the rest of the pack, and that's pretty much exactly what Raiden Wolves did. He knew that Ross McKenzie was in behind him, and he knew that Ross McKenzie is dangerous and could very, very well take the lead away from him. So hard concentration, hard riding, and Raiden Wolves checks out of this one. Ross McKenzie still there, Reese Carl Wenzel and Troy Ryan Wenzel, P3 and P4 respectively. But the battle's still there between Kretzmann, Geldenhuys, Smith, Andrew Duplessis, having a nice little charge, all of them pushing as hard as they possibly can. That basically, I think, wraps up the top 5-6 riders as Troy Wenzel comes through and the rest of the guys on the back straightaway. Boom, up and over. Oh, very, very quick indeed. Onto the brakes. Round to the right, and still the number 3, 4, 5. Raiden Wolves cruising away with this one. And second position, still pushing hard. Here comes Troy Wenzel. Oh, Kobe Kretzmann has got Geldenhuys breathing down his neck again. Oh, so Geldenhuys is not done with us yet. Right, next one in behind Geldenhuis. Oh, they managed to get through 100 du Plessis, and so too is Nathan Small. So, oh, what happened to that? Pretorius through now, but waiting to see. It is Raiden Wills, P1, P2. It's going to be the number 85 of Ross McKenzie. McKenzie comes round, takes P2, P3, a little bit further back, and that in the hands of Reese Wenzel. In behind Reese Wenzel, it is Troy Wenzel. So that the top four, and all of them having such a nice ride, and not one of them giving up at all. So that the 65s, that race 2 of heat 2, that wraps the 65s up. So now it's down to prize giving for them a little bit later on after the last race of the day, which is going to be MX1. A very exciting race it was for Jaden Proctor a little bit earlier on, him and Ethan Hoffman having a nice little dice. So we'll wait for that one to come, but that's still in a little while. At the moment, it is MX2. Side. Now, is that the line to take, though? Is where Luke Grundy is? It's possibly the straightest line through here, but will it work?
Well, most of the day, everyone's been coming off the inside gates pretty quickly and getting the old shots. That's where the line is from. But it depends how quickly you're off the line when that gate drops. That's the important part. 15-second border. MX2 About to fire away. Difficult conditions out there. Precipitation about. Cloud covers low. Lighting not the great. Right. Gates down and away they go.
Oh, the pace they're carrying into the whole shot. And, I don't even think they believe in brakes on those machines. It's onto the gas as they come out of there. And it's not who we expected, to be very, very honest with you. Coming out of it, Jaden Proctor. What a start from Jaden Proctor. Then it's Callum Marriott. Then behind Marriott, Luke Grundy. Then we've got Jordan Van Wyk. Then behind Jordan Van Wyk, it is Cameron Duro. So Duro got it all to do. But guess what? I guess he's going to be able to pull it off. He's going to chase hard on the back end of Jordan Van Wyk. Ahead of him, it's still pushing through. There's the number 717. And still Callum Marriott holds in there. But they're going to battle to catch up to the back end of the 81. That I can assure you. Because Jaden Proctor's not going to hang about.
Well, he stopped down already. Cam's worked up into second place. Cameron Duro up to second. Oh, my man, is this guy absolutely electric. He's absolutely in a league of his own. He's going to drop down the mine shaft. Woo! Proctor's got his hands full. Cameron Duro's there with him. They're going to hit that left-hand berm, work their way up towards the Jojo tanks. Off they go. Cameron Duro's there. Brocky's got his hands full. Cameron Duro is using every line to get close and wants to make this one stick. He's not hanging around. Look at the pace he gets up over the rise. Jaden Proctor, Cameron Duro. Oh, I tell you what, the gloves are off. And Proctor goes up, cuts the line off there for Cameron Duro. Duro's right there with him. Duro looking up on the inside for the shutout. Oh! I tell you what, great riding coming out of Duro. He's biding his time. He knows he's still got about 14 minutes to go. So he's thereabouts, and he's going to make it stick soon. And look at the front four closing up, Derek. This is getting interesting.
Well, they're all chasing on the back end of Jaden Proctor. Proctor pulling out a very, very handsome lead, albeit just a second or two. Luke Grundy still there. Then Cameron Duro in P4. Duro gets on the inside of Callum Marriott. Oh, Jordan Van Wyk a little bit further back. He's not going to be happy. Mark Carty, Matthew Correa, Ryan Adler. Ryan Adler going down a place, or is he? Oh, hell no, Ryan Adler's not going down a place. He's chasing on the back end of Matthew Correa. Matthew Correa still got Mark Carty ahead of him, but let's go back to the sharp end. We're now up into P3. It is the number one of Cameron Duro, but it's Luke Grundy breathing down the back of Jaden Proctor. Proctor still has the hopes alive of taking a win here today. Round to the right, but it is so close. And Luke Grundy is also not going to make it easy for Cameron Duro to get through on him, albeit, I don't know whether you want to call them teammates or what.
Well, there's just one thing that counts here today, Derek, and that's pride. They're all going to be fighting for the pride, and that's important. So look at those front three, how close they are now. And Cameron Duro chasing on the back of Luke Grundy. He showed Luke Grundy the way around now. He's looking up on the inside for the shutout, and it goes through. Duro makes it look so easy. What? He just blinked and Duro was through on him. Bam, just like it. Jaden Proctor still holding out front. But now, will Cameron Duro really mean like a fish in the ocean?
Well, still Callum Marriott in. Oh, Callum Marriott out of the saddle as he hits the dam. Comes round. But Luke Grundy is not done with Cameron Duro. Look at him. Luke Grundy up into P2, shoots past Cameron Duro. So Grundy now gets P2 back again. And Cameron Duro's got to go around the right side. Grundy, I told you he's not going to make it easy for him. Setting chase after Jaden Proctor. Oh, and there goes Duro again. But Grundy round the outside with a pace. He's got the speed. Will he have the inside line for the next one? Yes, he will. So the two of them are tripping each other up, and that's allowing Jaden Proctor to get a little bit of a gap. But on the inside again. Oh! Down goes, I think, yeah, that is Luke Grundy.
Grundy went down.
Grundy's gone down. Was it Cameron? Cameron Duro. Oh, yeah. So now Duro's going to fight. He's got a fight on his hands. Callum Marriott up into third place. Cameron Duro, he's not going to give up. He's going to keep on fighting, and he's He's probably going to get onto the podium, I can tell you that for free.
Well, he's already on the podium, so he's just got to get into the top 3. That's the main thing.
Right, Marriott still in P3, in P2. Well, quite a distant P2 now. It is Grundy. Grundy coming through. They're all still hunting the back end of Jaden Proctor. Well, Proctor needs to do well here today. And at the moment, it just looks like he's on a good form right now.
Jaden doing exceptionally well. He's got a bike balance on him. Luke Grundy is in close proximity. Callum Marriott's got a gifted 3rd place. And Cameron Duro down in P4 is about 3 seconds behind Callum Marriott. But these front here are now going to light their bikes up as they work their way through. I would say keep an eye on Luke Grundy. He's shown he's got the temperament now. But have a look at Cam Duro. You're not going to stop him anytime soon. He's on a flyer at the moment. The Red Bull KTM rider. So he's way through.
I'm guessing Cameron Duro is going to start putting in some really quick lap times. He's not happy being down in P4, and to be fair, I think he's pretty much won everything this year so far, and I would like to call it an unassailable lead in the championship right now, but he wants to pull the double off and he wants to make a clean sweep of it. But if he's not going to get P1 in this one, well, that's going to blot his copybook, and that's going to upset him ever so slightly. But here we go, still out in front, the number 81 of Jaden Proctor. Proctor's not hanging about. He's in actual fact pulling a bigger and bigger gap over the number 450 of Luke Grundy. Well, Grundy is just rolling back, and if Grundy rolls back any further, he's going to get Marriott up his exhaust pipe. Here we go. Grundy's still there, but not close enough. He hasn't given up, let's be honest. Onto the brakes, tries round the outside. Oh, Grundy, not quite the right line. It looks like that inside line is just that little bit quicker.
At the moment now, Jaden Proctor holding on, but Luke Grundy has absolutely got the bit between his teeth now. He's pushing on. He's pulled away from Callum Marriott. And have a look at Cam Duro now coming back at Callum Marriott. And I'll give it about a lap and a half, and Duro's going to be there. Cameron Duro on that Red Bull KTM is flying. Jaden Proctor, but look at Luke Grundy closing down on Jaden Proctor. Grundy's absolutely flying. Here come your leaders, Jaden Proctor, Luke Grundy. Well, I tell you what, the gloves are off. Callum Marriott and Cam Duro sitting right up behind him. And like you said, Cam Duro is going to run those laps down and run them down hard.
Yeah, Cameron Duro putting in the fastest lap of the race. Here we go. Now let's have a look and see. He's on a 1:43.1. Rest of the guys, yep, Duro went purple on the timesheets. So Cameron Duro is quickest out there, and he's trying his best to get up onto the back end of Callum Marriott. A little bit further back, it is great ride from Jordan van Wyk, Trey Cox, Mark Carty, Ryan Adler, and then Matt Correa rounding out the top 10. It's Kate van Deventer. But I somehow don't think these guys are really going to be hunting down a podium position right now. Still, the number 81 of Jaden Proctor holds sway, but only just over the number 450 of Luke Grundy. Grundy's still pushing, Grundy's still going hard, but Jaden Proctor has not given him a millimeter to get through on him just yet. Again, Proctor lines up the inside, and again Grundy goes wide. Does get a bit of drive out of the turn, but then he's back on the brakes again. And going to try. Oh! Proctor made a mistake! Proctor made a mistake! Well, Proctor is off the track virtually. He looks behind him, and behind him, it is the number 1 of Cameron Duro. He is going to be kicking himself now.
Well, I told you Luke Grundy is on a mission. Grundy leading out now. Jaden Proctor in second. He's going to have to try and come back and look, but up behind him is the big threat of Cameron Duro, who's absolutely flying. Luke Grundy, Jaden Proctor, and the Red Bull KTM of Cameron Duro is ensuing, and he is absolutely moving at the moment here. Callum Marriott still down in P4. He works his way through. So, and then we'll have Jordan van Wyk. Jordan van Wyk coming through up behind. Jordan van Wyk will be Trey Cox. Trey Cox making his way through down in P6. Mark Carty in 7. So, all happening out there at the moment. It's lovely to see But this, I think, is where most of the excitement's been for the senior riders today in MX2.
True that. Ryan Adler through, then Matt Correa. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Matthew Correa sees the back end of Ryan Adler. He wants to get there, but Ryan Adler just holding sway. Just ahead of him, behind that little scrap. It is the 444 of Tristan Duro, but let's try and find the sharp end of the pack. Up the hill goes Grundy, up the hill go... Oh, down, yeah, there's the Jojo. There is Luke Grundy out in front. Oh, and here comes Cameron Duro on Jaden Proctor. Proctor cuts it in wide, but up the inside goes Cameron Duro. Puts Jaden Proctor out of his line. And now Cameron Duro is going to be chasing down on the back end of Luke Grundy. Well, can Grundy keep it up? Can he keep up the pace? And no last lap board yet. I see the guys looking, but it is still Grundy. Here comes Luke Grundy now. And, oh, back at him. Look at this. Cameron Duro. But Duro back with him again. Oh, my word. This is out of the top draw. And again, trying to get through on the inside there, Jaden Proctor, but I think it's now going to be Duro. But Proctor rides up, running behind him. Oh, here's another one. It is Jordan Van Wyk coming up onto the back end of Callum Marriott. That's also going to be one to watch out for. Well, there's dicing all the way through, and this is the best race of the day so far, Francois.
Yeah, at the moment, Luke Grundy leading out now, but Cameron Duro's got... Oh, Cam goes down, and Brocky gets it all out of shape. Cameron Duro in the same place has put the front end down, can you believe it? And this has let Luke Grundy out of there. Cameron Duro has put it down hard, it looks like he could have hurt himself. So he's stuck there, he's trying to pick the bike up, and a couple of riders have gone through, and this has put paid to his chances.
Well, I was actually going to say, just before that happened, watch Cameron Duro come through and win this one, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Jaden Proctor, well, hanging in there for P2, and I think pretty much done and dusted right now. So let's have a look and see if Proctor can get back onto the back end of Luke Grundy and make this one count. Still a couple of minutes to go in this one, so there's still enough time. Up the hill goes Grundy. Oh, at the bottom end of the track, up the horseshoe. Oh, that's Proctor!
Jaden goes down. Oh, where are these guys? Come on, Jaden, hurry up. You got company.
Oh, that was a massive tumble from Jaden Proctor. Now he's got to get that back up. He cannot stand and wait. Here comes a Callum Marriott now. Oh, can you believe how bad luck can you get?
He's trying to get out of this. Duro's got past him, so he's lost out to Cam Duro. Cam Duro coming back now.
Yeah, well, that's Marriott. Yeah, Callum Marriott with Cameron Duro on the outside of Marriott. No, it's not. It's Trey Cox. So can Trey Cox pull a second here ahead of Callum Marriott? Jordan Van Wyk is through in behind Jordan. Run up with Jaden. I cannot believe it. He had second in the bag. And wow, all the excitement has gone. I just said it's the best race of the day, and it turned pear-shaped from there, didn't it?
Oh, that's you and your curse.
Oh, man.
Nonetheless, this has released Luke Grundy, who's now leading out with a healthy lead. Luke Grundy makes his way up towards the Jojo tanks. He's leading out there now. So, can he just hold on to that? Can he consolidate? Still no last lap board. Still a good 2.5 minutes to go.
Right, so Grundy, Cox, Duro, then Marriott. That's going to be, I don't want to say that's the way it's going to end, because I can tell you now for free that Cameron Duro's still not going to hold back. After 2 tumbles, I reckon he's still going to get onto the podium. Right, Chris Romans comes through on the number 22, but here we go. Still, Luke Grundy has the number 1 slot, and it just, I just don't think anybody is going to get close enough to take that position away from him. So it is Luke Grundy in P1. In P2, it's soon to be Cameron Cox. Looks like it's still Coxie. It's still Cox in second place. Third place, Cameron Duro. And, well, in all honesty, I reckon Cameron Duro is going to pull up a second here.
Yeah, I know, he's on a charge. He's chasing Trey Cox. Trey's going to have his hands full. Cameron Duro is very close. Cameron's using the eyes line, looking for speed out of the corners now as he chases through. So Trey Cox is going to have to keep his P's and Q's together. There's still probably about 2 or 3 laps left in this one. And Cameron Duro, after going down twice, consummate professional, is coming back with a hard charge.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to hang back. He's going to go for second. Come hell or high water, he's got Trey Cox ahead of him. You know he can get Trey Cox. Coxie up the hill, and so too. Here comes Duro. Duro onto the brakes. Round to the drop off they go. And boom, done and dusted. Thanks very much for coming. So, still it is the number 450 of Luke Grundy. Now, Grundy just needs to concentrate and keep it there. He's got a big enough lead to make this one count for himself. But are the Red Bull team going to turn on and say, Luke, just drop it a bit, Jono. Just take it down.
No, not Luke, not any day soon. This youngster's come up into MX soon. He's got a point to prove out of 125s. And Luke Grundy, well, he showed the fight in the beginning of the heats, and that was impressive. He decided, he said, you know what, you can do, I can do better. So he's doing exceptionally well. Goes over, there's your leader, Luke Grundy. Last lap, more time. There we go.
Right, so that's still going to give Trey Cox second for now, because Cameron Duro has not managed to get through on Coxie. Here comes Trey Cox now. Cameron Duro still roughly the same gap behind. So he hasn't managed to get closer to the back end of Trey Cox. Round to the right he goes. He's hunting down the back end of the number 37. So we've got KTM P1, KTM P2, KTM P3. And these guys are still really pushing hard. In behind them, it's still Callum Marriott. Callum Marriott has still got Jordan van Wyk right there or thereabouts. Then in behind them, it is the number 81 of Jaden Proctor. So if Jaden does want to do anything, he's got to go for Jordan van Wyk first. Then it's Callum Marriott, the next one. But here we go. It is what it is. It's still Luke Grundy, and up on top of the hill now, right at the top of the track. And still, Cameron Duro hasn't managed to get through on Trey Cox. Cox onto the brakes. Up the hill he goes. And a little bit of smoke coming out the back end of Cameron Duro's machine. Oh, has Duro got a bit of a problem there?
I think it's just steam from the water that's all over his bike. He is really reeling it into this last lap. He is murdering that machine. And he's not far behind Trey Cox. This one's going to go down to the wire, Derek.
Yeah, but I think Coxie might just have it for now, though. Hey, I'm going to be honest. Coming up to the line now, it's going to be the number 450 of Luke Grundy. Grundy comes round to take the win in a race to Luke Grundy. Up and over. Here comes Trey Cox, still ahead there of Cameron Duro. Trey Cox, massive land for Trey Cox. But he's up and over. What a ride from Trey Cox. Cameron Duro dropping it twice, still ending up on the podium. Oh, magnificent ride from Cameron Duro. And the next one through, it is going to be the number 7. No, it's 81. Oh, it is a brilliant finish for Jaden Proctor. Then Callum Marriott. Then Jordan van Wyk.
Oh, brilliant stuff there, Derek. That has to be the highlight race of the day. I tell you what, absolutely top draw stuff coming out of the MX2 riders. And the likes of Cam Duro and Luke Grundy showing there. Jaden Proctor, unfortunately, throwing it down the road. He had an excellent chance out there. But nonetheless, great riders there from all the great rides, should I say, from all the riders. Really entertaining the crowds and the television audience alike. But, lovely stuff. Next up, MX 3 and the veteran.
Another one. And now let's have a look and see if they can all keep it upright.
Race 2.
Eh?
Race 2.
Yeah, indeed. Don't say anything about that other guy.
No. I'm not saying a word.
Because you did the previous race.
I know.
So that was your fault. Right, getting ready for the off on this, the MX3 vets and support class. They double gated. Right, finishing off now. The number 88 coming through to finish his ride. Was that 38? Sorry, Ethan Lowe. So we wait for right, here we go. Getting ready for the off. Right, David Goosen. Can he get the whole shot this time? Is it going to be Royce Griffin who's going to do it again? Royce is so fast. David Goosen, I don't think he's got the power, but he's got the stamina and pretty much the know-how. Now it's going to come down to the wire. We had Brandon Wheeler finishing P1 in the MX3 Vets with, I think it was in second position, Greg Gildenhuys was in second, Jan Ryan in third. So if Jan pulls off a win, it's going to be a 1-3 for Jan and it's going to be a 1-2 for Brandon if Brandon comes second. But if Gildenhuys, sod it. I'm not that intelligent.
Well, I've only got grade 6 and some, so I can't work that one out.
Yeah, I've got grade 6 without
nothing. They all said to me, did you make it through matric? I said, no, I just made it here through Belleville.
Yeah, I did get matric twice in standard 5. Oh my word, here we go. Another interesting one, Royce Philip Griffin. That's where the RPG Racefield thing comes from. So Royce Griffin, right there with him, it's David Goosen. And with them, that's Jan Ryan. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So waiting now for them to clear the track. They're just cleaning up.
Townsend just organising a little bit of water dissipation.
Gives me time to lubricate the voice.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the off with MX3. Oh, have a look at this. Royce Griffin and David Goosen. Oh, Goosen goes around the outside. Royce Griffin around the inside. No, Royce Griffin goes around the outside again. And Griffin gets the lead. Royce Griffin up and over. David Goosen pumped bars with him. And Levi Doherty up next. Then it's Brandon Wheeler. In behind Brandon Wheeler, it's Jan Ryan. Behind Jan Ryan, we've got the number 114. That in the hands of Lario de Toy. Quite a bit better this time round from Lario de Toy. Right, the senior support. Everett Vermeulen going to be trying to get the whole shot on this one. I don't think he's going to make it, but let's go back up the sharp end of this one. Royce Griffin and David Goosen, the two of them very, very close together. Goose not going to let him go. Royce is going to be punching it as hard as he possibly can. Oh, it is Kyle Joubert out in front in the support class. Kyle Joubert having a nice ride. Oh, he's going to be pushing hard. Oh, a little bit of a tumble. That's exactly where Jan Ryan dropped it in the previous race. But, yeah, it hurts when you fall. And the older you get, the more it hurts. And the longer it takes to get up. Right, still Royce Griffin now trying to pull a bit of a gap or a big enough gap to prevent David Goosen from getting through on him like he did in the previous race. Griffin is absolutely flying. He's really, really fast as Royce Griffin. David Goosen on the two-stroke, chasing down on the back end of Griffin. Oh, through the mud bath they go. And the dice rages on. A little bit further back, Jan Ryan has picked it up. Jan Ryan pushing as hard as he can. He cannot afford to let the guys get through on him again. But, nice overjump there from Royce Griffin. And David Goosen still just keeping Royce Griffin on it. Right, this is the 515 of Jan Ryan. The next one through, up and over comes Jan Ryan. Much better this time round. Then we've got Levi Doherty behind Levi Doherty. Oh, what has happened to... Oh, it is Brandon Wheeler. Oy! Brandon Wheeler just bumps the lip as he comes down on the drop-off of the finish table. So, Lario de Toy should be the next one through on the number 114. No, it's not. It's the 84-34 of Greg Geldenhuis. Well. A little bit of a turn up for the books there. Greg Geldenhuis picking up the pace, doing very, very nicely indeed. Lying fourth in the vets class because Lario de Toy has now managed to pick up into third in behind Brandon Wheeler and Jan Ryan.
Oh, great stuff coming out of the MX3 class there. Royce Griffin still leading under de Goosen. Jan Ryan leading out the vets there, lying in third. Levi Doherty in fourth, third in the MX3. Second in the vets is Brandon Wheeler. Then it's Sean Stronglider. Greg Geldenhuis is in seventh place, third in the vets, and he's doing extremely well. Royce Griffin doing very well at the moment as he leads out. Can the likes of David Goosen really mean? We'll have to wait and see. Goosen giving an absolute all, but Royce Griffin looking the bit at the moment as he leads out, coming up towards us. And Royce Griffin has come out in second heat like a man possessed now. As he got over the spectator jump, the leader Royce Griffin. Here comes second place man David Goosen on the MX250. Well, we still got about 10-12 minutes to go, so still a lot to do in this race.
Well, I can tell you now that Royce Griffin, he's going to come off the gas very, very shortly. But when I say come off the gas, not in such a big way, to be fair. I think he's just going to roll off ever so slightly. But what he's doing right now is building up, hopefully, what he thinks is enough of a lead. Oh, Jan Ryan getting it a little bit squirrely as he lands on the other side of the finish jump. Levi Doherty still pushing He's got Brandon Wheeler there with him. Brandon Wheeler comes up and over, and Brandon's just getting that little bit quicker and little bit quicker every time he comes out on track. So there could be something in line for Brandon Wheeler to get up onto the back end of Jan Ryan and maybe make Jan Ryan sweat a little bit. But in behind them still Lorio de Toy and Greg Gildenhuis. That's the top 4 positions in the MX3 Vets class. There goes Gildenhuis now. Oh, Gildenhuis just holding in there. He's got himself ahead of Lorio de Toy. So what has happened to Lorio de Toy again? I cannot believe it. Lorio de Toy way back now. De Toy starting off 3rd in the MX Vets class, dropping down to P4. So that's going to put Gildenhuis, well, that's going to be a toss-up because now Jan Ryan's taking a win and a 3rd. Gildenhuis has taken a 2nd and a 3rd. Brandon Wheeler's taking a 1st and a 2nd, so it'll be Wheeler. Oh, who's going to be 2nd?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Ryan Goosen not close enough to the back end of Royce Griffin. Griffin has come off the gas. He put in a good time. Best lap of the race so far is a 141.890. He's now down to a 145, and Goosen down to a 147 from a 145. So it looks like Griffin still very, very quick indeed. Well, we've got a downer there. Round the left-hander on the bottom end of the Go MX jump, or on this side of the Go MX jump. Yellow flags waving. Looks like he's trying to extricate himself from underneath the machine. Well, it looks like the medics are on hand. But hopefully that rider's going to be okay. Yeah, he's back on the bike again, so all good there. Levi Doherty still in the hunt. And Brandon Wheeler still making sure that he keeps that 2nd position. I think he's done the maths. Brandon is a clever lad. He's done the maths. He's going to be on the top of the podium tonight with a P1 and a P2. So a 1-2 for Wheeler, a 1-3 for Ryan if he keeps on going the way he is, and a 2-3 for Gildenhuis. So it's going to be Wheeler, Ryan, Gildenhuis. That's what the podium's going to look like in the MX3 Vets class.
Here comes Greg Gildenhuis. Well, I must admit, Royce Griffin is a different approach in this race. Royce doing exceptionally well, leading out on the MX3. Crosses the line. Where is David Goosen? Here comes David now. There's the Goose. Goosen getting a little bit out of shape there. Wait for Jan Ryan.
I don't think the rest of the guys having a lovely time. The MX support class in and amongst the MX3 national riders, and all of them having such a lot of fun. Well, the leading support rider is Jason Fenton at the moment on the number 56. Just went through. No, it's not. Leading support rider is Carl Chabert, the 161. 2nd in the senior support class is Evert Vermeulen. I know he wanted to get there. Then it's Jason Fenton, Aidan Roger, Ashlyn Nicholas, Tian Smith, Quinton Foster, Riley Staples, Alex Robinson, and Ty Potgieter. That's the way. I don't think Ty Potgieter is out there, unfortunately. But let's have a look now back at the sharp end, and Royce Griffin pulling a huge gap in the first couple of laps over David Goosen. I don't think Goosen is going to get back at him, but let's wait and see. Still, I would say a good 6.5 minutes to go before the end of this one. So anything can still happen. I think Goosen is going to just keep plodding away at some good lap times and try and work his way that little bit closer to the back end of Griffin. Griffin, on the other hand, well, he pulled the pin early on in this one, and wow, has he just up-ducked and disappeared. Nobody even close to mount a challenge on him just yet, but that might change very shortly.
Well, coming through there, the 141. Royce getting through some of the slow markers. Here comes David Goosen. Goosen now starting to light the circuit up slightly now. Starting to up the ante. He's now found some rhythm. Not doing too badly at all. And third place, Jan Ryan, quite a way back. Quite a way back. And behind him, Levi Doherty, Brandon Wheeler, Greg Hildenay. So, yeah, things looking up.
I don't think Jan Ryan is too worried about how far back he is, as long as he gets the win. Ryan just cruising around lap after lap. And here comes, up the hill now goes Jan Ryan around to the right on the 100% horseshoe. Round comes Ryan. Quite a bit of a gap over second place man, Brandon Wheeler. This is Jan Ryan's home track, and well, he's pretty much stamped his authority on this one. So, here we go. A little bit further back, it is still Brandon Wheeler on the number 73. Wheeler coming through nicely, and in behind him, Sean Strunkeider in the MX3 class. Has Sean Strunkeider managed to keep it there? Levi Doherty is through. But Brandon Wheeler still hanging in there and still trying to make this race count for himself. So, yeah, it looks, if they finish the way they are now, it is going to be P1 for Brandon Wheeler, P2 for Jan Ryan, P3 for Greg Hildenay. Albeit for his first national ever here at Zone 7 to be in P3, but that is something.
That is proper. I'll tell you what, coming from Greg, that's proper. Just shows you the experience coming out of Greg Hildenay up here and Brandon Wheeler doing exceptionally well.
So around they come now, and well, it is the number 84. Not too sure who that is. He's not on the program, unfortunately, but it could be somebody riding. Is that Evert Vermeulen? I think I don't know. I'm not sure. Through now goes the number 84, but like I said, haven't got him on the program. It is unfortunate that sometimes it does happen, but up and over. The rest of the guys pushing as hard as they can to just get a better position to what they are right now, and either that or just resign themselves to the fact that where they are is where they will be and where they will stay. Now, there goes the number 18 of Everett van Meulen, still lying second in behind Carl Chabert in the support class. Third in the support class, it's still Jason Fenter. And, well, he's not doing too badly at all. Well, the guy's starting to look across to see how long it's going to be before the end of this one. And it's still going to be a little while, gentlemen. They've got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go before the last lap board comes out. Jan Ryan still controlling the MX3 Vets class from the front, while Royce Griffin still hanging in there, showing why he is as fast as he is. Well, Levi Doherty through. Levi Doherty third in the MX3 class, so he's going to be on the podium. David's going to be on the podium, and Griff is going to be on the podium. Up and over comes Royce Griffin. Lids up. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's last lap time for Griffin. Just got a lap there on Brandon Wheeler. So, well, Royce did it this time. He did it good and solid. David Goosen didn't have a comeback for him, and try though he may, I think Royce just pulled the pin very, very early on in the race. David Goosen comes through for second in the MX3 class. Third in the MX3 class, still Levi Doherty. And Doherty will be on the back. So we've got three local boys in the MX3 class.
Nice.
No, Royce Griffin was local, and then he went back home.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Greg Hildenay is doing a stunning job here. I tell you what, in the vets. And while sitting at P3, he's going to have his foot in the podium. And I tell you what, his first podium in the Nationals, he's going to be absolutely ecstatic with that one. Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be doing some relevance celebrating.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
That is Sean Stromkeider, who's riding the number 84. On the back of his jersey it says 100 Stromkeider. So yeah, he swapped bikes, and he obviously didn't let anybody else other than himself know.
Oh, we're going to work it out for ourselves, eh?
Right, I'm glad we figured it out though, but let's have a look and see what Royce Griffin is going to be up to. Jan Ryan leading out in the MX3 Vets class. Waiting now for Royce Griffin to come round to finish his ride. Well, he's pretty much blown everybody into the winds. The fastest man in MX3 vets that there is, or MX3 class. Waiting for Griffin to come through. Up and over comes Levi Doherty. And reeling off a lap, Royce Griffin on his way in very shortly now. Over the launch pad, Griffin up and over. Well done, Royce Griffin takes the win. Second place, it's going to be the number 21 of David Goosen. Here comes David Goosen now. P2, great ride from David Goosen. And then, of course, Levi Doherty, third in the MX3 class. He is over the line already. Brandon Wheeler takes second in the MX3 Vets class. Greg Hildenace should be coming through for third. But
It's actually quite surprising how the vets are just behind the MX3 riders are mixing it up there. I mean, the likes of Jan Ryan sitting up there behind Goerges and Levi Doherty, then Brandon Wheeler and Greg Hildenace. The top six, a mixture of MX3 and vets. Absolutely brilliant ride. So there's a couple of slow riders bringing it home. Still a couple of the top riders out there at the moment bringing it home as well.
Right, but all in all, Francois, I think the racing today has really been good. There have been some slightly spaced out races. When I say that, I mean the gaps between first and second and third. But at the end of the day, on a whole, I think the racing has really been good. See one of the riders battling to get on his machine after coming round the left-hander, heading towards the Zone 7 table. Gets back up and riding again. Jan Ryan finishes to take the win in the MX3 Vets class. Well done, Jan Ryan, the birthday boy. We can say it now.
Yeah, it's finished.
He's won it. Right, and finishing his ride now. Coming across the line. It is the number 231, I think it is. 331 of Ashton Nicholas. Nice ride from Ashton Nicholas. Here we go. Finishing off. Levi Doherty.
Yeah, Levi bringing it
just
home.
ahead of Levi Doherty, but almost a lap down. Jason Fenter taking third in the senior support class. Right, Jason Hill now runs his lap. Riley Staples finishing his ride as well. And now, I think it is time for the ladies, if my memory serves me correctly. An interesting bunch, and that's going to be there we go, there's that race 2 thing again.
Indeed it is.
Right, the rest of the guys finishing. And you know what? How lekker isn't it for the senior support riders? Look, it is expensive to ride a national. Let's not make any bones about it. But how lekker it is for the senior support riders to ride in and amongst the national riders at a national in Cape Town and just have a jewel, man.
And you get the exposure as well.
And
That's
the recognition.
important. Yeah.
No, lekker, man. I think that was awesome. And it's
And
great.
maybe you even get a place. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you even get a sponsor.
You never know.
Now we're going to push you into MX2. Watch. Right, finishing his ride now. Alex Robinson. And I think there's none left. Green flags are all up. We're going to have the ladies out on track very shortly now. Right, here we go. Time for the ladies. Woo! Caitlin Parks. Oh, could it be Bam? Could it be Benzinge? Woo! Man, this is going to be a very interesting race. Atete Benzinge going to be trying for a third this time round. She's second to last. No. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the outside. On the inside, I think that is the number 218. I'm not sure. I think so. Then we've got the 111 of Faye Walker. Oh, the gates are down. Nice start from Walker, but a great start. This time, it looks to me as though it's going to be Jessica Ostner. Jessica Ostner on the number 21 gets a magnificent start. But the rest of the pack piling up in behind her, trying to get up the inside. Osna's lost the lead. Oh, already, and I think that could be Caitlin Parks that's come through. Caitlin Parks. Then we've got Atete Benzinge right in behind Atete. It looks like it could be Bam. Oh, yes, it is. Bam. Then we've got Genevieve Edwards. Genevieve Edwards, the next one through. Great start from Genevieve this time round. After hole shotting the first race, and then thing went a little bit pear-shaped for her. But we'll have a look and see what happens here. Caitlin Parks, Jessica Osner, Atete Benzinge. Then we've got Mackenzie Bam, Genevieve Edwards, Zoe Burta. Zoe Burta is also going to be one to come through. And then Chloe Ree. Is she going to get a little bit closer to the front this time round? Not a good start in the previous race. Can Chloe do anything about it on the total control machine?
My question is, what's the likes of Mackenzie Bam going to get up to? She's sitting behind Atete Benzinge, who's been riding well today, take nothing away, and it's not too far off the likes of Jessica Osler and Caitlin Parks. So Mackenzie Bam has got the pace. She showed it in the first heat. What's she going to do in the second heat?
Yeah, but I mean, everybody got a better start this time round. So, is it going to be the same? Isn't it? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. It's never over till the checkered flag falls. And 9 times out of 10, we get it wrong for various reasons. Commentators curse, kiss it death, call it what you want. But 9 times out of 10, we do get it wrong.
We know the sport, but we don't know their minds.
And we don't know the wrath of the gods either.
Not at all.
Right, still out in front, Caitlin Parks. Jessica Osner there, Atete Benzinge. Then we've got Mackenzie Bam. Well, they're a lot closer this time round. Genevieve Edwards is in the hunt as well. Zoe Burta not going to leave them. And Chloe Ree. Oh, yes, it's everybody is very, very close together. So I'm not 100% sure how this is going to pan out. I do know that Caitlin Parks is going to push for the win. I know Mackenzie Bam is going to feel very confident after the race that she had the first time round, taking the win in that one. So she's got the confidence level to be able to do it. But has she got the drive and has she got the pace to catch up to the back end of Parks, Osner, and Benzinge?
Yeah, there's something happening here now. Jessica Osner in on Caitlin Parks.
It is Mackenzie Bam, it is Jessica Osner, it is Atete Benzinge, it is Zoe Burta. Oh, then it's Genevieve Edwards, and behind Genevieve Edwards, it's the number 68 of Chloe Ree. Then we've got the 210, it is Peyton Love. Now waiting for Tasman Strongguider. Well, that's if she's out there, because I know that Sean rode her bike in the previous race. So up next, it is Gulliver, Kellyanne Gulliver. Nice ride from Kellyanne Gulliver. On the little 85, dude, how do you, massive ride from her. But here we go, it looks like second place. Is that Jessica Osner? No, it's not, it's still Bam. Oh, it was Osner who went down by the looks of things, or is it Bam?
Bam went down.
Oh, Mackenzie Bam. Now she's going to have to get up and going again. This is going to cost her dearly. How do you win a race? And now it's battle to get it anywhere close to the podium.
Don't they call that the roll of the dice?
Oh, man, but how sad is that for poor Mackenzie?
I know.
She rode so well in the first heat, and now things definitely a little bit pear-shaped for her. So she's going to have to push very, very hard to get back up to grips, or even to get close to the podium. I somehow don't think she's going to be able to do it. Here comes Strunkheider now. Tasman coming round and just, well, she's out there, she's having fun. I think she realizes, well, this is just not going to be my day. But whoever's day it is, right now, it belongs to Caitlin Parks. Mackenzie Bam down, 5 places. Oh, Jessica Osner up in a second. Atete Benzinge, she's now in P3. So can she keep it there, or is Zoe Burta going to be able to capitalize on this? Genevieve Edwards hunting them down. Can she get closer? Here we go. Up and over in P1. Still Caitlin Parks has the number 1 slot. Parks up and over. Jessica Osner, she's the next one through. Oh, it is Atete Benzinge in P3. P4. And Zoe Puerta. Then we've got Mackenzie Bam. Right, Mackenzie's going to try now. She's going to try and get up onto the back end of Zoe Puerta. That'll put her in P5. Then it's Atete Benzinge just ahead of that. She's beaten her before. Let's see if she can do it again. I somehow don't think it's going to be that easy, to be very, very honest with you. Not for Mackenzie Bam. I mean, to be fair, I think Atete has learned this track very, very well. She came out all guns blazing in race 1, ended up with a P4. Mackenzie taking the win in that one. So she's going to try everything to get as close to Caitlin Parks as she possibly can to end up on the top of the podium this evening in prize giving. But I just don't think it's going to happen. Down the drop-off goes the number 118 of Caitlin Parks, Jessica Osner, still there to try and make things happen for herself. But it just doesn't look like she's going to get close enough to get that number 1 slot away. Chloe Ree, the next one through. She must have had a little bit of a moment, because now we've got Faye Walker in behind Chloe Ree. Chloe Ree dropped down quite a few places. I mean, Peyton Love, Mackenzie Bam, Zoe Porter, everybody threw on her. Genevieve Edwards, Pretorius, and Kellyanne Gulliver. So up and over now, the number 47 of Chloe Woodendal. Nog a Chloe. But still, let's go back to the front of the pack and... yeah. Up and over. Yeah, Jessica Osner still not close enough. Right, Mackenzie Bam still in P4. Atete Benzinge still in P3. Where is Zoe Puerta? Zoe Puerta has had a little bit of a problem. There she goes over the zone 7 jump now, so lost out quite a bit of ground. Jessica Osner still in second, chasing down on Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Parks has got it. Jessica Osner. Here comes Atete Benzinge. Benzinge and Mackenzie Bam, and I thought it was Zoe Puerta that went missing. It is. Here comes Zoe Puerta now on the 128 machine. Hey, look at Mackenzie Bam diving up the inside of Atete Benzinge. Benzinge just twisted the throttle, got out of trouble. But I don't think it's going to last long, because here comes Mackenzie Bam right back at her again. Benzinge down the drop-off. And still Mackenzie Bam pushing very, very hard indeed. Jessica Osner has not managed to get close enough to the back end of Caitlin Parks yet. But if Atete Benzinge carries on, she knows she's under pressure now. So she's going to try and push as hard as she possibly can to get away from Mackenzie Bam onto the brakes, round to the left. Bam still there with Benzinge. Oh, and she's lost out. I think Benzinge's got the power to get up the hill, where Mackenzie Bam's struggling ever so slightly with that smaller machine in behind her. But yeah, so I was wrong again, because there she's got it right on the back end of Atete Benzinge. Still Caitlin Parks, Jessica Osner, Benzinge, Bam. Puerta a little bit further back, not able to get close enough to mount a challenge yet. But like I said, the race isn't over now until the checkered flag falls.
Well, Caitlin Parks still leading out, and I have to admit it's Jessica Osner trying to stay in touch here. Jessica riding a very calculated race at the moment. Well, Atete Benzinge and Mackenzie Bam embroiled in a little battle there, so have to see if they can get through. And they work their way around. Coming through now is Caitlin Parks working her way to the back end of the circuit. Caitlin Parks doing everything well. Coming past us now, the triple and a Faye Walker is a bit down the log. Parks is down. Is Parks down?
Wow. Wait a second, here looks like there's a bit of a turn up for the books now. Coming up towards the line now, it is. Here comes Caitlin Parks, so Jessica Osner. Jessica Osner's gone missing. Oh,
Benzinge's in second.
Oh my goodness. Benzinge in second, and then it's Mackenzie Bam in third. What is up with that? The number 21 goes missing. That is not going to play into her hands whatsoever. I think a second in the first race. And now, not where she wants to be. Stromkaider comes through now. In behind Stromkaider, it is Zoe Puerta and then Jessica Osner. So, oh my goodness, Jessica Oster really has to ride hard now. Oh, gosh me, that is not where she wants to be. Osner, then Genevieve Edwards, the number 12. It should be, yes it is. Genevieve Edwards, Peyton Love will be next up, then Caitlin Pretorius. Chloe Ree, quite a ways in behind Caitlin Pretorius, so no way she's going to make up any positions from where she is right now. Still out in P1. What a ride from Caitlin Parks. And trouble.
Up on the hill, a couple of bikes went down.
Well, they are back up and riding again, but I don't think it was any of the front runners. There goes Caitlin Parks. Please don't tell. Oh no, I don't even want to know, because if it's Benzinger or Bam, well, that's not really going to be fair on them, because they really have been riding so well. Bam tries around the outside of Ateta Benzinger. Yeah, not getting it right this time, but still the race goes on as Killian Gulliver comes across the line, starts another lap on the little 85. And I tell you what, all these young ladies doing so well and impressing. I think pretty much everybody out here. Caitlin Parks still has the number 1 slot, hasn't been able to or hasn't had anybody close to our Teddy Benzinger down in 3rd place. 2nd place then it is Mackenzie Bam. Here comes Parks. Mackenzie Bam in 2nd position. So that's going to be a 1-2 for Mackenzie. If it stays that way, our Teddy Benzinger, she's going to be in P3. On the podium, Zoe Buerta is the next one up. In behind Zoe Buerta should be Jessica Osner. Here comes Mackenzie Bam. Brilliant ride from Mackenzie. Ateta Benzinger, the next one through, right in behind that, it is Zoe Buerta. Oh, and one of them gets stuck in the dam. Oh, the bike goes down. Not sure who that is. I think it might be 210 Peyton Love. I'm not sure. Here comes Zoe Buerta. She's across the line. Yeah, I think it was number 12, Genevieve Edwards. It could have been Genevieve Edwards that's gone down. It looks like it. No, there's Genevieve right on the case of Jessica Oster. Genevieve Edwards, is she going to check it out? Oh my word, how close do you want to get? Genevieve Edwards right there with Jessica Oster. Now tries to get up the outside. I think it could be Caitlin Pretorius on the 170 that went down in the mud. Here comes Peyton Love now. Then if there's a bit of a gap before we get to the 170, no, it wasn't her either. Well, pushing the bike out of the mud, so still not got the bike running. It's not, well, it's not the 47. I don't know whether it is the 84 of Tasman Strunkeider. But yeah, it is what it is. The racing is going and it's hot, fast and furious in the ladies class. Caitlin Parks still has it. Mackenzie Bam in 2nd. Ateta Benzinger, she's still there in 3rd. But for how long? Because Zoe Buerta wanting to get that a little bit closer. I think it is last lap time going to be coming out now for Caitlin Parks when she comes across the line. Caitlin Parks, brilliant ride. Up and over she comes now, heading for the last lap board. Parks is there. Mackenzie Bam trying everything to get close. Oh, my goodness, look how quick she is coming over here now. And just going to have a look at the lap times. Mackenzie Bam again has set up the fastest lap of the race at a 2:09, where Caitlin Parks sitting at a 2:12. So that's, what, 3 seconds a lap quicker. If she could just have picked up the pace a little bit sooner, oh, that might have been her 1-1 for her, but it's not going to be. So Ateta Benzinger, she's had a P4 in race 1, P3 in this one.
I must admit, Ateta Benzinger really been riding well. She's been rock solid.
Yeah,
she never went down up there. She got caught in the accident and she couldn't get through, and that held her back, and that allowed Mackenzie Bam to get through. Otherwise, Ateta Benzinger would still be up where she was.
Yeah, Faye Walker through. Zoe Buerta through, and she's managed to get through on Jessica Osner. Jessica Osner, unfortunately, not quite able to keep that whole shot her own. Caitlin Parks was so quick to bounce after Jessica Osner went into the first corner first, came out. I'm still not 100% sure who actually got the whole shot on that one, but it must have been very close. There you go. These ladies are getting very brave as they get through on Kellyanne Gulliver. But the yellow flag still waving on the table. Don't know what up for that. Anyways. On the other side still. One of them trying to get going again. Right up and over the number 47 of Chloe Windall. And sure, I can tell you these girls have ridden hard and fast today. I'm not sure whether they actually look to see if the last lap board is out and when it's coming out, but I just think they're all out there having such a lot of fun. Genevieve Edwards across the line, waiting now for the 118 to come through and take checkered flag. Caitlin Parks is going to be the one. Takes the checkered flag. Caitlin Parks takes the win. Chloe Reeve finishing her ride, and through now comes Kellyanne Gulliver with Mackenzie Bam comes through in second place. What a brilliant performance from Mackenzie Bam. Great ride. Well, so that means that we've got 85s left and MX1. So two races to go.
2 races to go.
Johnny, 2 races to go. I don't know where Johnny is.
Oh, well, you can hear us on the beer.
Johnny,
2 races.
Yeah, you know what, man.
Ateta Benzinga, what a ride coming out of this young lady. Brilliant stuff. Finds herself in P3. So it's P4 in the first heat. Will it get on the podium? I think it might.
Right, finishing now, Jessica Osner. And next one through, Tasman Sturmkaider, finishing her ride. But yeah, it's 85s up next. And man, if we go anything according to what we saw in the first race with the 85s, guys, ladies, gentlemen, it's going to be out of the top draw. I'm pretty sure that Trenton Kretzmann is not going to take this one lying down. He battled in the first race. It was an astounding ride from the number 30. I don't want to say blew them into the weeds. I mean, he had massive competition in behind him. So, yeah, let's have a look and see where the P1, 2, and 3 ends up in this one. It's just going to be that little bit doit, I think. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. I'm usually wrong, but maybe this time I'm right.
So you actually having to really tuck in and hold on. But KPMs, I don't know, probably a bit nicer, I don't know. I've never written a line. No, that's not worth it. Not worth it.
Try that again. 85s on the line. Oh, goodness me. I think I did make a prediction in the first race where I said Trenton Kretzmann should pull it off. And I was wrong. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do this time round. Is it going to be Brody Bircher again? Well, he had a brilliant first heat, let's be honest. Whether that'll be the same for heat 2, that's yet to be seen. All right, so the front end loader, I think, pretty much done with the cleaning up of the track, the making nice. There's 2 races to go. We've got 85s, and thereafter it is MX1. 15-second board is up, waiting for the 5-second board. Oh my goodness me, what is this race going to bring? Okay, the gates are down, and like I said, I'm not even going to try and make a prediction on this one, but it looks like it is Bircher again. Brody Bircher, what a start from the number 3-0. Oh, there's yellow flags waving already. That on the start line, but Brody Bircher out of the saddle. Goodness me, that was so close to a bit of a catastrophe. Bircher. Then we've got, welcome back, Cassie Van Sale. Cassie Van Sale, I hope you put it together this time. My word. Let's see if Cassie Van Sale is going to be able to pull anything out of the back. Frosty still there, trying to get that little bit closer. Brendan van Wyk, 800 teeth for Maxwell.
Right, well, he's still out there. Still Brady Bircher, Cassie Van Zyl, Brendan Kretsman, Evan Frost, Brendan van Wyk, and Retief. So, leading out, they're all up on the hill. They're pretty close bound.
1, 2. Oh, thank you. All right, still from what happened in the previous race, Brody Bircher really pushing hard, but nice to see Cassie Van Zyl in the hunt again. Let's wait and see what Van Zyl going to be up to. Brody Bircher still has it though. Trenton Kretsman is going to try come through very, very quickly. Evan Frost, he's not going to be left in the dirt either. So, is that modus operandi? Have we got exactly the same as we had before? It looks like it's Bircher. Is that Cassie Van Zyl though in second place?
Yeah, Cassie Van Zyl still holding on to second there, but he's got Kretsman up behind him, and then it's going to be Evan Frost who sits up there behind him. So, the usual protagonists are there, but Cassie's in there for the mix, but can Brody hold out? Because Cassie's looking pretty strong.
Oh, goodness me, I saw them lean over. Cassie made a mistake, and that's bought. Yeah, Frosty's back in the hunt. It is Bircher. Oh, it's Kretsman. Then it is Cassie Van Zyl. Cassie, what? Out of second place. Boom, he made a mistake. But he's down to third. Let's not discount him at all. Right in behind him, it's still Evan Frost. Brendan van Wyk having a nice ride in behind Aiden Retief.
Kretsman's on a fly. Kretsman is there. He's right there with Bircher. And I think Kretsman's in the hunt. Oh, it's just too close for comfort. Kretsman right there with Bircher. They're literally nose to tail now as they come out. They're going to hit their left hand. They're going to climb the hill. Who's going to have the drive up the hill now? Kretsman is right there. Bircher climbs the hill early. Kretsman sits with him. They hit the loop up at the top, and Kretsman's there, but Bircher absolutely possessed at the moment, trying to get away from Kretsman. They drop down the mine shaft, using all the speed they can, and Kretsman's there. And Evan Frost up into third behind Cassie, and I think Frosty is also on the charge.
Well, Frosty is going to try and make his move very, very shortly now. Evan Frost in behind Cassie Van Zyl. Like I said, nice to see Cassie Van Zyl right up there now. Kretsman has not got away past the number 30 right now. Brody Bircher still has the number 1 slot. Has he got the temperament to hold the pressure? Trenton Kretsman is not going to leave him alone. Trenton's going to go for him round every corner, over every jump, and on every straightaway. Kretsman is not going to leave him alone. Here we go. Out goes Brody Bircher. What is that? No, a helicopter. Do you call that a helicopter?
He
It's
got
certainly
flung
something.
out of the saddle in a big way.
What a pity. Brody Bircher. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What up for that? So Kretsy's got it. Trenton Kretsman out in front. Then up next is Frosty. Then we've got Aiden Retief. So now Cassie again has gone missing. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, it should be Berger up next, it is. Then we've got Cassie van Zyl. In behind Cassie van Zyl, it is the 555. Wow, of Maxwell Ferree. Maxwell Ferree just ahead of Brandon van Wyk. Sure. Goodness me, is this race on its head right from the get-go. Brody Berger, I don't know what you call that. That was...
Oh, he hit that water, the bike just launched him and he got out of the saddle, held onto the
jet ski stuff.
Oh, jet ski stuff.
Right through now, the number 206, Thomas Miller comes through, and Tommy Miller having a nice, solid little ride. This he's enjoying his national and having such a lot of fun. But Trenton Kretschmann, well, Trenton cannot relax. Francois Trenton has got to concentrate right until the end, because we know that if
Frosty's right
Frosty gets you up, and Frosty's closing him down. Frosty is closing down Trenton Kretschmann. I am not imagining it. Frosty is there. Now the only one that really needs to get going now is Brody Berger. Brody Berger just a little bit too far back. Yeah, the pace that Kretschmann and Frost are setting up now is just not going to allow Brody Berger to get closer. Here comes Kretschmann. Here comes Frosty, and Frosty definitely getting closer. Well, going to try and have a look at the fastest lap times. Uh-oh, problems for Van Skalkwyk. Van Jaarsveld at least. Julian Van Jaarsveld, problems there. Brody Berger up and over, in behind him, it's Cassie van Zyl. So a better ride this time from Cassie, but still, I think, riding outside him, his potential, I really do mean it. I know Cassie van Zyl is very quick, and yeah, just a little bit upset with his first race, and I'm sure Cassie is riding at the best of his ability now, and I know he's fast, but unfortunately, it is Kretschmann who is just that little bit quicker right now. Kretschmann, Frosty, that's where we are right now, and Frost is definitely closing down on Kretschmann, because the last race, Evan Frost sets up 1.8 seconds a lap on Kretschmann.
And he's currently a second quicker than Kretschmann.
Here we go. Onto the brakes. Kretschmann's in trouble. Here's Frosty. Aiden Retief, a brilliant performance from him, lying in third place at the moment. Well, I knew Aiden Retief can do it, and I knew he should be on the podium. He's now proving a point. The only thing that could stop him is the man behind him, Brody Berger. Well, Brody's picked up a win, and now lying down in fourth position. He's not going to be happy about that. Kretschmann, nice and smooth over the roofs. Frost just a little bit ragged over the roofs, but he's still got close enough. He's now got missile lock on the number one ahead of him. Evan Frost wants that position. Aiden, brilliant performance from Aiden Retief in third place. Oh, Frosty loses out again. Kretschmann gets a nice drive out of the turn. Frost got a little bit hooked, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get any closer to the back end of Trenton Kretschmann now. But let's be honest, I think Trenton Kretschmann's setting, he's riding as hard as he possibly can, and it might just be good enough to get him the win. Kretschmann up the hill, Frosty still in behind him, and nothing in it.
Frosty's got the pace on him, that's the thing. Even Frost has got the pace. He's setting the quickest laps around the circuit, and Kretschmann's leading up, but Frost can close down on him anytime soon. And it's up to Kretschmann to hold on to the lead, because Evan Frost is right there. Now you see Frosty climb the hill towards the Jojo tanks up behind him, and he's matching him for pace, if not just a little bit quicker. Now they go the GMX jump. There's Kretschmann, there's Frost. Right up behind him, it's Kit going out the wire. Evan Frost, who takes what line? Kretschmann inside. Frost inside. Frost slides in there. Oh, he had a good turn of speed there going through that corner. Kretschmann goes in tight, so does Frost, but Frost lays it in and just keeps on the gas. And that's going to take him closer. They're going to slow right in front of him. He isn't going to interfere with Kretschmann. Kretschmann gets out of shape, and Frost is on him. Cressman gets out of shape and Frost is right there. Frosty up on the inside. Oh, Frost is in the inside of Cressman. And Frost takes the lead from Cressman. Here comes Frost. Evan Frost and Trent Cressman side by side. Frosty takes the lead away from Yanda. Cressman gets out of shape. Evan Frost up to the lead. And they are trying. And I tell you what, this one is going to go down to the wire, like I said.
Well, Frosty's pulled a pin. That I can tell you for free. He saw that Cressman made a little bit of a mistake going through the water puddle. I think Cressman took the wrong line, and that's put him down into second place. Not a happy man. Not a happy man at all. But I'm sure he's not going to leave it there. He's going to go all guns blazing on the back end of Evan Frost to try and get moved. Right, here we go. Up into, well, sorry, still staying in fourth place. It is Brody Bircher just ahead of Brody Bircher. Aiden Retief on the number 42. Yeah, Bircher, unfortunately, after that, I've got to be honest, it was a magic save. Yes, he slowed right down. Yes, he had to regain his composure after the, well, it wasn't really a tumble that he took, but got out of the saddle, got off the bike, and had to find and put everything, all the pieces back together again to carry on. Ended up coming out of that in fourth place, still sitting chase after the back end of Aiden Retief. Aiden Retief still trying his absolute level best to get closer to the front runners, but it's just not going to happen. Not with Evan Frost and Trenton Cressman in the mood they are right now.
Evan Frost is so smooth through those corners, whether it's tight or wide. He gets in and he gets the power down so early, and Cressman's got to try and follow suit. But it's still very close, neck and neck kind of stuff now as Frosty goes through the water. Cressman goes through there, down to the far side loop. They're going to keep coming up towards us. Evan Frost leading out the Trenton Cressman there in second place. Frost has been the quickest man all race. And they've still got about 3 or 4 laps to go. Cressman's coming back at him. Trenton decides, you know what, I'll give it another blast. Evan Frost, Trenton Cressman. They've still got about 3 or 4 laps to go, so it's all out there at the moment.
Oh, the two of them really riding. Oh, Cressman makes another mistake. Oh, over the tunnel jump. Cressman chose the wrong line, got squirrely as he went up the face. And that put him back pretty much half a second or so. Aiden Retief is there. Next one through is the number 30, Brody Bircher. Bircher up and over, and I just don't think he's going to get close enough to the back end of Aiden Retief to get that third place away from him. So a P1 and a P4 versus, well, it's a P2 and a P3 for Trenton Cressman. But I think the man who's got it in the bag at the moment is Evan Frost. He's going to be on the top of the podium if the positions stay the way they are right now. Well, I'm sure it's still going to be close enough at the end of this one. Evan Frost round the top. Comes past the JoJo tanks, over the JoJo table, over the GoMX table. And here's trouble again. Keegan Miles breathing down the back end of Brandon van Wyk as well. Oh, Miles goes through and he's down. That's Miles. Miles has put it down, trying to get through on Brandon van Wyk. And Keegan Miles puts it down. What a pity. That was also going to be such a wonderful race right down to the wire. The two of them were getting closer and closer together. And I think Miles just tried a move, maybe a little bit dicey, and unfortunately it didn't pay off. So he's gone down a place, but here we go. Battle raging on, and Trenton Cressman tries around the outside. Oh, yellow flags are out, so Gretzy takes it easy. So too does Frosty. Right, they're back on the gas again. Well, they got a lot closer this time round. Cressman obviously picked up the pace, or Evan Frost made a little bit of a mistake. Right, still Aiden Retief, brilliant performance from him, up in third place. Waiting now for Brody Bircher in P4 to come through. Then it is Cassie van Sale still in P5. Maxwell Fourie, what a ride from Maxwell. Maxwell Fourie on the 555, really pushing hard. Go back to the front end of the packet. How close are we? Oh, up the hill they go, down the mine shaft. And, oh, God. Evan Frost still has the number 1 slot. But is he going to be able to keep it there? I can tell you for free that it is close enough to be... Oh, Trenton Kretschmann lays down the inside, but doesn't get to drive out of the turn. He almost got through. Had he have pulled it a little bit wide, he might have taken Evan Frost with him, but now it's on the brakes. Frosty goes to the inside, Kretschmann goes to the inside. Both of them very, very close together. We've got to concentrate on this one because this is the dice for the lead. Kretschmann lost out on that lead when Evan Frost went through on him, but he's not let Evan Frost go. Through the mud they go, up onto the horseshoe, and this is where Kretschmann is very, very quick. Trenton Kretschmann cruises up onto the back end of Evan Frost. I don't know if he's going to make it. Frosty over the whoops. Kretschmann makes the mistake. Frosty's out in front. Frosty's going to do it. Evan Frost, Trenton Kretschmann, give them a round of applause, guys. What a race. Kretschmann, you biscuit. Oh, what a try, what a try. He never gave up, and that is the true sign of a champion, Francois.
Brilliant stuff coming out there out of Evan Frost and Trenton Kretschmann. So it's all happening out there at the moment. Adrian Retief will be next up, and Adrian Retief in third place. A great race from Adrian Retief. Great to see him now as he comes up over the rise. He'll be pretty happy with that performance. Brody Bircher not too far behind. Brody made a mistake, had an accident. He's got his pilot's license now after the helicopter stunt.
Oh, he has indeed. Oh, Brody, what a pity. A win and a fourth. Ah, that's a 1-4. For Frosty, it's a 1-1. No, sorry, a 2-1. So Frosty will be on top. Kretschmann, it's a 3-2. He'll be second. Third will be Brody Bircher on the podium. But a brilliant, brilliant ride from the 85cc's. Oh man, you couldn't have wished for anything better. The second last race of the day, the 85s brought us some massive excitement. Oh, pity for Brody Bircher. What a ride from Gussie van Zyl, a lot better this time round. And just the win for Evan Frost. Whoopa! It's MX1 time. Finishing now. Yeah, great finish for the 555 of Maxwell Fourie. Picked himself up into P5. Brandon van Wyk, then Ruben Kaywood. But what happened to Keegan Miles? I was waiting for Keegan Miles and Brandon van Wyk to hook bars and bump, but it just so happened that Keegan Miles went down. Brandon van Wyk came through very, very nicely indeed. But what a finish, what a race. The 85s, one of the best races of the day. Maybe not the best, but one of them.
Well, there was a good fight at the front there. I mean, Trenton really pushed hard. He had a bit of a stiff here towards the closing stages. When they slowed down for those yellow flags, that's when he thought, I'm in with a shot. I'm up behind Evan Frost. But Evan, like I said, through the corners was absolutely sublime. Brilliant ride coming out of young Evan Frost there. Right, last but not least, the MX1s. Final race of the day. It's been a lovely day so far. It's been intermittent weather, but it looks like we'll have a bit of clear skies for the MX1. Should be a great race. All eyes will be on the likes of Cameron Duro.
Again, and
Mr. Smith.
Jaden Proctor.
Smith, Slade Smith.
Oh,
I think they're all going to be in there.
my word. Seth van den Abela. Ethan, I don't know. Well, I can tell you now, Ethan's tail is up. He knows he's capable of hanging it tough with the top riders. Seth van den Abela, we know he's fast, very fast, but he just needs the good line. I mean, a good start and just keep it going. So
I think Seth's biggest enemy is his own mind.
yeah, Arno van Wyk, Arno Simon, he's going to be there. But off the line, who's it going to be? It's Jaden Proctor. Is he going to be able to pull this one off? Proctor gets the whole shot. He's out of the turn in P1. Once again, Jaden Proctor proves that he is lightning off the line. Right in behind him, it is Cameron Duro. Proctor, Duro, Hoffman, van outside of Mark Carty, sits chase after Seth van den Apila, who's now sitting chase after the rest of the pack. I tell you what, whole bunch, a whole gang of riders in front of him. Very, very fast riders, I'm going to be honest.
Ethan Hoffman,
Don't think much is going to change as they go around the top corner. Still a wonderful start once again from Jaden Proctor. He's got it all to prove, to be very honest with you. Cameron Duro still there in second place. Proctor, Duro, Hoffman, Smith, Hoffman. No, Seth. Sorry, it's Hoffman, then Seth, then Slade Smith. So now we're going to watch this one. It looks like it's going to be a humdinger of a race. Bring it out to the wire, the last race of the day. And Jaden Proctor has got it in the bag at the moment. Right out of the gates, a brilliant start from Jaden Proctor. Can he keep it there? Or is Cameron Duro just going to hunt him down, wear him down, and take P1 away from him? Oh, Duro goes wide, gets the drive out, but it's still blocky. Duro, Smith going through. Down goes Ethan Hoffman. Well, that's Hoffy that's gone down. Seth van den Apila slows right down. And, well, they almost got through on him. What a pity for Ethan Hoffman. And up and over. Whoa! Where is... Wait a minute, we've lost number one. We've lost Cameron Duro. Well, Duro right at the back of the pack now, so Duro must have had a little bit of a problem as well. Oh, Duro did go down. You can see a dirty little lad. Up and over he goes, but
and missing his front number plate.
Where is this going to end now? I mean, we predicted all sorts of different things, and yeah, it just wasn't to be. Ethan Hoffman, what a pity. Oh, such a good start in P3. Yes, it was. Smithy was starting to apply the pressure, and I think Ethan was maybe forced into the wrong line, which put him into the dam instead of around the dam.
Well, Ethan has stopped. He's got a notable problem there. Looks like he's going to continue.
Well, is this going to be number 81, Jaden? Okay, I better not say that. Look what happened in MX2.
Oh, like you know everything. I mean, you know.
Oh, no, I'm not going to go
the
down
moment
there.
Jaden Proctor leading out there. Otto Simon sitting in second. And up behind him, Slade Smith. Jaden Proctor still leading at that. Walter being the nemesis of a couple of riders today, I must admit. And a couple of good riders at that too. Seth van den Apila sits down in P4.
Well, to be fair with you, I don't think Proctor has pretty much checked out as much as what he wanted to. Here comes Jaden Proctor now. He cannot rest on his laurels. Right in behind him is Arnu Simon. Arnu Simon's got Slade Smith breathing down his neck as well. And Slade Smith is not to be trifled with. Up and over comes in van den Apila. Behind van den Apila, Mark Carty. Mark Carty has got Jakobs Vogelsang in behind him as well. In behind Vogelsang, and here's Cameron Duro. Well, I think this has been one of Cameron Duro's worst luck races ever.
He's gone down enough. He knows what the track looks like from close up.
Oh, but here we go. I think one of the unluckiest riders out there coming over the Zone 7 jump now, Ethan Hoffman. He has a look to his left to see where did he go down, and well, that's pretty much where it was, and that's exactly where Brody Bircher kind of helicoptered his way out of the race. And yeah, big pity for Ethan Hoffman as well. I think just knuckle down, ride hard as you can, try and put in some good lap times, and maybe even get the quickest lap time of the day. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Look at Jaden Proctor out in front, still got Arnu Simon right in behind him. No, it's not, it's Smith. Smith, oh, almost. But Simon and Smith having a nice little ride out there, but still Jaden Proctor has the number 1 slot. Don't think Jaden Proctor's going to give it up that easily. He just needs to keep it upright.
Derek, there's a lad on the move called Cameron Duro. He is moving up through the ranks. Just keep an eye on him. He will not lie down and die at all. Right, Jaden Proctor up over the line. Anu Simon up behind him. Then up behind him, Slade Smith. That's your front three that work their way through. Next up's going to be Seth Dunner van der Brielen, local lad in P4. He's head there of Mark Carty. Mark Carty up behind Mark Carty on full someone. Here comes Cameron Duro.
Oh, Cameron Duro on the back end of Jakob's Vogelsang. And Jakob's Vogelsang says, Duro's off.
Duro's off, he's out.
What? Oh, there must be a problem with that bike and that.
I had a problem, I think, with the front end, maybe a stuck fork or something.
Was
out
something was
again.
wrong?
Yeah, he's out again. Maybe just something locking up.
Right, looks like Slade Smith just getting a shoot on Jaden Proctor there. Look how fast Slade Smith is. Wow, look at the gap that he's got on Jaden Proctor already. Slade Smith goes through on Proctor. But now, what happened to Slade Smith in the first race? So, Jaden Proctor is super fit, and for me, Jaden Proctor just gets quicker and quicker as the race goes on. When I say quicker, he just keeps his pace a bit longer than the rest of the in front at the moment. Jaden Proctor is still there. I'm still saying Jaden Proctor's going to get him back. I just feel it. I think that Proctor's going to get him back. Right in behind them, it's still Arnu Simon. A great ride from Arnu Simon this time round. Seth van den Abila has got Mark Carty behind him. I think Jaden Proctor must just concentrate now. Concentrate very hard. Arnu Simon, can he keep it third place? I'm pretty sure he can. Seth van den Abila still got Mark Carty getting closer and closer. Here comes Van den Abila. Here comes Carty. Oh, and Carty's not going to leave it there either. He's gunning for the back end of the number 38. Up and over comes the number 1. Oh, Cameron Duro gets round Jakob's Vogelsang. But now, how quick was that? Because he slowed right down. He stopped for a good 4 or 5 seconds. And Jakob's got away from him, and now he's back with Jakob's a lap later. What kind of a lap time is this kid putting up?
Well, just having a look, his lap time was 1 minute. He did a 150 last, he's up to a 143, 7 seconds quicker.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to be the lap time to watch, and maybe do a little bit of mathematics to find out if he's going to be able to get up to P3, maybe P4. I think P4 was in the bag for him.
The only man quicker than him at the moment is Slade Smith.
Yeah. Right, can Slade keep it there? Ethan Hoffman riding a very lonely ride right now. He should have been right up there with Smith, with Simon, and with Jaden Proctor. Oi, Proctor having a little bit of a moment coming over the Zone 7 table. Now chooses the right line around the dam, but still staying within that distance, that striking distance, that he can almost reach out and grab the back end of Slade Smith.
Cameron Duro on the back of Mark Carty with Seth van den Abila up ahead, so Cameron Duro is on a move. He's going to pull up alongside Mark Carty, if not go through on him. The water unsettling Cam Duro a little bit, but he's still chasing the back of Mark Carty. Carty on the back of Seth van den Abila coming up towards the spectators here. Cameron Duro's on a fly, he's chasing Mark Carty. Here comes Duro. Duro is absolutely moving, and Duro gets past Carty and goes for Seth van den Abila. Now, Seth van den Abila's in 4, and Cameron Duro is on a charge.
Right, Jakob's Vogelsang across the line, just ahead of him it's Mark Carty, and ahead of Mark Carty it is the number 1 of Cameron Duro. Where will this race end? Where will Duro end? Will he end up on the podium? It's a tall order. It's a tall order, but you know what? I don't think he's going to stop until he gets there.
Tell you what, this lad doesn't impress me. He blows my mind. He absolutely rides the wheels right up along Seth van den Abila. Is Cameron Duro is up on the inside, and he shuts out Seth van den Abila, and Cam Duro goes up to P4. My word, from the back of the pack, and even after a 5-second stop.
Yeah, and a tumble, and a stop, and still up to P4, and heading now for P3. But this is where it gets a little bit more difficult, because P3 Hang on a minute. Yeah, P3 is in the hands at the moment of Arno Simon. Simon is, well, I would say about 7 or 8 seconds ahead of him. If he can put together 3 very, very quick laps, which I'm sure he's capable of, I think that is going to be where he's going to end. P3 on the podium. Let's have a look and see if he can pull it off. Right, still. Jaden Proctor still chasing down on the back end of Slade Smith, but Slade hasn't given him the time of day at all. Not now. Here comes Cameron Duro.
You were saying
focused as ever.
You were saying he's not going to catch Arno Simon. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he might. Right, Vanden Abila, P5, P6. It is Mark Carty, P4. It is Cameron Duro. P3, it is Arno Simon. And P2, oh, he's going to be pushing very, very hard indeed. Still going to try and get to the back end. It is the number 81 of Jaden Proctor. But let's be honest, Smith is absolutely on a charge right now. I just want to see what the lap times are going to be doing in MX1. Who's already set up the fastest lap of the day? It is the number 1, Cameron Duro.
Right, so still it's Slade Smith leading out there now. Jaden Proctor trying to reel him in. Slade Smith, Jaden Proctor not too far off. He's got a bit of a sniff there. You can see Slade ahead of him. There's about a 1.5 gap between the two of them. And they both use the high side of the berm. But have a look at Cameron Duro. Duro on the back of Arno Simon. And Duro. Cameron Duro goes up to 3rd.
Oh, just like that.
Just like that. There he goes. There's Slade. There's Jaden Proctor. And there comes Cameron Duro.
No. Yes. Here he comes now and on a charge. Well, no. That was a leap in position. So now I think he has pulled off the quickest lap of the race. But what I have noticed is that the number 81 of Jaden Proctor is getting closer to the back end of Slade Smith again. He's closing on Slade Smith, so he might still be able to pull off a win here. Jaden Proctor going to be riding as hard as he can. He can see that he's just there. Or there. No, this cannot be possible. Has the number 1 of Cameron Duro closed up that much? No, he hasn't. Up the hill he goes, so still a little bit of a gap, but it is Proctor who's closing in on Slade Smith. Oh, Slade's in trouble.
Currently, Cameron Duro is a second quicker than any rider on the circuit.
All right, Brocky still hunting down the back end of the 337. Coming round the over the Jojo Tanks jump now. It is Cameron Duro. And, oh, it is dangerously close out in front now. They've got a slight...
Oh, Smith's out of the seat and he's holding on and Brock is right there with him.
Well, I can tell you, Jaden Proctor rolled off the throttle when he saw Smith out of shape. I think he just... Well, did he kind of roll off and think that Smith was going to drop it in front of him? What happened there? But Slade Smith was really out of the saddle. Jaden Proctor out of shape as he comes over the finish jump. I think that's clicked him a little bit.
And have a look here. Cameron Duro. Cameron Duro, the consummate. Oh, there's a massive tumble there. Is that Arno Simon, who had a massive fall there?
Why is everybody falling there?
They come over the chicken run and they don't get grip, they don't get purchase onto the track. And that takes Seth Vanden Abila up on there ahead of Mark Carty. So Arno Simon out of that one, but he had a massive fall. I don't know if that bike will ride again, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, good to see him back up and not too badly hurt. I think his pride hurt more than anything there.
Oh, he ran out of talent.
Yeah. Arno Simon comes round after that huge crash that he had, but he is back in the saddle again. Well done, Arno. Glad that you're back on the bike again, but he might be in a bit of ANR. And hopefully he's going to stay ahead of Jakals Vogelsang. I'm pretty sure that He's going to try and keep that position alive, or is he? He's just regaining composure. He's got to keep riding because Jakobs Vogelsang is breathing down his neck right now. But let's have a look and see what is going down. P1, 2, and 3 pretty much equidistant now. And look how close Cameron Duro has come to the back end of Jaden Proctor. I just get the feeling that Jaden Proctor has rolled off the throttle for some rhyme or reason. Why, I don't know, but he was right up the back end of Slade Smith. Coming up now to start his last lap for Slade Smith. Jaden Proctor tried, he pushed, but now he's got to stay out of the clutches of the number 1 of Cameron Duro. Cameron Duro is not holding back. Cameron can see Jaden Proctor ahead of him. What on earth, if Jaden Proctor goes down to P3, that is going to be the best race of Cameron Duro International. Well, I don't want to say pretty much ever, but Seth van den Abela in P4 still. And Mark Carty has not managed to close the gap on the back end of Seth van den Abela. But here we go, up the hill they go. And I'm just going to say it right now. If this comes down to the wire, and if Cameron Duro can pull off a second, that will be the ride of the day. It won't be anything that I've witnessed here before. Coming back from where he is, look at this. Duro has got missile lock on the back end of Proctor. Proctor's in trouble. Here comes Duro. Francois, I don't know where my money's going to lie here.
I don't know, this one's going to go down to the wire. Slade's holding out. Jaden Proctor, I think it's run out of steam if you ask me. He's just got to bring it home. They all get through the water up into the hoop there. Here they come, final couple of 100 meters. Slade Smith, Jaden Proctor, Cameron Duro. Are they going to hold out? Cameron Duro is electric, but Jaden Proctor's going to hold out. Let's check a flag time, ladies and gentlemen. It's Slade Smith, Jaden Proctor, and a brilliant ride from Cameron Duro.
I'm sorry, but that's the best ride I've seen all day.
Oh, that is absolutely electrifying. And local hero Seth van den Abela sitting there in P4, wanting to bring it home there in front of Mark Carty. Well, Seth will be happy with this outcome. First heat was not on him. Local lad Seth van den Abela bringing it home in P4, and I think this is a pretty good outcome for him points-wise in the Nationals. Big shout out there for local lad Seth van den Abela.
All right, great finish for Seth van den Abela. Great finish for the number 24, Mark Carty, and a little bit further back, it is going to be, oh man, the number 28 pushed as hard as he possibly could. But I think when you talk about bad luck, I think the bad luck definitely, Ethan Hoffman, after the brilliant ride that he had right from the get-go, it just wasn't to be. I mean, he was I think in P3, and then things got a little bit pear-shaped for him. But yeah, the number 28, of course, is Garrick Henley. Ethan Hoffman just finishing ahead of him. Arno Simon. Yeah, then Jakobs Vogelsang, Mark Carty, Seth van den Abela, Cameron Duro with, man, the fastest lap of the race, 3 seconds quicker than anybody out there. So, well, he did push, he did try hard. Arno Simon finishing his ride, and Ethan Hoffman finishing his ride. Guys, wow. I reckon one more lap, and Duro would have had it. Right, guys, yeah, that pretty much wraps it up for round 5 of the TRP Distributors South African National Championship. Brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, Prepsol, Bandit Graphics, Missing Second, Bar Cargo, Bar Aviation, and Bikewise, the associate sponsors. Cover, it's like an insurance company. RS Plant Westkap, Handmade Projects, Mechanical Concepts, Jan Ryan Training, MX Training, Etienne Electrical, Total Control, Casty Racing, and Electrical Industrial and Commercial Electricians. Guys, big up, big thanks. To the marshals, they stood out there in the rain,
The medics,
the wind, the
medics,
shine.
the pickup marshals, everybody, I mean, and they stood out there. And I just want to give a special shout out. We'll say the prize giving today. Johan Spies worked for his money today.
Yeah, he did, eh?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's wasted probably a tank of diesel on those big digger loaders and scrapers or whatever. But at the end of the day, brilliant racing. The water on the far side, the trickery for the day for me.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we've seen helicopter pilots, space
And
pilots.
the whoops was...
And the whoops, yeah.
Oh, my word. What a day. What a lot of racing. What, out of the top draw, guys. Well done, Cape Town. Well done, Zone 7. The officials, all of them, from the COC down to the gate, the starter, everybody. Well done, guys. Thanks once again to all the spectators that popped around, that said they're going to watch till the end. Thanks to all the guys that watched it over YouTube, the live streaming guys. Sure. Oh, that was it, eh? Gosh, what a race, what a ride, what a bunch of special people. Special in a nice way. But it was awesome. Richard, thank you very much for you and your marshals. The medics, big up to everybody. Right, of course, the trophy sponsors. Cover Risk Group, RS Plant Westkap, Handmade Projects, Mechanical Concepts, Jan Ryan MX Training, Etienne Electrical, Total Control, Casty Racing, and E Electrical.
And a big shout out to the Phillips brothers for attending today.
Who? The spectators, always. Right, guys, what a day, what a day. We'll see you at prize giving, I think in about half an hour, 45 minutes time. After everything has been signed off, we're going to get up and running. Oh.
Yeah, no, look, Ryan van der Walt's here, so we're going to ask security just to remove him from the premises.
Yeah, Ryan van der Walt has just arrived, so security, please. We need you upstairs. Yeah, now, Ryan's like looking around. What the Okay, guys, we'll see you at prize giving. Once again, Francois, well done. Thank you very much indeed. It's been an awesome day.
Derek, likewise, great commentary from you and myself. And I'm once again honored and privileged to have the opportunity to do a national.
Indeed.
Second one for the year. Maybe we'll do 3. Just maybe.
Let's knock for Bloem. Right, Big Sound Productions, Johnny, baie dankie. Alles lekker gewerk. Die klank was uit die boonste rakke uit. Baie knap gedaan.